Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Under the ancient canopy of an enchanted forest, where the trees stood like sentinels whispering secrets of a forgotten age, a temple lay hidden in the heart of the wilderness. Its towering spires pierced the dense mist, their tips glinting faintly in the pale moonlight. The temple was a relic of a time long past, its walls adorned with intricate carvings of battles, heroes, and a shadowy enemy vanquished but never entirely gone. The air was thick with the scent of moss and the faint hum of magic, a constant reminder that this place was not entirely of the mortal realm. The story began long before the first stone of the temple was laid, in an age when the land was young and the heavens waged war against the darkness. It was said that the gods themselves had descended upon the earth to gift humanity a champion, a hero born from both mortal and divine blood. This hero, known only by the name inscribed in forgotten tongues, had risen to stand against an unspeakable evil, a creature of shadow and flame that sought to consume all light and plunge the world into eternal night. The hero's journey was the stuff of legends. Tales were sung in mead halls and whispered by campfires about the warrior who wielded a sword forged in the stars, its blade glowing with an unearthly light. It was said that the hero's eyes burned with the fire of 1,000 suns, their voice commanding armies of mortals and immortals alike. With each victory, the people of the land rallied behind the hero, finding hope in their strength and purpose in their defiance. But hope, like fire, could be a fragile thing, and even the brightest flames could falter. In the final battle, as the dark armies surged forward like an unstoppable tide, the hero confronted the great evil within this very temple. The walls bore witness to their struggle, each blow resonating through the stones, leaving cracks that wept with light. The heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath as the hero drove the enemy back into the void from whence it had come. But the victory came at a cost. The hero vanished, their fate lost to the winds of time, and though the shadow had been sealed away, whispers persisted that it was merely biding its time, waiting for the day it could rise again. The temple became a sacred place, a shrine to the hero's sacrifice and a symbol of humanity's resilience. Pilgrims traveled far and wide to pay homage, leaving offerings and prayers at the altar. Over centuries, the temple fell into ruin, its purpose forgotten by all but the most devout. Nature reclaimed it, vines creeping up the walls and roots breaking through the stone floors. Yet the magic lingered, a silent guardian preserving the memory of what once was. On this night, the forest was eerily still. The usual symphony of nocturnal creatures had given way to an unnatural silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves as a cold breeze swept through the trees. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. Deep within the temple, the carvings on the walls began to glow faintly, the ancient runes pulsing with a rhythm that mimicked a heartbeat. The air grew heavier, charged with an unseen energy that prickled the skin and sent shivers down the spine. At the center of the temple, where a massive stone altar stood, a flicker of light appeared, barely brighter than a candle's flame. It hovered above the altar, growing steadily until it illuminated the entire chamber. The carvings seemed to come alive, the scenes of battle and heroism replaying as if to remind the world of what had been lost. And then, from the depths of the light, a voice emerged. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but carried the weight of millennia. It spoke in a language that had not been heard for centuries, its words resonating with power and sorrow. The runes along the walls flared brighter with each syllable, and the light above the altar shifted, forming the silhouette of a figure cloaked in radiant energy. This figure was the hero, or at least a memory of them, etched into the fabric of the temple itself. Their form shimmered like a mirage, details impossible to discern, yet the sheer presence was overwhelming. The voice continued, a call to arms, a warning of the darkness stirring once more. The seal that had held the great evil at bay was weakening, and the time was fast approaching when the world would need a champion again. But who would answer the call? The figure faded as the light began to wane, leaving the chamber in mere darkness once more. Only the faint glow of the runes remained, their light a fragile ember in the vast expanse of shadow. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest echo of the voice, as if the very air sought to carry the message to those who might listen. Far away, beyond the forest and the ruins, a young warrior stirred in their sleep. Dreams of battles they had never fought, and faces they had never known filled their mind, vivid and unrelenting. They saw themselves standing in the temple, the radiant blade in their hand, and the weight of the world on their shoulders. They awoke with a start, heart pounding, and a single word on their lips. A name they did not recognize, but felt as though it had been carved into their soul. The night continued, but it was no longer silent. Somewhere deep in the woods, a low, guttural growl rumbled, the sound of something ancient and malevolent awakening from its slumber. The shadows in the forest seemed to stretch longer, darker, as if reaching toward the temple. And in the stillness of their small room, the warrior sat wide-eyed, the faint glow of the moon illuminating the question that now consumed their thoughts. Who am I? And why do I feel as though I have been here before? The kingdom of Eldrath stretched far and wide, a patchwork of rolling plains, dense forests, and jagged mountains that pierced the sky. Its heart was the city of Syndralis, a bustling metropolis encircled by towering stone walls that bore the scars of countless sieges. The streets within were alive with the cacophony of life. Vendors hawking their wares, blacksmiths hammering steel, and children weaving through the crowds, their laughter echoing against the buildings. But beneath this lively surface lay an undercurrent of unease, a tension that had settled over the city like a fog. Whispers of dark omens and inexplicable events spread from tavern to tavern, each tale more fantastical than the last. People spoke of shadows moving of their own accord, livestock disappearing in the night, and strange lights seen in the far-off hills. Though most dismissed these as the wild fabrications of drunken tongues, the air seemed heavier, as if the land itself were holding its breath. Among the crowds that filled the streets, a lone figure moved with purpose, weaving through the throng like a shadow slipping between rays of sunlight. The warrior, known simply as Kael, was no stranger to the city, though they belonged more to the wilds beyond its walls than to the cramped alleyways and narrow streets of Syndralis. Kael's armor was worn but functional, its dark leather reinforced with steel plates that bore the marks of countless battles. A long sword hung at their hip, its hilt wrapped in fraying leather, while a small shield was strapped to their back, scratched and battered from years of use. The warrior's face was half hidden beneath the hood of a weathered cloak, but their piercing green eyes missed nothing, scanning the crowds with a practiced gaze that spoke of a lifetime spent surviving. Kael had lived many lives within their 30 years. Once a farmer's child in a quiet village nestled at the edge of the Eldran forest, they had been forced to grow up quickly when raiders descended upon their home, leaving nothing but ashes and memories behind. The loss of family, friends, and the only life they had ever known had forged Kael into something harder, sharper. They had joined a band of mercenaries, learning the ways of the sword and the intricacies of survival in a world that seemed intent on devouring the weak. Over time, Kael had earned a reputation as a capable and reliable fighter, one who asked no questions and demanded no loyalty beyond what the coin dictated. But there was something else that set Kael apart, something unspoken and unacknowledged even by the warrior themselves. It was in the way their instincts seemed to guide them unerringly through battle, how they could anticipate an enemy's move before it was made, or how they always seemed to know when danger was near. Others had noticed it, of course, though few dared to speak of it openly. Kael's comrades whispered of luck, of divine favor, or of something darker, but Kael paid them no mind. To the warrior, it was simply a matter of survival, a honed edge that kept death at bay. Tonight, Kael found themselves in one of the less reputable parts of Syndralis, where the streets were narrower, the shadows deeper, and the air tinged with the acrid scent of smoke and refuse. The tavern they entered was small and dimly lit, its wooden beams blackened from years of exposure to pipe smoke and firelight. The patrons were a rough crowd, mercenaries, thieves, and those who preferred the company of shadows to sunlight. Conversations quieted as Kael stepped through the door, a dozen pairs of eyes briefly turning to assess the newcomer before returning to their drinks or whispered dealings. Kael moved to a corner table, their back to the wall, and waited. The barkeep approached after a time, a broad-shouldered man with a missing tooth and a perpetual scowl. Without waiting for Kael to speak, he set a tankard of ale on the table and leaned in close. "He's in the back," the man muttered, jerking his head toward a curtain that separated the main room from a smaller, more private space. Kael slid a coin across the table in response, their eyes narrowing as the barkeep moved away. The warrior took a sip of the ale, grimaced at its bitterness, and then rose, pushing aside the curtain to enter the back room. The man waiting for Kael was older, his hair streaked with gray and his face lined with the weight of years. He sat at a small table cluttered with maps, scrolls, and a single flickering candle. His eyes, sharp and calculating, fixed on Kael as they entered, and he gestured for them to sit. "Kael," he said, his voice low and gravelly, "I have a job for you. Dangerous, but well paid." Kael remained silent, their expression unreadable as they listened. The man, who went by the name Garen, was a frequent employer of mercenaries, known for taking on tasks that others deemed too risky or morally questionable. He leaned forward, tapping a map with one finger. "There's trouble brewing in the eastern reaches," he continued. "Villages going dark, entire caravans disappearing. Something's out there, something more than bandits or beasts. I need someone to investigate, to find out what's happening and, if necessary, put an end to it." Kael's eyes flicked to the map, noting the marked locations, remote villages on the edge of the kingdom, near the border of the cursed lands. They recognized the names, though they had never been to those places. The cursed lands were a blight on Eldrath, a desolate region shunned by all but the most desperate or foolhardy. Stories of unnatural creatures and ancient curses were common among those who lived near its borders, though few could separate truth from superstition. "What's the pay?" Kael asked finally, their voice calm and steady. Garen named a sum that made the risk seem almost worth it, but Kael knew better than to be swayed by coin alone. "What aren't you telling me?" they pressed, their eyes narrowing. Garen hesitated, then sighed. "There's talk of something old," he admitted. "Something that doesn't belong to this world. The kind of thing you don't want to face alone. That's why I'm asking you, Kael. You've dealt with worse than most." Kael said nothing, their thoughts churning as they considered the offer. They didn't believe in curses or ancient evils, but they had seen enough of the world to know that the unknown could be just as dangerous as the things they understood. After a moment, they nodded. "I'll do it," they said, rising from their seat. Garen looked relieved, though he tried to hide it. "Good," he said. "You leave at first light. I'll make sure you have everything you need." As Kael stepped back into the main room of the tavern, the weight of the task ahead settled over them like a cloak. The whispers of unease, the strange dreams that had plagued their sleep, the sense of being watched even when alone, all of it seemed to point toward something larger, something they couldn't yet grasp. For now, though, they focused on the immediate: preparations, supplies, and rest. Whatever waited for them in the eastern reaches, Kael would face it as they always had, with sword in hand and the resolve to survive. The night wore on, the sounds of the city fading as its inhabitants sought the comfort of sleep. But for Kael, sleep did not come easily. The dreams returned, vivid and disjointed, filled with images of battles fought long ago, faces both familiar and unfamiliar, and a sense of purpose that eluded them upon waking. They awoke before dawn, the first light of day barely touching the horizon, and prepared to leave the city behind. As they passed through the gates, the rising sun cast its golden light across the land, illuminating the path ahead. Kael didn't look back. The wind howled through the peaks of the Alterian mountains, carrying with it the biting chill of high altitudes and the faint scent of snow. Kael pulled their cloak tighter, their breath forming pale clouds that lingered briefly before dissolving into the thin air. They had been traveling for days, leaving the familiar chaos of Syndralis far behind, and the rugged terrain of the mountains was proving to be an unforgiving challenge. The path wound steeply upward, little more than a jagged trail carved into the rock. Above, the sky was a swirling canvas of gray clouds, and the faintest glow of the sun barely managed to penetrate the dense, rolling mist. Kael had been told of the shrine's existence, though its exact location was shrouded in mystery and half-truths. Garen's instructions had been vague at best, a collection of cryptic directions that had led them into this desolate wilderness. The mountains were said to hold secrets older than the kingdom itself, hidden sanctuaries of ancient power where few dared to tread. According to the stories, those who sought answers from the gods or guidance in times of great need would journey to these heights, braving the elements and the perils that lurked within the crags and caves. The shrine finally came into view as Kael crested a ridge, its silhouette emerging through the mist like a phantom. It was a structure of otherworldly beauty, built into the mountain itself as though it had grown there rather than been constructed by mortal hands. Its spires twisted upward, mimicking the jagged peaks surrounding it, and the stone shimmered faintly, reflecting the light in hues of silver and blue. Intricate carvings adorned every surface, depicting scenes of battles and celestial beings locked in eternal conflict. The sight of it stopped Kael in their tracks, an unbidden shiver running down their spine. They could feel the energy emanating from the shrine, a pulsing current that seemed to resonate with the very core of their being. Pushing forward, Kael approached the entrance, a massive archway flanked by two statues that towered over them. The figures depicted warriors unlike any Kael had ever seen, their features both human and otherworldly. Their faces were serene, yet fierce, and their hands rested on the hilts of swords that seemed almost alive, the stone blades twisting and curling like tendrils of smoke. Kael hesitated for a moment, the weight of the place pressing down on them before stepping inside. The air within was warmer, though no fire or source of heat was visible. The walls glowed faintly, their carvings shimmering as if they were alive, shifting imperceptibly under Kael's gaze. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint sound of Kael's boots on the stone floor. The chamber opened into a wide hall, and at its center stood a raised dais, upon which rested a pedestal carved from the same shimmering stone as the rest of the shrine. Above the pedestal, suspended in the air, was an orb of light that pulsed with a rhythmic glow, like the beating of a heart. Kael approached slowly, their instincts on high alert. The orb seemed to beckon them, its light growing brighter as they drew near. When they stood before it, they could feel its energy radiating outward, filling the chamber with a palpable hum. Their hand hesitated before reaching out, fingers hovering inches from the glowing surface. The moment they made contact, the world around them seemed to vanish. Kael was no longer standing in the shrine. They were surrounded by light, endless and all-encompassing, yet it did not blind them. It was warm and soothing, like the embrace of an old friend. Within the light, shapes began to form, shadows coalescing into figures that moved with purpose. Kael recognized them instantly, though they had never seen them before. These were the warriors from the carvings, their features now sharp and vivid. They stood in a circle, their gazes fixed on Kael with an intensity that was both unnerving and reassuring. "You have come," one of them spoke, their voice resonating with a power that made the air vibrate. It was neither male nor female, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The others nodded, their expressions grave but not unkind. Kael opened their mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. The figure who had spoken raised a hand, silencing the unspoken question. "You are the one we have been waiting for," the voice continued. "The one who bears the soul of the first. The one who must finish what was left undone." Kael frowned, confusion mingling with unease. The words made no sense, yet they felt true in a way that defied explanation. Images began to flash before their eyes, scenes of battles waged in ancient times, a warrior standing against impossible odds, their sword blazing with light as they faced an enemy cloaked in darkness. Kael recognized the warrior, though their face was obscured. It was them, yet not them. The realization hit like a thunderclap, and Kael staggered, the weight of the revelation threatening to overwhelm them. "I don't understand," Kael managed to say, their voice trembling. "Who am I? What is this?" "You are Kael," the figure replied, "but you are also more. You carry the essence of the first champion, the one who stood against the great shadow. Their spirit was bound to the cycle, reborn in times of great need. That time is now." The images shifted, showing the temple from Kael's dreams, the place where the final battle had been fought. They saw the shadowy figure of the enemy, its form ever-changing, a writhing mass of darkness that consumed all light. They saw the moment of victory, the sealing of the shadow, and the hero's disappearance. And they saw the present, the seal weakening, cracks spreading across its surface as the darkness stirred once more. "The seal is failing," the figure said, their tone heavy with sorrow. "The shadow will rise again, and the world will face its greatest trial. Only you can stand against it. Only you can wield the blade that banished it before." Kael felt a surge of defiance, a flicker of the stubbornness that had carried them through countless battles. "Why me?" they demanded. "I'm just a mercenary, a survivor. I'm no hero." The figure's gaze softened, and they stepped closer, their form shimmering like a mirage. "You are more than you know," they said. "The strength of the first champion flows through you, but it is your own courage, your own will, that will determine the outcome. You are the sum of all that came before, and yet you are uniquely you." Kael's thoughts churned, a storm of doubt and disbelief warring with the undeniable truth that pulsed through their very soul. They wanted to deny it, to turn away from the burden being placed upon them, but something deep within refused to let them. The images of the shadow, of the destruction it would bring, were etched into their mind. They could not ignore the call, no matter how much they might want to. The light began to fade, the figures dissolving into the brightness. "The path will not be easy," the voice said, growing fainter. "You will face trials that will test every part of you. But remember this, you are never alone. The strength of those who came before you will guide you, and the bonds you forge will carry you forward." Kael found themselves back in the shrine, the orb of light now dim and still. Their hand fell to their side, and they stumbled back, the weight of the revelation pressing down on them like a physical force. They sank to their knees, their breath coming in shallow gasps as the enormity of what had just happened sank in. The quiet of the chamber seemed almost deafening now, the hum of the orb replaced by an oppressive silence. They sat there for what felt like hours, their mind racing with questions that had no answers. When they finally rose, their legs trembling beneath them, they knew that their life would never be the same. The path before them was shrouded in uncertainty and danger, but one thing was clear. They were no longer just Kael, the mercenary. They were the reincarnation of a hero, and their destiny was calling. The road out of the Alterian mountains was treacherous, winding through narrow passes where sheer cliffs dropped into shadowy valleys below. Kael moved cautiously, their thoughts heavy with the revelation from the shrine. The weight of the mission pressed against their chest, an invisible burden that seemed to grow heavier with each step. They had never sought glory or heroism, only survival. Yet now, destiny had placed them on a path that felt impossible to refuse. The shadow stirring in the east could not be ignored, and if the stories of the past were true, Kael would need help. Even the strongest blade faltered without companions to hold the line. Descending into the lowlands, Kael arrived at a small border town called Hallowmere, nestled between the mountains and the sprawling forests of Eldrath. The town was a patchwork of wooden cottages, crooked fences, and muddy streets, with smoke curling from chimneys into the crisp evening air. Farmers and traders moved about, their faces weathered by hard work and the uncertainty that had begun creeping through the land. Hushed conversations floated through the air. tales of distant villages falling silent, shadows in the woods, and strange lights over the horizon. Kael headed for the only tavern in town, a squat building with a thatched roof and a weathered sign swaying in the breeze. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of ale, stew, and damp wool. The room was dimly lit, the glow of the hearth casting flickering shadows on the walls. Conversations halted briefly as Kael entered, the weight of their presence drawing curious glances, but the patrons quickly returned to their drinks and murmurs. At a corner table, Kael spotted the first of their potential allies. The rogue, a wiry man named Dain, was leaned back in his chair, his boots propped on the table. He had a face that could blend into any crowd, sharp eyes that missed nothing, and a perpetual smirk that hinted at mischief. Dahin's fingers played idly with a coin, flipping it between his knuckles in a display of effortless dexterity. He glanced up as Kael approached, raising an eyebrow but saying nothing. Kael sat across from him, placing a pouch of coins on the table. The clink of gold drew Dain's full attention, his smirk widening. "You know how to get my attention," he said, his voice low and smooth. "What's the job?" Kael leaned forward, their voice equally quiet. "Something dangerous. Something that needs a skilled hand and someone who knows how to slip through places unnoticed." Dain studied them, his expression unreadable. "Dangerous, huh? I'm guessing it's more than just bandits or a pissed-off noble." "It's bigger than that," Kael replied. "I need someone I can trust to get me into places I might not belong. Someone quick, clever, and willing to take risks." Dain chuckled, pocketing the coin. "Well, you've got my attention. Let's see if you can keep it." The next stop was the edge of Hallowmere, where a small gathering of travelers and merchants had set up camp. Among them was the healer, a young woman named Lysara. She was tending to a wounded horse, her hands moving with practiced precision as she wrapped a bandage around the animal's leg. Her auburn hair was tied back, and her green eyes held a quiet determination that belied her gentle demeanor. Kael waited until she finished her work before approaching, careful not to startle her. Lysara looked up as they neared, her expression cautious but not unfriendly. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft but steady. Kael nodded. "I need a healer, someone who can handle themselves in dangerous situations." Lysara frowned, wiping her hands on a cloth. "I'm not a mercenary, if that's what you're looking for." "I'm not asking you to fight," Kael replied. "But there's a threat coming. Something that could put a lot of lives at risk. I need someone who can keep us alive. Someone who cares about more than just their own survival." For a moment, Lysara said nothing, her gaze searching Kael's face. Finally, she nodded, though her expression remained uncertain. "I'll come with you, but only because it sounds like people might need help." The third ally proved more challenging to find. The mage, an enigmatic figure named Arendor, had been seen in a nearby village, though the details of his whereabouts were vague at best. Kael and their small group traveled through dense forests and open fields, the journey marked by growing tension and unease. Strange sounds echoed in the distance at night, and shadows seemed to move just beyond the edge of the firelight. When they finally found Arendor, he was in the ruins of an ancient tower, poring over a collection of books and scrolls. He was tall and thin, with sharp features and an air of arrogance that seemed to radiate from him. His robes were dark and flowing, adorned with symbols that glimmered faintly in the dim light. He looked up as the group entered, his expression one of mild annoyance. "Who are you? And why are you disturbing my work?" he demanded, his voice clipped and precise. Kael stepped forward, meeting his gaze. "We're here because we need your help. There's a shadow rising in the east, and we can't face it without someone who understands the arcane." Arendor snorted, turning back to his books. "Do you have any idea how many people come to me with tales of shadows and doom? I'm not interested in fairy tales." "This isn't a fairy tale," Kael said firmly. "I've seen it. The seal is breaking and the shadow is stirring. If we don't act, it will consume everything." Arendor paused, his hands resting on the edge of the table. He turned back to them, his eyes narrowing. "You've seen it?" Kael nodded. "At the shrine in the Alterian Mountains, I was shown the past and the future." For a moment, Arendor studied them, his expression inscrutable. Then he sighed, closing the book in front of him. "Fine, I'll come with you. But if this turns out to be a waste of my time, I'll make you regret it." With their group assembled, Kael led them back through the forests and fields, each step taking them closer to the eastern reaches where the shadow's presence was said to be strongest. The journey was fraught with challenges, skirmishes with bandits, treacherous terrain, and the constant weight of uncertainty. Yet, as they traveled together, the bonds between them began to grow. Dain's wit lightened the mood during tense moments. Lysara's compassion kept their spirits from faltering, and Arendor's sharp intellect provided invaluable insight. Kael found themselves surprised by how quickly they had come to rely on their companions. For years, they had walked their path alone, trusting no one and expecting nothing in return. Now, they were beginning to see the value of shared strength, of having others to stand beside them when the weight of the world grew too heavy to bear. One night, as they camped beneath the stars, Kael sat by the fire, their thoughts drifting to the vision they had seen in the shrine. The shadow's form loomed in their mind, a constant reminder of what lay ahead. They looked around at their companions, Dain sharpening his knives, Lysara tending to her herbs, Arendor poring over a map, and felt a flicker of hope. They were not alone, and for the first time in a long while, that thought brought them comfort. The path to the ruins was marked by silence, save for the crunch of boots against dry earth and the rustle of wind through the brittle grass. The forest had given way to an open expanse of desolation, a land stripped of life and color, where the gray skies stretched endlessly over a crumbled world. The ruins stood at the center of it all, a jagged skeleton of what had once been a grand temple or fortress. Its walls leaned precariously, and the once proud towers jutted upward like broken teeth, their stone faces scarred by the passage of time and violence. Kael's group approached cautiously, their unease mirrored in the solemn expressions of their faces. The air grew heavier as they neared the ruins, thick with an unnatural stillness that seemed to swallow sound. Even the wind seemed to falter here, as though afraid to venture too close. Lysara was the first to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "This place feels wrong," she said, her green eyes scanning the jagged outlines of the structure. "There's something watching us." Kael tightened their grip on the hilt of their sword. They felt it too, that strange, prickling sensation at the nape of their neck, as though unseen eyes were fixed on them. Dain, always quick to mask his fear with bravado, forced a grin. "Well, let's hope whatever's watching doesn't mind sharing its secrets. I'd hate to leave empty-handed." The group pressed on, the ruins growing larger with every step. When they reached the outer edge, they found themselves standing before a massive archway, its carvings eroded but still faintly visible. The symbols etched into the stone were unlike anything Kael had seen before. Curving lines and angular shapes that seemed to shift and twist when viewed from the corner of the eye. Arendor stepped forward, his expression one of rapt focus as he traced a finger over the carvings. "These runes predate the kingdom by centuries," he murmured, his voice filled with a rare reverence. "They tell of a time when this land was under the protection of the first hero. This was their sanctuary." Kael's breath caught in their throat. The vision from the shrine came rushing back to them. The hero standing amidst light and shadow, the radiant blade in their hand, and the weight of their sacrifice etched into their very being. It felt surreal to stand in the place where that figure had once walked, to feel the echoes of their presence in the air. Inside the ruins, the sense of unease deepened. The interior was dark, the light from the gray skies struggling to penetrate the gloom. Columns, some intact and others crumbled, lined the vast hall, their surfaces adorned with murals that told a story of a great battle. Kael stopped to study one of them, their fingers brushing against the cold stone. The scene depicted a figure wielding a blazing sword, their form radiant as they fought against a writhing mass of darkness. "That's them," Kael said quietly, their voice tinged with awe. "The hero, the one who came before." Dain snorted softly, though there was no mockery in his tone. "Big shoes to fill, eh?" Kael didn't respond. The weight of those words was already crushing. They moved deeper into the ruins, the faint sound of their footsteps echoing off the walls. The group came to a wide chamber, its ceiling partially collapsed, allowing shafts of light to stream through. At the center of the room stood an altar, its surface covered in dust and debris. Surrounding it were 6 pedestals, each holding a fragment of what appeared to be a shattered tablet. Arendor approached the altar cautiously, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for traps or hidden dangers. When none presented themselves, he turned his attention to the tablet fragments. "This must be it," he said, his voice filled with excitement. "The record of the hero's final battle. If we can piece it together, it might tell us how they defeated the shadow." Kael stepped forward, their gaze fixed on the fragments. Each one was inscribed with intricate symbols, and as they stared, the shapes seemed to shift and align, forming patterns that tugged at the edges of their memory. Without thinking, they reached out and touched one of the fragments. A sudden burst of light filled the chamber, and Kael staggered back, their vision swimming. When the light faded, they were no longer in the ruins. They stood on a battlefield, the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Around them, warriors clashed with creatures of shadow, their cries of pain and fury blending into a cacophony of chaos. At the center of it all was the hero, their blade a beacon of light in the darkness. Kael felt their heart race as they watched the figure fight, every movement filled with grace and power. But it wasn't just the hero's strength that struck Kael, it was their resolve. Even as the odds turned against them, even as their comrades fell and the shadow loomed ever closer, they fought with a determination that seemed unshakable. And then came the moment of sacrifice. The hero raised their blade high, its light flaring brighter than the sun, and plunged it into the heart of the shadow. The creature let out a deafening roar, as it was consumed by the light, its form collapsing into itself until nothing remained. Kael gasped, their vision snapping back to the present. They were on their knees, their hands gripping the edge of the altar. The others surrounded them, their faces filled with concern. "Kael?" Lysara asked, her hand resting gently on their shoulder. "Are you all right?" Kael nodded slowly, their breath coming in shallow gasps. "I saw it," they said, their voice trembling. "The battle. The hero's final stand. They gave everything to stop the shadow." Arendor's expression turned serious. "And did you see how they sealed it away?" Kael closed their eyes, trying to recall every detail of the vision. "The blade," they said after a moment. The blade was the key. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a conduit, a link between the hero and the divine. Without it, they couldn't have won. Dain frowned. His arms crossed over his chest. "So, what are we supposed to do? Dig up an ancient sword and hope it still works?" Kael shook their head. "It's more than that. The blade isn't just a relic. It's tied to the hero's essence, to their spirit. If I'm truly their reincarnation, then..." They trailed off, the weight of the realization pressing down on them. "You're the only one who can wield it," Arendor finished, his tone grim. The chamber fell silent as the group absorbed the gravity of the revelation. Finally, Lysara spoke, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Then we'll find it. Whatever it takes, we'll make sure you have what you need to finish what they started." Kael looked at each of them in turn, their chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and guilt. These people, these unlikely companions, were willing to risk everything for a cause that had been thrust upon them. Kael had spent so long believing they could only rely on themselves. Yet here they were, surrounded by allies who had chosen to stand beside them. The moment of reflection was interrupted by a low, guttural growl that echoed through the chamber. The group spun around, weapons drawn, as shadows began to pool in the corners of the room. From the darkness emerged creatures unlike anything they had seen. Twisted, malformed beings with glowing red eyes and claws that gleamed like obsidian. The air grew colder, and a sense of malevolence filled the chamber. "Looks like we've got company," Dain muttered, his knives flashing in the dim light. Kael drew their sword, the familiar weight of it in their hand grounding them. "Stay close," they said, their voice steady despite the fear that clawed at the edges of their mind. The creatures lunged, and the chamber erupted into chaos. The group fought as one, their movements fluid and coordinated despite the frenzied nature of the battle. Dain darted between the creatures, his blades striking with deadly precision. Lysara moved with surprising agility, using her staff to deflect attacks and channeling bursts of healing energy to keep the group standing. Arendor unleashed waves of fire and lightning, his magic lighting up the chamber and sending shadows scattering. Kael fought with a ferocity they hadn't known they possessed, their sword cutting through the darkness with unrelenting force. For a moment, they felt the faintest connection to the hero from their vision, as though the strength of their past self was guiding their hand. When the last creature fell, the chamber grew still once more, the only sound the ragged breathing of the group. They stood together, battered but unbroken, and Kael felt a spark of hope ignite within them. The path ahead would be long and perilous, but for the first time, they believed they might have the strength to see it through. In the easternmost reaches of Eldrath, where the lands became jagged and barren, a place long forgotten by time, stirred with unnatural life. The desolation, as it was called by those who dared speak of it, stretched like a festering wound on the landscape. The earth there was blackened and cracked, exhaling an acrid stench of sulfur and decay. Rivers of molten rock snaked through the terrain, casting an eerie orange glow against the perpetual ash-filled skies. No birds flew here, no animals wandered the broken ground. It was a place of silence and ruin, as if the land itself mourned its existence. At the heart of this cursed expanse lay a massive chasm, a tear in the earth that plunged into blackness. From its depths, a faint red glow pulsed in time with an inaudible rhythm, like the heartbeat of something ancient and malevolent. The chasm had lain dormant for centuries, a relic of the battle fought by the first hero and the shadow that had nearly consumed the world. The seal placed upon the abyss had held strong for generations, a testament to the hero's sacrifice. But now, the cracks spreading across its surface told a different story. The magic that bound the shadow was failing, the seal unraveling thread by thread. The first sign of the shadow's resurgence came as a low rumble, barely audible yet powerful enough to send tremors rippling through the surrounding ground. The chasm's glow brightened, casting flickering shadows across the jagged rocks. The air grew colder, despite the rivers of molten lava, and an unnatural darkness began to seep from the abyss, spilling out like an oozing fog. It crept along the ground, curling around rocks and filling every crevice, a living entity that seemed to devour the light. Then came the voice, deep and resonant, emanating from the depths of the chasm. It spoke no words, only a guttural sound that seemed to vibrate in the marrow of bones. It was a sound of hunger and rage, of something long imprisoned that had waited with infinite patience for the chance to break free. The darkness thickened, taking shape within the chasm, coalescing into a massive figure. Its form was ever-shifting, a writhing mass of shadows and tendrils that moved as though alive. Two glowing eyes, red as molten iron, pierced through the darkness, their gaze filled with malevolence and intelligence. The shadow had no name, for it was beyond the comprehension of mortals to name such a thing. It was not a being, but a force, a manifestation of chaos and destruction, born from the void that existed before creation. Its form was an amalgamation of fear and despair, changing constantly as if to reflect the nightmares of all who gazed upon it. It rose slowly, its tendrils gripping the edges of the chasm, and let out a low growl that echoed across the desolation. The land seemed to react to its presence, trembling violently as cracks spread further across the ground. The rivers of molten rock bubbled and hissed, and the ash-filled sky grew darker, the faint sunlight swallowed by the growing presence of the shadow. It was not fully free, its essence still tethered to the remnants of the seal, but it had gained enough strength to reach beyond its prison. It could feel the world above, the fragile lives scurrying about, blissfully unaware of the doom creeping toward them. It fed on their ignorance, their complacency, drawing power from the despair that would inevitably follow. In the nearby villages, the signs of the shadow's return were becoming impossible to ignore. Livestock disappeared overnight, their pens left shattered and splattered with dark ichor. Crops withered despite the season, their leaves turning black and brittle as though scorched by invisible flames. People whispered of strange shapes in the night, shadows that moved against the natural flow of light. and a suffocating fear that settled over their homes. Entire families began to abandon their villages, seeking refuge deeper within the kingdom, though few dared to speak aloud the dread that gripped their hearts. In one such village, a young boy stood at the edge of the fields, his wide eyes fixed on the distant horizon. There, where the desolation began, the air shimmered and shifted as though caught in a heat wave, but the boy knew it was no trick of the light. He saw the darkness spreading outward, a creeping wave of black fog that seemed to move with purpose. His hand tightened on the small wooden talisman around his neck, a gift from his mother meant to ward off evil. It was a futile gesture, and he knew it. Whatever was coming, no talisman could stop it. As the boy turned to run back to his village, the ground beneath his feet shuddered violently, sending him sprawling. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding, and looked back toward the desolation. The darkness had grown, rising higher into the sky, its edges crackling with faint red sparks. A deafening roar split the air, a sound so primal and overwhelming that it seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. The boy clamped his hands over his ears and fled, the echoes of the roar following him all the way back to the safety of his home. Within the chasm, the shadow reveled in its growing power. It stretched its tendrils upward, testing the limits of its prison, and found the cracks wide enough to slip through. Though it could not yet fully escape, it could reach far enough to sow chaos and fear, to weaken the resolve of those who would oppose it. Fear was its greatest weapon, a seed that once planted would grow and spread until entire kingdoms fell to despair. And despair, it knew, would grant it the strength to break free entirely. The shadow turned its glowing eyes toward the west, where the heart of Eldrath lay. It could sense the flickering lights of the kingdom, the lives of its people burning like fragile candles in the distance. It could feel their hopes and dreams, their love and courage, and it hated them for it. These were the forces that had bound it centuries ago, that had defied its nature and cast it into the void. But this time would be different. This time, the hero was gone, their strength scattered to the winds of time. Or so it believed. From the depths of the chasm, the shadow sent forth a fragment of itself, a dark herald to carry its will into the world. The fragment twisted and coiled, taking on a more defined shape. A figure cloaked in darkness, humanoid but utterly inhuman. Its eyes glowed with the same malevolent red light as the shadow, and it moved with an unnatural grace, its form shifting and flowing like smoke. The herald emerged from the chasm, stepping onto the broken ground of the desolation, and began its journey westward. Wherever it passed, the land withered further, the air growing colder and heavier, as though it carried the weight of the void itself. The shadow watched its herald go, the flicker of red light in its eyes intensifying. It had waited centuries for this moment, biding its time, gathering strength in the silence of its prison. Now, at long last, the world would know its name again. The seal would break, the light would falter, and chaos would reign once more. For the shadow, there was no doubt. This time, there would be no hero to stop it. But in the distance, far from the desolation, Kael awoke from a restless sleep, their heart racing and their mind filled with a sense of dread they could not explain. The vision of the chasm and the shadow burned in their thoughts, vivid and unrelenting, as though the land itself had cried out to them in warning. They sat up, the faint glow of the campfire casting flickering shadows on their companions, and gripped the hilt of their sword. The shadow was stirring, and Kael knew there was no time to waste. The battle was coming, and they would have to be ready. The journey to the final battleground began at dawn, under a sky streaked with fiery hues of orange and red. The rising sun cast long shadows across the landscape, marking the start of a grueling trek that would take Kael and their companions through some of the most perilous terrain in Eldrath. They had prepared as best they could, gathering supplies and steeling themselves for what lay ahead. But there was an unspoken understanding among them that preparation could only go so far. The road to the heart of the desolation would test their strength, resolve, and unity in ways none of them could predict. The first leg of their journey took them through the vast, windswept plains of the lowlands. The land here was deceptively tranquil, its golden grasses swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, beneath this serene facade, there was an unmistakable tension, as if the earth itself were holding its breath. The group traveled in silence, their senses sharp and their weapons close at hand. Even Dane, who usually filled the quiet with his wit, seemed subdued, his gaze scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. As the sun climbed higher, the plains gave way to dense forests, their towering trees casting dappled shadows on the narrow paths below. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The forest seemed alive, the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unseen creatures creating an almost rhythmic cadence. But the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees grew gnarled and twisted, their bark blackened as if scorched by fire, and the undergrowth thickened, making progress slow and arduous. It was here, among the darkened trees, that the first signs of the shadow's influence became apparent. Strange markings began to appear on the trunks, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when viewed too long. The air grew colder, and a faint whispering sound filled the forest, like the murmurs of voices just beyond hearing. Lysara shivered, pulling her cloak tighter around her shoulders. "This place feels wrong," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the whispers. Kael nodded, their hand resting on the hilt of their sword. They could feel it too, a pervasive sense of unease that gnawed at the edges of their mind. "Stay close," they said, their voice steady but firm. "Whatever's out there, it won't catch us off guard." The first attack came without warning. From the shadows of the forest emerged creatures unlike anything they had encountered before. They were humanoid in shape, but grotesquely distorted, their limbs too long and their faces featureless save for glowing red eyes. They moved with unnatural speed, their jagged claws slashing through the air as they lunged at the group. Kael reacted instinctively, drawing their sword and meeting the first attacker head-on. The clash of steel against claw echoed through the forest as the battle erupted. Dain darted between the creatures with an agility born of years of practice, his twin daggers flashing as he struck with precision. Lysara stood at the center of the group, her staff glowing with a soft golden light as she cast protective wards and healed wounds with a calm determination. Erendor unleashed bursts of fire and lightning, his spells lighting up the darkened forest and reducing several of the creatures to smoldering ash. The battle was chaotic, a blur of motion and sound, but through it all, the group fought as one, their unity the key to their survival. When the last creature fell, the forest grew eerily silent once more. The companions stood among the carnage, their breaths coming in ragged gasps and their weapons slick with dark ichor. Kael wiped their blade on the grass and turned to the others. "Is everyone all right?" they asked, their voice tinged with concern. Lysara nodded, though her face was pale. "I'll be fine," she said, her hands still glowing faintly as she healed a gash on Diane's arm. "But we need to keep moving. This place isn't safe." They pressed on, the forest eventually thinning and giving way to rolling hills and rocky outcroppings. The land grew harsher the further they traveled, the once fertile soil replaced by cracked earth and jagged stones. The air grew heavier, carrying with it the faint stench of sulfur and decay. The companions spoke little, their focus fixed on the path ahead. Each step brought them closer to the desolation, and the sense of foreboding grew stronger with every passing hour. As they climbed a steep ridge, the sight that greeted them on the other side stole the breath from their lungs. The desolation stretched out before them, a vast expanse of blackened earth and molten rivers. The ground was cracked and broken, exhaling plumes of acrid smoke that rose into a sky choked with ash. In the distance, the chasm loomed, its red glow pulsing faintly like the beating of a monstrous heart. The group stood in silence, the weight of the sight pressing down on them like a physical force. "This is it," Kael said finally, their voice barely above a whisper. "The heart of the shadow." Arendor stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the landscape. "The closer we get, the stronger its influence will be," he said, his tone grim. "We'll face worse than what we saw in the forest. Be ready." Descending into the desolation was like stepping into another world. The air was thick and heavy, making each breath feel like a struggle. The ground beneath their feet was unstable, shifting and crumbling with every step. Strange sounds echoed in the distance, inhuman cries and the faint rumble of shifting earth. The group moved cautiously, their weapons drawn and their senses on high alert. As they approached the chasm, the attacks grew more frequent and more intense. The creatures that emerged from the shadows were larger and more grotesque, their forms twisted by the dark energy that radiated from the abyss. Each battle pushed the group to their limits, their strength and resolve tested with every encounter. But through it all, they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that failure was not an option. During one particularly brutal fight, Kael found themselves separated from the others, surrounded by 3 towering creatures. Their movements were a blur as they dodged and parried, their sword flashing with each strike. The creatures pressed closer, their claws raking the air just inches from Kael's face. A surge of determination flooded through them, and with a fierce cry, they struck a final, decisive blow, sending the last creature crumbling to the ground. When the group finally regrouped, their exhaustion was evident in their ragged breaths and battered armor. Lysara knelt beside Kael, her hands glowing as she healed a deep gash on their shoulder. "We're almost there," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Just a little further." The final stretch of the journey was the most harrowing. The chasm loomed ever closer, its red glow bathing the surrounding landscape in an eerie light. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Whispers, roars, and the faint hum of energy that seemed to vibrate in their very bones. The companions moved as one, their unity the only thing keeping them from succumbing to the overwhelming despair that permeated the air. When they finally reached the edge of the chasm, they stood in silence, staring down into the abyss. The shadow pulsed within, its tendrils writhing and reaching upward, as if sensing their presence. Kael stepped forward, their hand gripping the hilt of their sword tightly. The weight of their destiny pressed down on them, but they stood tall, their gaze fixed on the darkness below. "This is where it ends," Kael said, their voice steady despite the fear that churned within them. "No matter what happens, we face this together." Their companions nodded, each of them stepping forward to stand beside Kael. The journey had been long and arduous, but they were here, together, ready to face the final battle. The shadow awaited them, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. The edge of the chasm pulsed with a dreadful energy that resonated in the air, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. The red glow emanating from the abyss illuminated the weary faces of Kael and their companions, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and twist unnaturally. The oppressive heat from the molten rivers that threaded the cracked earth mingled with the icy chill of the shadow's power, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that pressed heavily on their spirits. This was the heart of the desolation, and at its core lay their greatest enemy. Kael stood at the forefront, their sword drawn, its steel reflecting the crimson light of the chasm. Each breath they took was heavy, laden with the weight of the journey that had brought them here. The shadow stirred below, its form shifting and writhing, a mass of tendrils and darkness that seemed to consume the very light around it. The glowing red eyes that had haunted Kael's visions stared up at them, filled with malice and an ancient, unyielding hunger. It was awake, and it was waiting. From the chasm, a low, guttural sound rumbled, a voice without words that seemed to crawl into their minds and claw at their thoughts. Kael tightened their grip on the hilt of their sword, willing themselves to remain steady as the shadow began to rise. Its tendrils coiled upward, gripping the edges of the abyss and pulling its massive, amorphous form into the light. The very ground trembled beneath its weight, cracks spreading outward from the chasm as the earth protested the shadow's return. Dain, standing to Kael's left, let out a low whistle, his voice tinged with a forced bravado that failed to hide his fear. "Well, that's bigger than I was expecting." Erendor, his staff glowing faintly with gathering energy, shot him a withering glare. "Focus. It's not just big, it's ancient. This is no ordinary foe." Lysara, her hands already glowing with a soft, golden light, stepped closer to Kael. "We'll face it together," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "No matter what." The shadow roared, a sound so deep and powerful it seemed to shake the air itself. The companions braced themselves as the creature surged forward, its tendrils lashing out with terrifying speed. Kael was the first to move, their instincts guiding them as they dodged a massive tendril that crashed into the ground where they had stood a moment before. With a shout, they leapt forward, their blade cutting through the darkness, the strike landing with a burst of light that sent a ripple through the shadow's form. Erendor unleashed a barrage of spells, his fire and lightning carving through the tendrils with precision. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering and shifting as it absorbed the blows. "Its core!" Erendor shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We have to strike its core." Kael nodded, their eyes fixed on the glowing center of the shadow's mass, a pulsing orb of red light that seemed to draw all energy toward it. But reaching it would be no easy feat. The shadow's tendrils moved like living creatures, each one acting independently yet with a shared purpose, striking and weaving to block any approach. Dain darted through the chaos, his blades flashing as he severed tendrils with quick, precise strikes, creating openings for the others to move forward. Lysara stayed close to the center of the group, her magic a constant presence as she cast protective wards and healed injuries as quickly as they were inflicted. Her face was pale with exertion, beads of sweat forming on her brow, but her focus never wavered. She raised her staff, a burst of light radiating outward and forcing the shadow to momentarily retreat, buying the group precious seconds to regroup. Kael charged forward again, their blade glowing faintly now, as though resonating with the energy of the shadow itself. Each strike sent a burst of light into the darkness, but the shadow was relentless, its tendrils lashing out with renewed fury. One caught Kael across the chest, sending them sprawling to the ground. The impact knocked the wind from their lungs, but before the tendril could strike again, Lysara's shield of light flared to life, deflecting the blow. "Get up!" Lysara shouted, her voice breaking through the haze of pain. Kael forced themselves to their feet, their chest heaving as they raised their sword once more. The shadow roared again, and this time it began to change. Its form grew more defined, humanoid yet monstrous, its limbs elongating and its eyes glowing brighter. It seemed to be adapting, learning from their attacks. Arendor cursed under his breath. "It's shifting. We need to end this now." Kael nodded, their gaze fixed on the core. They could feel the pull of it, an almost magnetic force that resonated with the blade in their hand. Memories of the vision from the shrine flooded their mind. The first hero, their blade blazing with light as they struck the final blow. The blade was the key, a conduit of power that could seal the shadow once more. But Kael was not the first hero, and doubt clawed at the edges of their resolve. Lysara seemed to sense their hesitation. She stepped beside them, her voice calm but firm. "You are stronger than you think," she said, placing a hand on their shoulder. "We believe in you. Now, believe in yourself." Kael took a deep breath, steeling themselves. The shadow surged forward again, its form towering over them, and Kael charged to meet it. Dain and Arendor moved in tandem, carving a path through the tendrils, while Lysara's magic shielded them from the worst of the attacks. Kael dodged and weaved, their movements fluid and precise, until they were within reach of the core. The shadow seemed to sense the threat, its tendrils converging on Kael with desperate speed. But Kael was faster. With a shout, they raised their sword high, the blade glowing brighter than ever before, and brought it down in a powerful arc. The moment the blade connected with the core, a blinding light filled the chasm, banishing the darkness in an explosion of energy that shook the ground. Kael felt the force of the blast knock them backward, their vision swimming as they hit the ground. The shadow let out a final, ear-splitting roar before its form began to collapse, its tendrils disintegrating into ash. The red glow of the core flickered and dimmed, and then, with a final pulse, it vanished, leaving only silence. When Kael opened their eyes, they saw their companions standing over them, their faces filled with a mixture of relief and awe. The air was still, the oppressive weight of the shadow's presence gone. The chasm no longer glowed, its depths now shrouded in darkness but no longer alive with malevolence. "You did it," Lysara said softly, a small smile breaking through her exhaustion. Kael sat up slowly, their body aching but their heart filled with a sense of quiet triumph. "We did it," they corrected, looking at each of their companions in turn. "We faced it together." The battle was over, but the scars it left behind would remain. The land around them was still broken, the desolation a reminder of the shadow's presence. Yet, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was hope. Kael stood, their sword now dull and ordinary in their hand, and looked out over the ruined landscape. The fight had been won, but the journey was far from over. Together, they would begin the long road of healing, carrying the memory of their triumph as a beacon of light against the darkness. The world felt different in the days following the battle. The oppressive weight that had hung over the land for so long had lifted, replaced by a stillness that felt both unfamiliar and fragile. The desolation remained a scar on the earth, its blackened ground and molten rivers a stark reminder of the shadow's presence, but the air no longer carried the suffocating chill of despair. The chasm, once a gaping wound leaking darkness into the world, was now silent and still. Whatever ancient magic Kael had unleashed with their blade had sealed it once more, though the cracks on the earth's surface served as a reminder of the fragility of that peace. Kael and their companions made their way back across the ruined land, their movements slower and heavier than before. The battle had drained them, not just physically, but emotionally, and though they had emerged victorious, the cost of that victory lingered in their minds. They walked in silence for much of the journey, each lost in their own thoughts, their shared bond now forged in the crucible of battle. When they finally reached the edge of the desolation, the transition to greener lands felt like stepping into another world. The forest that bordered the wasteland had begun to regrow, its trees slowly reclaiming the edges of the scarred earth. Birds chirped in the distance, their songs tentative but hopeful, as though testing the boundaries of a new dawn. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground with golden light, and for the first time in weeks, Kael felt their shoulders relax, if only slightly. Villages that had been abandoned during the shadow's resurgence were now stirring back to life. As Kael and their companions approached one such settlement, the sight of smoke rising from chimneys and the sound of voices carried on the wind filled them with a quiet sense of accomplishment. The people had returned, their resilience a testament to their will to rebuild. When the villagers spotted the group approaching, their wary expressions softened, replaced by cautious smiles and nods of gratitude. Kael found it difficult to meet their eyes. Though the villagers cheered their arrival and offered thanks, Kael felt the weight of those cheers as much as the weight of the battle. The shadow was gone, but the scars it had left behind, both in the land and in their hearts, were not so easily erased. Kael wasn't sure how to reconcile the image of themselves as a hero with the reality of the blood they had shed and the lives they had seen lost. The mantle of heroism, bestowed upon them by the ancient spirit in the blade, felt heavier now than it had ever been. At the village square, an elder approached, her weathered face alight with gratitude. She extended her hands to Kael, her voice trembling with emotion. "You have saved us all," she said, her words carrying the weight of every life that had been spared. "The shadow is gone because of you." Kael hesitated before taking her hands, their calloused fingers gripping hers gently. "It wasn't just me," they said, their voice quiet but firm. "We all stood together. None of this would have been possible without them." They gestured to their companions, each of whom wore their exhaustion like a badge of honor. The elder nodded, her eyes glistening with unspoken understanding. In the days that followed, Kael and the others lingered in the village, helping where they could. They repaired homes, tended to the wounded, and shared stories of their journey with those who asked. the villagers clung to their every word, their expressions a mixture of awe and hope. For many, the tale of the Shadow's defeat became a beacon of inspiration, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could prevail. Daim, ever the opportunist, relished the attention, spinning tales that grew more elaborate with each retelling. And there I was, he would say, gesturing dramatically, facing down not one, but 10 of those shadow creatures at once, a blade in each hand, and a prayer on my lips. It was a sight to behold, I assure you. The children of the village hung on his every word, their wide-eyed wonder bringing a rare smile to Kael's face. Lysara spent her days tending to the villagers' injuries and ailments, her presence a source of comfort and reassurance. She moved with quiet determination, her compassion shining through in every gesture. When asked about the battle, she spoke not of violence, but of the strength and unity that had carried them through. "We fought together," she would say simply. "That's what made the difference." Arendor, for his part, kept his distance from the celebrations, preferring to immerse himself in his studies. He pored over ancient texts and scrolls, his mind already working to uncover the mysteries that still lingered in the wake of the Shadow's defeat. Though he rarely joined the villagers, his sharp wit and blunt observations found their way into conversations, often leaving others both baffled and amused. Kael watched their companions with a mixture of pride and gratitude. Each of them had played a vital role in the battle, and each carried their own burdens in its aftermath. They were more than allies now. They were family, bound by a shared experience that few could understand. Kael often found themselves reflecting on the journey, replaying the moments of triumph and loss, searching for meaning in the chaos. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the warm glow of lantern light, Kael found themselves alone at the edge of the forest. The weight of the sword, now resting at their side, felt heavier than usual. They unsheathed it, the blade catching the light of the fading sun. It no longer glowed with the same brilliance it had during the battle, but Kael knew its power remained, dormant but waiting. They ran a hand along the blade's edge, their thoughts drifting to the hero who had come before them. They wondered what that hero had felt in their final moments, whether they had carried the same doubts, the same fears, or whether their resolve had been unwavering. Kael had no answers, only the faint echo of the hero's presence, a reminder that they were not alone in carrying the burden of the past. The weight of the blade was not just a reminder of what had been lost, but of what had been preserved. Lysara's voice broke the silence, gentle but firm. "You can't carry it all alone," she said, stepping out from the shadows of the trees. She joined Kael, her gaze fixed on the sword. "You have us. You always will." Kael nodded, their chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and sorrow. "It doesn't feel real sometimes," they admitted. "The battle, the victory, everything. I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next." "None of us are," Lysara replied with a faint smile. "But we'll face it together, just like we always have." The stars began to appear overhead, their light scattered across the night sky like fragments of hope. Kael sheathed the sword and turned back toward the village, where the sounds of laughter and music drifted through the air. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, they allowed themselves to smile. The legend of the Shadow's defeat would grow with time, passed down from generation to generation, its details embellished but its core unchanged. Kael's name, and those of their companions, would be etched into the annals of history, their deeds remembered long after the scars of the battle had faded. Yet, for Kael, the true legacy was not in the tales or the songs, but in the lives they had saved and the bonds they had forged. The hero's journey had ended, but the story of the new legend was just beginning. And, as Kael walked toward the warmth of the village, their companions at their side, they knew that the light they had fought for would endure. The world groaned under the weight of darkness, an ancient silence blanketing the earth like a tomb. For as long as memory stretched, mortals had lived as little more than frightened animals, clinging to one another for warmth in the endless night. There was no fire to fend off the biting cold, no light to pierce the suffocating shadows, and no protection against the creatures that prowled the wilderness with glinting eyes and gnashing teeth. This was the age before fire, a time when humanity's fate seemed sealed, and the heavens above watched with cruel indifference. The land itself was a reflection of humanity's despair. Trees, tall and skeletal, swayed in icy winds, their branches clawing at a sky of endless gray. Rivers, black as ink, meandered like snakes through barren valleys, their waters so cold they seemed to drain the life from anything they touched. Mountains stood as jagged sentinels, their peaks crowned with frost, their slopes treacherous and unyielding. Even the stars, those faint pinpricks of light in the heavens, seemed distant and uncaring, like the eyes of forgotten gods who had turned their backs on the world below. Among this desolation, humanity huddled in caves carved into the bones of the earth. Their breath hung in the air like ghosts, visible reminders of their frailty. They spoke in whispers, fearing that their voices might stir the unseen horrors that lurked just beyond the threshold of light. Hunger gnawed at their bellies, and their hands, raw and bleeding from the cold, could do little more than scrape at the earth for roots, or cradle the meager fruits of a merciless land. And then there were the beasts. Born of the dark and bred in the cold, they moved with a savage grace, their growls echoing through the forests and their claws leaving scars on the earth. These were no ordinary creatures, but twisted things, their eyes glowing like embers, their breath like smoke, and their hunger unending. Wolves, larger than men, stalked the shadows, their howls a mournful symphony of death. Serpents, as long as rivers, slithered silently, their scales glistening like frost. And above it all, great winged horrors circled the skies, their cries sharp enough to split the soul. The gods watched all this from their perch on Mount Olympus, their thrones gilded and their bellies full. They did not care for the plight of mortals. They were content to revel in their immortality, secure in their dominion over a world that offered no challenge to their power. Zeus, king of the gods, had decreed that fire, the divine spark, should remain in the hands of the immortals, a treasure too dangerous, too precious for the likes of mankind. "Let them crawl," Zeus had said with a booming laugh, "for they are nothing but worms beneath our feet." Yet not all the gods shared his callousness. Among them was Prometheus, the Titan who had not chosen the side of his kindred in the great war between gods and Titans. He had sided with Zeus, not out of love for the god, but for a vision of a better world. Now, as he gazed upon the suffering of humanity, doubt gnawed at his heart. Prometheus had long wandered the earth in secret, observing the creatures Zeus deemed unworthy. He saw their trembling hands, their hollow eyes, and the way they clung to each other in the face of despair. He saw their attempts to survive, the way they sharpened stones into crude tools, the way they learned to hunt with nothing but their wits and courage, and the way they held their children close, shielding them from the cold with their own bodies. These were not worms. These were beings of potential, creatures who, given the chance, might rise above their squalor and reach for the stars. Prometheus saw in them a flicker of something divine, a reflection of the gods themselves, though it was buried beneath layers of dirt, fear, and suffering. Still, the darkness around them seemed insurmountable. Without fire, they were trapped in an endless cycle of survival, unable to create, to dream, or to thrive. Prometheus knew the cost of defying Zeus, but he could not bear the thought of leaving humanity to their fate. His decision was not born of arrogance, as Zeus would later claim, nor of rebellion for rebellion's sake. It was born of compassion, of a love for the weak and the forgotten, and of a belief that even the smallest flame could banish the deepest shadow. As Prometheus stood on a mountain peak, gazing down at the huddled forms of humanity, he clenched his fists. The wind tore at his robes, carrying with it the cries of mortals and the distant howls of beasts. He thought of the forge of Hephaestus, where the fire of the gods burned bright and eternal. He thought of Zeus, seated on his golden throne, and the punishment that would surely follow any act of defiance. But most of all, he thought of the mortals below. They deserved more than this cold, dark existence. They deserved a chance. And so, with the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds, Prometheus made his choice. It was a choice that would forever change the fate of humanity and cast him into a nightmare of eternal torment. But in that moment, as the sun's rays touched the earth, Prometheus felt a spark ignite within him, a spark that would soon become a flame. The age before fire was drawing to a close. A new chapter was about to begin, though it would be written in blood, pain, and defiance. Prometheus turned away from the suffering below and began his climb toward destiny, his heart heavy but resolute. For fire would come to the world, and with it, hope and horror in equal measure. High above the world, where mortal eyes dared not gaze and mortal minds could scarcely fathom, Mount Olympus rose like a fortress of divinity. Its peaks pierced the heavens, crowned with clouds that shimmered like silver, obscuring the realm of the gods from the world below. It was a kingdom of immortals, a realm of splendor and excess, where every stone seemed carved from precious gems and every fountain poured ambrosia, the nectar of the divine. But beneath this facade of beauty lay the iron fist of tyranny, a kingdom ruled by Zeus, the Thunderer, whose word was law and whose wrath was legend. The great hall of Olympus stretched endlessly, its ceiling a tapestry of constellations that glimmered and shifted, weaving stories of the gods' triumphs. Columns of gold, veined with veins of molten silver, supported the vast structure, and the floor was of polished marble, cold and unyielding. Yet, for all its grandeur, the hall was a place of unease, for the shadow of Zeus's authority loomed over all who walked its sacred ground. On his throne of solid obsidian, wreathed in storms and etched with the lightning of his power, sat Zeus, king of gods and ruler of all. His presence was overwhelming, a towering figure clad in robes that shimmered with the light of 1,000 suns. His hair, white as lightning, framed a face that was both regal and terrifying, with eyes that burned like molten gold. Those eyes saw all, judged all and condemned without mercy. At his feet lay a massive scepter, crowned with a thunderbolt that hummed with restrained power, a weapon capable of smiting any who dared defy him. Before him stood the gods, an assembly of immortals who, despite their own power, bowed to the will of their king. Some wore masks of feigned contentment, their laughter forced, their words honeyed to appease the storm that always threatened to break. Others watched in silence, their resentment hidden behind cold, stoic gazes. Among them were Hera, queen of the gods and Zeus's consort, her beauty matched only by the bitterness that laced her every glance. Athena, goddess of wisdom, whose sharp eyes missed nothing but whose silence spoke of caution. And Ares, the god of war, whose bloodlust was tempered only by his fear of Zeus's might. Prometheus stood apart from them all, his eyes cast downward as though in contemplation, though his heart burned with quiet fury. Unlike the Olympians, he had no throne in the great hall, no gilded seat to mark his station. He was a Titan, a remnant of the old order that Zeus had overthrown, and though he had sided with the Olympians in the war, his place among them was one of tolerance rather than acceptance. The air in the hall was heavy, thick with the weight of unspoken words and suppressed dissent. It was in this tense silence that Zeus's voice rang out, deep and commanding, echoing through the vast chamber like a roll of thunder. "The mortals grow restless," he said, his tone laced with disdain. "They grovel in the dirt, cursing the heavens for their lot, as though it is the fault of the gods that they are weak." There was a murmur of agreement from the gathered deities, though some exchanged uneasy glances. Zeus's disdain for humanity was well known, and his cruelty toward them had grown with each passing century. He saw them as little more than insects, creatures to be controlled, to be punished, but never to be uplifted. Hera, seated beside him, leaned forward, her voice a silk-wrapped dagger. "They are ungrateful, my lord," she said. "Even in their suffering, they would dare to question the will of the gods. Perhaps they require a reminder of their place." Zeus smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "A reminder, indeed," he said. "Perhaps a plague to thin their numbers, or a great storm to wash away their insolence. Let them tremble before the power of Olympus." At these words, Prometheus felt his fists clench at his sides. The fire of his defiance, long kept hidden, flickered dangerously in his chest. He could remain silent no longer. Stepping forward, he addressed the assembly, his voice calm but firm, like the steady flow of a deep river. "My Lord Zeus," he began, bowing slightly out of respect for decorum, though there was no reverence in his tone. "Might I speak on behalf of the mortals?" The hall fell silent. All eyes turned to Prometheus, and a ripple of unease passed through the gods. To speak for humanity in the presence of Zeus was to court danger, yet there was something in Prometheus's bearing that demanded attention. Zeus's eyes narrowed, and the faintest crackle of lightning danced across his fingers. "Speak," he said, his voice a low rumble that promised consequences for any offense. Prometheus took a breath, steadying himself. The mortals suffer not out of insolence, but out of need. They shiver in the cold, not because they defy the gods, but because they lack the means to survive. They stumble in the dark, not out of rebellion, but because the light of knowledge has been denied them. If we, as gods, are to rule over them, should we not first ensure their survival? A murmur rose among the gods, some nodding in agreement, while others looked to Zeus for his reaction. The king of the gods leaned forward on his throne, his golden eyes fixed on Prometheus like a hawk eyeing its prey. "And what would you propose, Titan?" he asked, his voice deceptively calm. "That we coddle them? That we hand them the gifts of the gods, gifts they cannot understand and would only squander?" "I propose only that we give them fire," Prometheus said, his voice unwavering. "With fire, they could warm themselves, ward off the beasts that plague them, and build a foundation for a better life. It is not charity, I suggest, but a chance for them to prove their worth." The hall erupted in whispers, gods debating among themselves, some outraged, others intrigued. Zeus, however, remained silent, his gaze locked on Prometheus. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold as the winds atop Olympus. "You dare to suggest we give fire to those who grovel in the dirt? Fire, the sacred gift of the gods, the very spark of creation itself?" "I do," Prometheus said, meeting Zeus's gaze without flinching. "For without it, they will perish. And what glory is there in ruling over a world of ash and bones?" Zeus rose from his throne, the movement sending a shockwave through the hall. Lightning crackled in his hands, and the air grew heavy with the scent of ozone. "Enough!" he roared, his voice shaking the very foundations of Olympus. "You forget your place, Titan. It is not for you to decide what is given and what is withheld. The mortals are ours to command, to punish, and to crush if we so choose. Fire will remain in the hands of the gods, and any who would dare to defy this decree shall face my wrath." Prometheus bowed his head, hiding the fire that burned in his eyes. "As you command, my lord," he said, his tone laced with quiet defiance. Zeus returned to his throne, his anger momentarily sated, but the storm in Prometheus's heart raged on. He knew that he had planted a seed of dissent, a spark that would soon ignite into a flame. As the gods resumed their debates, their laughter hollow and their words insincere, Prometheus slipped away from the hall, his mind already turning toward the forge of Hephaestus and the sacred fire that burned within. The stage was set, the players in place. The tyranny of Zeus would not go unchallenged, for Prometheus had made his choice. The fire of rebellion had been lit, and it would soon engulf the heavens and the earth alike. Night fell over Olympus, draping the mountain in a shroud of quiet that masked the tension roiling within its golden halls. The gods had retreated to their chambers, their laughter and revelry replaced by the faint hum of ambrosial torches lining the corridors. All seemed calm. Yet, far from the eyes of Zeus and his court, a single figure moved with purpose through the labyrinthine passages of the divine stronghold. It was Prometheus, the Titan of forethought, his footsteps silent as shadows, his heart ablaze with resolve. Prometheus had waited for this moment, biding his time as Zeus grew drunk on his own power, confident that no one would dare to defy him. But the suffering of mortals echoed in Prometheus's mind. Children crying in the cold, the weak succumbing to beasts, the spark of hope smothered under endless darkness. He could not stand idle any longer. The fire, the sacred essence of creation, would be stolen from the gods and gifted to humanity. The forge of Hephaestus was his destination, a place where fire, pure and eternal, burned brighter than the sun. Guarded day and night, it was the crucible of the gods' power, the source of their weapons and wonders. None but Hephaestus himself dared approach it, for the flames had been imbued with Zeus's will, punishing intruders with an agony reserved for those who defied the heavens. But Prometheus, unyielding and cunning, had prepared for this perilous endeavor. He moved through the corridors like a whisper, the air around him heavy with the scent of ozone and molten metal. The path to the forge was perilous, lined with traps woven by Athena herself. It was said that the very walls of Olympus had eyes, that the air carried whispers to Zeus's ears. Prometheus knew this, but he was no ordinary thief. He was a Titan, born of a lineage that predated even the Olympians, and his cunning was as boundless as his defiance. At the entrance to the forge, Prometheus halted, his sharp eyes scanning the intricate carvings that adorned the massive bronze door. The symbols glowed faintly, wards of divine power that pulsed with energy. To any mortal, or even an unwary god, these wards would have been impenetrable. But Prometheus had spent centuries studying the craft of Olympus. With careful precision, he traced the symbols with his fingers, whispering ancient words that unraveled the enchantments one by one. As the last ward faded, the door groaned open, revealing the heart of the forge. It was a cavernous space, its walls carved from black stone that pulsed with veins of molten gold. Rivers of fire flowed through channels in the floor, their light casting flickering shadows that danced like specters. In the center of the chamber stood the great anvil of Hephaestus, a monolith of pure iron, glowing faintly from the heat of countless creations. Above it, suspended in a crystalline sphere, burned the sacred fire, a flame so pure it seemed to sing, its light shifting through hues of gold, crimson, and sapphire. Prometheus stepped forward, his breath catching at the sight. This was no ordinary flame. It was life, creation, and destruction bound together, a force that could reshape the world. For a moment, even he hesitated, awed by its beauty and power. But the cries of humanity, the memories of their suffering, drove him onward. Reaching the base of the anvil, Prometheus withdrew a hollow reed from his robes. It was a simple object, unassuming, yet it had been crafted for this very purpose. The reed, when filled with the sacred fire, would shield its bearer from the flame's wrath, allowing Prometheus to carry it down the mountain without harm. But the fire was not unguarded. No sooner had Prometheus reached for the crystalline sphere than the chamber trembled, and a roar echoed through the forge. From the shadows emerged a guardian of Zeus's design, a massive automaton forged from bronze, its eyes glowing with the same light as the sacred fire. It moved with the grinding of metal on metal, its footsteps shaking the ground as it advanced on Prometheus. "Thief," it boomed, its voice like the clash of thunder. "You dare defy the will of Zeus?" Prometheus did not respond. Instead, he leapt to the side as the automaton's massive hand crashed down where he had stood, shattering the stone floor. He was not a warrior, but his wit and agility were his weapons. As the automaton lunged again, Prometheus moved with precision, weaving through the molten channels and using the forge's heat to his advantage. The battle was as much a test of intellect as strength. The automaton's movements were calculated, relentless, but Prometheus observed its patterns, its moments of hesitation. Finally, as the automaton lunged, Prometheus sprang forward, hurling a fragment of stone into the air. The automaton's gaze followed the motion, and in that split second of distraction, Prometheus reached the sacred fire. With a swift motion, he plunged the reed into the sphere, capturing a fragment of the flame. The fire hissed and roared, as though aware of its liberation, its light flaring so brightly that it illuminated the entire chamber. The automaton froze, its power tied to the fire, and Prometheus turned to flee. the reed glowing faintly in his grasp. The alarms of Olympus erupted, a cacophony of horns and thunder that shook the mountain to its core. Zeus would know. He would awaken, and his wrath would be swift and terrible. But Prometheus did not falter. He raced through the corridors of Olympus, the fire in his hand casting eerie shadows on the walls. Behind him, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. Hermes, swift as the wind, and the hunting cries of Zeus's eagle, a creature of nightmare. As he reached the edge of Olympus, Prometheus turned and gazed back at the halls of the gods. He could almost feel Zeus's rage bearing down on him, a storm gathering in the distance. But for the first time in centuries, Prometheus felt no fear. He had taken the fire. He had defied Olympus. And now he would deliver hope to the mortals who needed it most. With a final leap, Prometheus descended from the heights of Olympus, the sacred fire burning in his hand. The winds howled around him, tearing at his robes, but he held the reed tightly, shielding the flame from the elements. Below, the world stretched out in darkness, a vast and desolate expanse waiting for the light. When his feet touched the earth, Prometheus stood for a moment, his chest heaving with exertion. The fire glowed in the reed, casting a warm light that seemed to push back the shadows. He walked toward the nearest human settlement, a cluster of crude huts nestled in a valley. As he approached, the mortals emerged from their homes, their eyes wide with fear and awe. They had seen him descend from the heavens, a figure wreathed in light, and they fell to their knees, whispering prayers to a god they did not know. Prometheus knelt before them, lowering the reed to the ground. The fire spilled forth, its warmth spreading like a living thing, illuminating the faces of the mortals with its golden glow. For the first time, they felt warmth that did not come from the fleeting sun, light that did not vanish with the night. "Rise," Prometheus said, his voice gentle but firm. "This fire is yours. Use it wisely, for it is both a gift and a burden. With it, you will shape your destiny." The mortals reached out hesitantly, their fingers brushing the edges of the flame. As they realized it did not harm them, their fear gave way to wonder. They began to feed the fire, gathering wood and kindling, their faces alight with joy and hope. Prometheus watched in silence, a faint smile on his lips. For the first time in eons, he felt a glimmer of satisfaction. The fire was no longer the gods alone. It was humanity's, a spark that would grow into a blaze, a light that would push back the darkness. But even as he stood there, he felt the weight of the heavens bearing down on him. Zeus would come. The gods would punish him for his defiance. Yet Prometheus did not waver. The fire had been stolen, and humanity had been given a chance. For that, he would endure whatever torment awaited him. The theft of fire was complete, and the world would never be the same. The night was no longer endless. For the first time, fire blazed upon the earth, casting golden light across a world that had known only the cold embrace of shadow. The mortals, who had once huddled in fear and darkness, now stood before the flames with faces aglow, not only from the fire's warmth, but with wonder, awe, and the first stirrings of hope. The sacred fire, stolen from the heavens, danced atop their crude hearths, a living force that seemed to defy the very gods themselves. Prometheus stood apart, watching the scene unfold from the edge of the village. His heart swelled with a bittersweet pride as he observed the mortals embracing their newfound gift. They were tentative at first, unsure of the fire's nature. They approached it as one might approach a sleeping predator, their movements slow, their eyes wide with trepidation. But when they realized the flames did not lash out or devour them, their hesitation gave way to exhilaration. A child, no older than 5, was the first to reach forward. His small hands grasped a dry stick, and with trembling fingers he thrust it into the fire. When the end of the stick ignited, the boy shrieked, not in fear, but in delight. He held it aloft like a torch, a tiny beacon that drew gasps from the others. Soon, more followed his example, emboldened by the boy's courage. The fire spread, not as an uncontrolled blaze, but as a gift carefully passed from hand to hand, from family to family. In the distance, wolves howled, their mournful cries echoing through the valleys. Yet the mortals did not cower as they once had. The flames drove the beasts back, their glowing eyes retreating into the darkness. Where once the wilderness had been a place of terror, it now seemed less impenetrable, less infinite. The fire became a barrier, a guardian that held the unknown at bay. Prometheus watched as the villagers began to gather around the central fire, their faces reflecting its light. They began to laugh, softly at first, then louder, as if the sound had been locked away in their throats for centuries. The warmth of the fire thawed more than their frozen bodies. It thawed their spirits. Parents held their children close, not in fear, but in comfort. Elders, their faces lined with the struggles of 1,000 dark nights, smiled through their tears. It was a scene of quiet revolution. But the fire was not merely a tool for survival. It was a spark of something greater, something divine. The mortals, though they did not fully understand it, began to see the fire as more than warmth or light. It was a symbol, a promise that they were not alone, that they were not doomed to live forever as prey to the cold and the beasts. The fire was their ally, their salvation, and they revered it as such. One by one, they began to whisper prayers, not to Zeus who had forsaken them, but to an unnamed power they felt in their hearts. Their words were simple, their voices trembling, but their prayers were filled with gratitude. Prometheus, hidden in the shadows, felt a pang of guilt. He knew they would soon learn the cost of this gift, the wrath it would bring down upon them. But for now, he let them have their moment of joy. The fire's transformative power did not end with the night. By dawn, the mortals had begun to understand its potential. They used it to cook their meager food, transforming raw roots and tough meat into something warm and nourishing. They discovered that the flames could harden their tools, making their weapons sharper, their implements sturdier. They found that the fire could shape the earth itself, melting metal from stone and forging it into shapes their hands could wield. The village began to change. Where once there had been only fear and hunger, now there was purpose. Men and women worked together, their labors no longer dictated solely by survival. They began to dream of more. With the fire's light guiding them, they dared to look beyond their immediate needs, to imagine a future where they could thrive rather than merely endure. Prometheus ventured from village to village, spreading the fire to other communities. Everywhere he went, he saw the same reaction: astonishment, gratitude, and the stirrings of ambition. The fire was not merely a gift, it was a revolution. It awakened something in the mortals that had long been buried, a spark of creativity, of resilience, of defiance. They no longer cowered beneath the gaze of the stars. They began to see themselves as more than subjects of the gods. They were creators in their own right. But with the fire's light came shadows. As the mortals embraced their gift, Prometheus began to see the seeds of something darker. The fire gave them power, and with power came greed. In one village, a man hoarded the fire for himself, refusing to share it with his neighbors unless they paid him with what little they had. In another, a group of warriors used the fire to forge weapons and turned them against their own kin, seeking to dominate rather than protect. Prometheus's heart grew heavy as he watched these events unfold. He had given humanity the fire to save them, to uplift them, but he had not foreseen the ways it could be misused. For every act of kindness, there was an act of cruelty. For every moment of unity, there was a moment of division. The fire, it seemed, was both a blessing and a curse. Still, Prometheus did not regret his choice. The fire had awakened humanity, given them the tools to shape their destiny. The darkness of their nature was not born of the fire. It had always been there, a reflection of the gods who had created them. The fire merely brought it into the light. And so, humanity's awakening continued. The mortals began to spread across the land, their villages growing into towns, their tools into machines. They tamed the wilderness, carved paths through mountains, and built structures that reached toward the heavens. They began to question the gods, to challenge the notion that they were mere playthings of Olympus. They sang songs of defiance, of freedom, their voices rising like a storm that could not be silenced. But even as humanity rose, Prometheus knew that their triumph would be short-lived. Zeus would not stand for this rebellion. The king of the gods would see the fire as an affront, a direct challenge to his authority. Prometheus could feel the storm brewing, the tension in the air as Olympus stirred. The gods would come, and they would bring their wrath with them. For now, though, Prometheus allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. He stood on a hillside overlooking a village, the glow of its fires visible even in the daylight. The mortals moved with purpose, their laughter carrying on the wind, their faces alive with hope. It was a sight that warmed his heart, even as he prepared for the consequences of his actions. Humanity had awakened, and the world would never be the same. Prometheus had given them the spark, and it was up to them to keep it alive, to use it wisely, to rise above their base instincts and become something greater. Whether they succeeded or failed, whether they honored his sacrifice or squandered it, one thing was certain. The fire would burn, and its light would guide them through the darkness. But that light, Prometheus knew, would cast long shadows. And in those shadows, the gods waited, their vengeance like a blade poised to strike. Far above the mortal realm, Olympus seethed with unrest. Its golden halls, once vibrant with laughter and song, now resonated with the echoes of fury. The skies above the mountain darkened, swirling with black clouds that crackled with unspent lightning. The air grew heavy, pregnant with the promise of devastation. Zeus, the thunderer, sat upon his throne, his eyes burning like molten gold, his expression carved from stone. The king of the gods was enraged, his wrath a storm ready to break. News of Prometheus's betrayal had reached Olympus, carried by the shrill cries of Zeus's eagle. The sacred fire, the divine spark that was the birthright of the gods, had been stolen and given to mortals. It now burned across the earth, lighting the paths of humanity and lifting them from the shadows. What had once been a world of cold, trembling obedience was now ablaze with defiance, and Zeus could not abide it. The great hall of Olympus was filled with the assembled gods, summoned to bear witness to Zeus's fury. They stood in uneasy silence, their gazes flickering between their king and the storm gathering beyond the marble pillars. Even the bravest among them dared not speak, for they had seen the extent of Zeus's power, had witnessed the destruction he could unleash with but a flick of his hand. Zeus rose from his throne, the movement sending a ripple of tension through the hall. His voice, when it came, was like the roar of thunder, shaking the very foundations of Olympus. "Prometheus," he spat, the name like venom on his tongue. "That wretched Titan has dared to defy me. He has stolen the sacred fire, the essence of our power, and gifted it to the mortals. He has mocked my authority, spat in the face of Olympus, and now those insects below dare to stand upright, thinking themselves our equals." His words hung in the air, a palpable force that made even the immortal gods tremble. Hera, seated beside him, placed a hand on his arm, her voice soothing but laced with her own brand of malice. "My husband," she said, "Prometheus has indeed betrayed you, but let us not act in haste. The mortals are beneath us, and Prometheus's defiance will bring him nothing but ruin. Your justice will be swift and eternal, as it always is." Zeus shrugged off her hand, his eyes narrowing. "Justice?" he growled. "No, Hera, this is no matter of simple justice. This is war. Prometheus has ignited rebellion, and rebellion must be crushed. I will make an example of him so terrible, so unforgettable, that no god or mortal will ever dare to defy me again." A murmur spread through the gods, some nodding in agreement, others shifting uncomfortably. Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger, stepped forward, his tone cautious. "Father Zeus," he said, bowing low, "Prometheus is cunning, and he has hidden himself well. If I may suggest—" "Silence!" Zeus thundered, the hall shaking with his rage. "Do you think I need your counsel, Hermes? Do you think I am blind to the ways of that scheming Titan? I know where he hides, and I will find him. But first, I will unleash my fury upon the mortals who dared accept his stolen gift. They will know the cost of defiance." Zeus raised his hand, and the skies outside darkened further. Lightning coiled around his fingers, a serpent of pure energy, and the air grew thick with the smell of ozone. The gods watched in silence as he summoned his power, their faces masks of awe and fear. On Earth, the mortals had begun to rebuild their lives, their villages glowing with the light of the sacred fire. They worked tirelessly, their laughter ringing through the valleys, their faces alight with hope. They did not yet know that their joy had drawn the ire of Olympus, that the king of the gods was preparing to strike them down. The first sign of Zeus's wrath came as a low rumble in the distance, a sound that grew steadily louder until it seemed to fill the sky. The mortals looked up, their eyes widening in fear as black clouds gathered above them, swirling like a living thing. The wind howled, tearing at their homes and scattering their fires. Then, with a deafening crack, the first bolt of lightning struck, splitting the earth and igniting the trees. Zeus's fury was unleashed in full force. Lightning rained down from the heavens, setting the forests ablaze and turning rivers to steam. The mortals fled in terror, their cries drowned out by the roar of the storm. The fire that had been their salvation now became their torment, consuming everything in its path. Crops withered, homes crumbled, and the beasts of the wilderness, driven mad by the chaos, turned on their human neighbors. From his vantage point, Prometheus watched in horror. He had known Zeus would retaliate, but he had not foreseen the extent of his cruelty. The Titan's heart ached as he saw the mortals, who had only just begun to rise from their suffering, cast back into despair. Yet even as the storm raged, he saw something remarkable. The mortals did not give up. They fought to save their fires, to protect their families, to rebuild even as the gods sought to destroy them. Prometheus clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. He had given humanity the fire, and he would not abandon them now. He would bear the full weight of Zeus's wrath if it meant the mortals could keep their spark of hope alive. Zeus's vengeance did not end with the mortals. His true target was Prometheus, and he would not rest until the Titan was brought to justice. The king of the gods dispatched his eagle, a monstrous creature with wings like storm clouds and talons sharp enough to rend stone. The eagle was the embodiment of Zeus's wrath, a hunter that would never tire, never falter. Prometheus fled to the edges of the world, seeking refuge in the desolate places where even the gods rarely ventured. He hid in caves carved from ice, in forests shrouded in mist, on islands surrounded by treacherous seas. But no matter where he went, the eagle found him, its piercing cry echoing through the heavens as it descended upon him with relentless fury. The Titan fought back as best he could, using his wits and his strength to evade capture. He lured the eagle into traps, led it into storms, and even faced it in battle, wielding fire stolen from his own gift to humanity. But the eagle was a creature of the gods, and it could not be destroyed. Each time Prometheus thought he had escaped, the eagle returned, more determined than ever. Finally, weary and battered, Prometheus climbed to a remote peak, a place where the air was thin and the ground was jagged stone. He knew he could run no longer. He stood at the edge of the precipice, the wind tearing at his robes, and turned to face his pursuer. The eagle descended, its wings casting a shadow over the land, and Prometheus braced himself for the inevitable. Before the eagle could strike, the heavens opened, and Zeus himself descended in a chariot of lightning. The king of the gods towered over Prometheus, his form wreathed in storms, his eyes burning with divine fury. "Do you see now, Titan?" Zeus thundered, his voice shaking the mountain. "Do you see the cost of your defiance? You sought to elevate mortals, to give them what was not theirs to take, and now they suffer for your arrogance. You have defied the gods, and for that you will pay." Prometheus stood tall, his defiance unbroken despite his weariness. "I see, Zeus," he said, his voice steady. "I see the cruelty of a king who fears his own subjects. I see the desperation of a god who cannot tolerate the thought of others rising to meet him. You may punish me, but you cannot unmake what I have done. The fire burns, and it will not be extinguished." Zeus's eyes blazed, and with a gesture, chains of unbreakable adamantine appeared, binding Prometheus to the jagged peak. The eagle landed beside him, its talons gleaming, and Zeus spoke one final decree. "For your crimes, you will suffer for all eternity," he said. "Each day, the eagle will feast upon your liver, and each night it will regrow, so that your torment will never end. Let this be a warning to all who would dare defy the will of Zeus." As the eagle struck, tearing into his flesh, Prometheus did not cry out. His pain was immeasurable, his suffering endless, but his spirit remained unbroken. He had given humanity the fire, and for that he would endure. Above him, the storm raged on, a testament to Zeus's wrath. Yet, even in the depths of his torment, Prometheus found solace in a single truth. The fire he had stolen still burned, and its light would guide humanity through the darkness. High upon the jagged peaks of the Caucasus Mountains, where the winds howled like tortured spirits, and the air was thin and biting, Prometheus was bound. The chains that held him were forged from unbreakable adamantine, shimmering like liquid moonlight, unyielding as the will of Zeus himself. They wrapped around his wrists and ankles, biting into his flesh, pinning him to the cold, unfeeling rock. Prometheus, the Titan who had defied the gods, hung suspended between heaven and earth, a solitary figure cast against the endless expanse of the sky. Zeus's punishment had been swift and merciless. The king of the gods had not only sought to inflict pain, but to make an example of Prometheus, a lesson etched in torment, visible for all the world to see. The peak where Prometheus was chained was barren and desolate, a place untouched by the fires of humanity, unreachable by mortals. Below, the world carried on, ignorant of the price their benefactor paid for their gift of fire. Above, the gods of Olympus watched, some with satisfaction, others with silent unease, as the punishment unfolded. The days were unrelenting. As the first rays of dawn broke over the mountains, the herald of Prometheus's torment arrived. The eagle of Zeus, a creature born of the storm, descended from the heavens, its wings spanning the sky, its talons glinting like freshly sharpened blades. The eagle was no ordinary bird. It was a manifestation of Zeus's wrath, its eyes glowing with a cruel intelligence, its feathers crackling with divine energy. Prometheus, despite the chains that bound him, met the eagle's gaze with defiance. His body bore the marks of countless days of suffering, his skin pale and torn, his muscles trembling from exhaustion, but his spirit remained unbroken. As the eagle landed before him, its claws scraping against the rock, Prometheus straightened, refusing to show weakness. The eagle let out a piercing cry, a sound that echoed across the peaks before lunging forward. Its beak, sharp as any weapon forged by Hephaestus, tore into Prometheus's side. The Titan gritted his teeth, his body convulsing as the eagle feasted on his liver. The pain was beyond comprehension, a searing, burning agony that radiated through every fiber of his being. Blood spilled onto the rocks, staining them crimson as the eagle devoured its prize. Yet Prometheus did not scream. He refused to give Zeus the satisfaction of hearing his torment. His breaths came in ragged gasps, his body writhing against the chains, but his eyes never wavered. They remained fixed on the horizon, where the world he had saved lay bathed in the light of the fire he had stolen. It was this thought, the knowledge that humanity thrived, that sustained him through the endless agony. The eagle fed until the sun reached its zenith, its monstrous form silhouetted against the blazing light. When it had taken its fill, it spread its wings and took to the skies, its cries fading as it disappeared into the heavens. Prometheus was left alone, his body broken, his spirit battered but intact. The chains held him upright, preventing him from collapsing, forcing him to endure the weight of his suffering. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night brought no relief. The cold crept in, seeping into Prometheus's wounds, numbing his fingers and toes, biting into his exposed flesh. The wind howled through the peaks, carrying with it the cries of distant wolves and the mournful rustle of leaves far below. Prometheus shivered, his breath visible in the frigid air, his body trembling from pain and exhaustion. But the night also brought a strange solace. Under the cover of darkness, Prometheus allowed himself to reflect. His thoughts wandered to the mortals he had saved, to the villages illuminated by firelight, to the laughter of children no longer afraid of the dark. He imagined their lives, the warmth of their hearts, the hope that now burned in their hearts. It was this vision that kept him sane, that reminded him why he had chosen this path. Yet even in his reflections, doubt crept in. Was it worth it? Had he truly done the right thing? The fire had brought both light and shadow. It had given humanity the tools to survive, to create, to dream, but it had also unleashed their darker instincts. Wars fought over territory, greed fueled by the desire for power, and destruction wrought by the misuse of fire. All of these weighed heavily on Prometheus's mind. And still, he resolved that the fire was worth it. Humanity was flawed, yes, but they were also capable of greatness. They were not gods, and that was their beauty. They struggled, they stumbled, but they also rose. They fought for what they believed in, and they loved fiercely, even in the face of despair. Prometheus believed in their potential, and for that belief, he would endure. Each morning brought the eagle, and with it, the cycle of suffering began anew. The bird would descend, relentless and hungry, and tear into Prometheus's flesh. His liver, a divine organ, regrew each night, ensuring that his torment was endless. The pain was not merely physical. It was a profound psychological torment, a reminder of Zeus's dominance, of the unyielding power of the gods. Prometheus's body grew weaker with each passing day, his wounds taking longer to heal, his strength waning. Yet his mind remained sharp, his spirit unbroken. He spoke to the winds, to the mountains, to the stars, as if the universe itself could hear his defiance. He cursed Zeus for his cruelty, mocked the gods for their cowardice, and prayed that one day humanity would rise to challenge Olympus itself. The gods, for their part, watched from afar. Some visited the peak, their faces masks of pity or indifference. Hermes came once, bearing an offer of mercy if Prometheus would only apologize and renounce his gift to humanity. Prometheus laughed bitterly, his voice hoarse but filled with conviction. "Tell Zeus," he said, "that I would endure this torment 1,000 times over before I bow to him." Hermes departed without another word, and Prometheus was left alone once more. As the centuries stretched on, Prometheus's name became a legend among mortals. They told stories of the Titan who had defied the gods, who had given them fire at the cost of his own freedom. Some built shrines to him, lighting fires in his honor, their prayers carried on the winds to the desolate peak where he hung. Though Prometheus could not hear their words, he felt their faith, their gratitude, like a warmth that pierced through the cold. It was this connection to humanity that sustained him. Though the gods sought to isolate him, to make him feel abandoned, Prometheus knew he was not alone. The mortals he had saved were his legacy, his vindication. Each fire that burned in the world below was a symbol of his defiance, a reminder that Zeus's will was not absolute. And so, Prometheus endured. The eagle came, and he bore its attacks. The nights were cold, and he weathered their chill. The gods mocked him, and he met their scorn with silence. His suffering was great, but his resolve was greater. He had lit a spark that could not be extinguished, a flame that would burn long after his torment had ended. One day, Prometheus sensed a change. The air felt different, charged with an energy he could not place. The eagle did not come, and the winds seemed to carry a whisper of something new. Prometheus lifted his head, his eyes scanning the horizon. He did not know what was coming, but for the first time in centuries, he felt a flicker of hope. far below, humanity continued to thrive. The fire burned in their homes, their forges, their hearts. They did not know the full extent of Prometheus's sacrifice, but they honored him in their way, their resilience a testament to his gift. And though Prometheus remained bound, his spirit soared. He had given humanity a chance, and that was enough. Prometheus's punishment was eternal, but so too was his defiance. He hung upon the mountain, battered but unbroken, a figure of resilience against the tyranny of the gods. His suffering was great, but his legacy was greater. The fire burned on, a light in the darkness, a spark of hope that no storm could extinguish. The fire that Prometheus had stolen from Olympus burned brightly across the mortal world, transforming it in ways both wondrous and terrifying. It was no longer confined to the sacred hearth of the gods. It had become humanity's own, a spark that ignited their imaginations and their ambitions. Where once the darkness had reigned supreme, light now flickered in every corner of the earth. But with the fire came a shadow, a curse as inevitable as the dawn that follows night. At first, the fire seemed to be a gift beyond compare. It warmed cold bodies, illuminated dark nights, and drove back the beasts that had long terrorized humanity. Around the flames, communities grew stronger, and bonds deepened. Stories were told, songs were sung, and the once silent nights echoed with the sound of laughter. For the first time, humanity began to thrive. The fire was not merely a source of survival, it was a tool of creation. It transformed the crude tools of the past into weapons and instruments of precision. The blacksmith's forge became the heart of every village, its glow a symbol of progress. With fire, mortals shaped metal into plows that tilled the soil, enabling them to reap bountiful harvests. They built homes of wood and stone, fortified against the harshness of nature. Their confidence grew, and with it came an audacious hope that they might someday master the world that had once enslaved them. Prometheus, chained to the icy peak of the Caucasus, watched this transformation with a mixture of pride and sorrow. Each night, as his wounds healed and his liver regrew, he gazed down upon the world lit by the fires he had gifted. He saw humanity rise from despair, their faces lit with hope, their eyes gleaming with newfound ambition. Yet he also saw the shadows that crept at the edges of the flames, the signs of a darkness that grew alongside their light. The curse of fire revealed itself gradually, like cracks spreading through the foundation of a great tower. The mortals who had once huddled together for survival began to divide themselves. They argued over the land, over resources, and over the flames that burned at the center of their villages. Fire became a possession, a symbol of power, and with power came envy and greed. The first war began as a skirmish between two tribes, each claiming ownership of a fertile valley. What started as shouted words and thrown stones quickly escalated. Weapons, forged in the very fires that had once been shared freely, were now turned against one another. Spears clashed, blood spilled, and the cries of the wounded rose to the heavens. The flames that had been a source of life became tools of destruction. Villages were burned, their people scattered, and the earth was left scarred. Prometheus watched, his heart heavy with sorrow. He had given humanity fire to protect themselves, to create, to dream. He had never imagined they would use it to destroy one another. As the eagle tore into his flesh each day, Prometheus's mind turned over the consequences of his gift. Had he unleashed something that humanity could not control? Was this their nature? Or was it the influence of the gods who watched from above, sowing discord for their own amusement? As centuries passed, fire became the heart of human ambition. It was no longer just a tool for survival, but the foundation of their civilization. Great cities rose from the earth, their towers reaching toward the heavens, their streets lit by the glow of countless torches. The forge became a place of invention, where humanity pushed the boundaries of what was possible. With fire, they built ships that sailed the seas, bringing trade and knowledge to distant lands. They crafted machines that multiplied their strength, transforming the world around them. They created art and music, their creativity ignited by the flames that burned within and without. The fire was no longer merely physical, it was a symbol of their spirit, their will to overcome. But the curse of fire was not so easily extinguished. For every marvel it produced, it also brought destruction. The same ships that carried trade also carried armies, their torches lighting the way for conquest. The machines that built cities were turned into engines of war, their smoke choking the skies. The fire that warmed their homes became a weapon in the hands of those who sought power, reducing entire civilizations to ash. Prometheus, bound and broken, bore witness to it all. He saw the rise and fall of empires, the cycle of creation and destruction that seemed inescapable. Each night, as he healed from the eagle's torment, he reflected on the dual nature of his gift. Fire had given humanity the power to shape their destiny, but it had also exposed the darkness within them. The curse of fire was not limited to war. It crept into the hearts of mortals, feeding their greed and their insatiable desire for more. The flame that had once been a symbol of unity now divided them. Kings and chieftains hoarded it, using it to consolidate their power, while the poor huddled in the cold, their fires extinguished by the weight of oppression. The gods, watching from Olympus, reveled in the chaos. Zeus, in particular, took satisfaction in humanity's struggles. "Let them burn," he said, his voice echoing through the halls of Olympus. "They are fools, no better than beasts. Prometheus's gift has only proven their unworthiness." But not all the gods shared his disdain. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, wept for the mortals, her tears falling like rain upon the earth. "They are learning," she said, her voice soft but resolute. "They stumble, but they also rise. The fire is not their curse, it is their test." Zeus dismissed her words, his gaze fixed on the world below. For him, the suffering of mortals was a reminder of his power, a vindication of his judgment. Yet even he could not deny the resilience of humanity. No matter how many times they fell, they always rose again, their flames rekindled. From his perch on the desolate peak, Prometheus wrestled with his guilt and his hope. He had known the risks of his defiance, the wrath it would bring upon him, and the mortals he sought to save. But he had not foreseen the depths of humanity's potential for both greatness and destruction. Each night, as he hung in his chains, he spoke to the winds, his voice carrying across the mountains. "O mortals," he whispered, "what have I done? I gave you fire to lift you from the darkness, to free you from the grip of despair. Yet you use it to destroy, to conquer, to harm one another. Is this your nature, or is it the curse of the gods who made you?" But even as he questioned, he could not bring himself to regret his choice. He saw the beauty in humanity's struggle, the light that flickered even in the darkest of times. They were flawed, yes, but they were also extraordinary. They dared to dream, to hope, to strive for something greater. It was this duality, their capacity for both creation and destruction, that made them unique. The curse of fire could not extinguish its gift. For every war, there was a moment of peace. For every act of destruction, there was an act of creation. The flames that burned across the earth were both a reminder of humanity's flaws and a testament to their potential. Prometheus, though bound and tormented, took solace in this. His suffering was great, but it was not without purpose. The fire he had stolen had changed the world, and though it had brought pain, it had also brought progress. Humanity would learn, as he had, that the greatest gifts often came with the greatest burdens. And so, the fire burned on, a symbol of defiance and resilience, a light that pushed back the shadows. It was a curse and a blessing, a force that shaped humanity's destiny. Prometheus, the Titan who had dared to defy the gods, watched from his lonely peak, his heart heavy but resolute. The fire was theirs now, for better or worse, and it would burn until the end of time. Far below the jagged peaks of the Caucasus Mountains, where Prometheus languished in unending torment, a quiet revolution stirred among mortals. The fire he had stolen from Olympus had not only ignited their hearths, but also their spirits. Humanity, though burdened by the curse that came with fire, began to dream of something greater, of freedom, of justice, and of defiance. Whispers of rebellion traveled like the wind, weaving through villages, towns, and cities, carrying with them the seeds of hope. In a hidden valley surrounded by towering cliffs and dense forests, a sanctuary was born. Here, a small group of mortals gathered, their hearts burning with the memory of the Titan who had defied the gods for their sake. They were the keepers of his legacy, a band of dreamers, warriors, and visionaries who called themselves the Flame Bearers. At the center of their sanctuary burned an eternal fire, a fragment of the sacred flame Prometheus had gifted to humanity. It was their beacon, their rallying point, and their symbol of defiance. The sanctuary itself was a marvel of human ingenuity, built in secret to evade the watchful eyes of Olympus. Hidden behind waterfalls and nestled in caves, it was a place of warmth and light, where the fire burned day and night. Here, blacksmiths forged weapons not for conquest but for protection. Storytellers wove tales of Prometheus's sacrifice, and healers tended to the wounded who had fled Zeus's wrath. The air was thick with purpose, every breath a testament to their resolve. Leading the flame bearers was a mortal named Kael, a young warrior with a scar that ran from his brow to his cheek, a mark of the first rebellion he had led against the tyrants who sought to control the fire. Kael was not a man of lofty speeches or grand gestures, but his quiet determination inspired those around him. His voice carried the weight of conviction, and his eyes burned with an intensity that could not be extinguished. One evening, as the flames cast flickering shadows on the walls of the sanctuary, Kael stood before his people. His voice rang out, steady and clear. "We are the children of fire," he said, his words a spark that ignited the hearts of his followers. "Prometheus gave us this gift not to cower in the shadows, but to stand in the light. The gods would see us broken, divided, and afraid. But we are stronger than they know. We are united, and together we will rise." The rebellion began as a whisper, a quiet defiance that spread across the land. Villages that had once paid tribute to the gods now hoarded their grain, their livestock, their fire. Smiths forged blades in secret, and hunters turned their spears toward Olympus. The flame-bearers moved under the cover of darkness, spreading their message of hope and resistance. They spoke of Prometheus, the Titan who had defied Zeus, and of the fire that symbolized humanity's potential. Zeus, seated on his golden throne atop Olympus, watched these developments with growing fury. The mortal world, once a domain of quiet submission, was now alive with unrest. His eagle brought him reports of villages that refused to kneel, of fires that burned in defiance of his will, of songs that celebrated the name of Prometheus. To Zeus, this rebellion was an insult, a direct challenge to his authority. "They forget their place," he snarled, his voice echoing through the halls of Olympus. "These mortals, these insects, dare to defy me." Hera, ever the strategist, placed a calming hand on his arm. "Mortals are like flames themselves," she said. "They burn brightly, but are easily extinguished. Let us crush this rebellion swiftly and without mercy. A single strike will remind them of their folly." Zeus nodded, his eyes blazing. He summoned Hermes, the swift-footed messenger, and issued his command. "Go to the mortal world," Zeus ordered, "and remind them of my power. Destroy their fires, scatter their rebels, and let the name of Zeus be spoken in fear once more." Hermes descended from Olympus like a streak of light, his speed unmatched, his purpose clear. He swept across the land, extinguishing the fires that burned in defiance of the gods. Villages were left cold and dark, their people shivering in the shadow of Zeus's wrath. Lightning split the skies, striking down those who dared to resist, and the winds carried the cries of the suffering. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, the rebellion did not falter. The flame-bearers moved swiftly, rekindling fires wherever they were extinguished, rebuilding what was destroyed. For every village that fell, another rose to take its place. They had become more than a scattered group of rebels. They were a movement, a force that could not be silenced. In the sanctuary, Kael stood before the eternal flame, his face lit by its glow. "The gods strike us because they fear us," he said to his people. "They see in us what they refuse to see in themselves, the power to change, to create, to defy. Let their storms rage, let their wrath fall upon us. We will endure, for we are the children of fire." As the rebellion grew, so too did the flame-bearers resolve to free their benefactor. Prometheus, the Titan who had given them fire, remained bound to the peak of the Caucasus Mountains, enduring unending torment for their sake. His name was more than a rallying cry. It was a reminder of the cost of defiance, of the price of freedom. The flame-bearers vowed to free him, no matter the cost. Kael and a group of the bravest warriors set out on a perilous journey to the mountains. The path was treacherous, fraught with dangers both natural and divine. They crossed raging rivers, scaled cliffs slick with ice, and evaded the watchful eyes of Zeus's eagle. Their progress was slow, each step a test of their determination. As they neared the peak, they saw him, Prometheus, chained to the rock, his body broken but his spirit unyielding. The sight of him filled them with both sorrow and resolve. Here was their savior, the Titan who had suffered so that they might rise, and they would not leave him to his torment. But their journey had not gone unnoticed. Zeus, ever vigilant, sent his eagle to intercept them. The great bird descended upon the rebels with a screech that shook the mountains, its talons gleaming like blades. Kael and his warriors fought valiantly, their weapons clashing against the eagle's unyielding form. They knew they could not defeat it, but their goal was not to win the battle. It was to reach Prometheus. Amid the chaos, Kael reached the Titan's side. Prometheus, his voice hoarse from centuries of suffering, looked down at the mortal who dared to challenge the gods. "You should not have come," he said, his tone both grateful and sorrowful. "Zeus's wrath will destroy you." Kael shook his head, his eyes blazing with determination. "You gave us fire," he said. "You gave us hope. We cannot abandon you." The warriors, though outmatched, fought with a ferocity born of desperation. They bought Kael precious moments to work at the chains that bound Prometheus. But before he could free the Titan, the eagle let out a deafening cry, summoning a storm that swept through the mountains. The rebels were scattered, their mission thwarted. Though the rescue mission had failed, the rebellion was far from over. The flame-bearers returned to their sanctuary, their numbers diminished but their resolve intact. They lit their fires anew, their flames burning brighter than ever. The rebellion had become more than a fight for freedom. It was a fight for the soul of humanity. Prometheus, though still bound, felt the warmth of their defiance. Their actions gave him strength, a reminder that his suffering was not in vain. He spoke to the winds, his voice carried it to the ears of the rebels. "Do not despair," he said. "The gods may strike you down, but your spirit will endure. The fire burns within you, and that is a flame no storm can extinguish." The rebellion continued, a spark that grew into a blaze, lighting the path for future generations. The curse of fire had become a blessing, a symbol of humanity's resilience and their refusal to bow. And though the gods watched with disdain, they could not snuff out the hope that burned in the hearts of mortals. For Prometheus's gift was not just fire. It was the courage to stand against the darkness, to defy even the mightiest of foes, and to claim the light as their own. The rebellion was not merely a fight. It was the embodiment of humanity's eternal flame. The winds howled across the desolate peaks of the Caucasus Mountains, carrying with them the echoes of rebellion rising from the mortal world below. Zeus's storm brewed above, his fury roiling in the blackened skies, threatening to consume all who defied him. The fire stolen by Prometheus had sparked more than light. It had ignited a defiance that even the gods could no longer ignore. The time for silent rebellion had passed. The time for confrontation had come. From every corner of the mortal world they came. Farmers, blacksmiths, warriors, and visionaries. The rebellion had grown beyond the flame-bearers. It had become a movement that spanned villages and kingdoms. At the head of this mortal army stood Kael, the young leader whose courage had inspired countless others. His scarred face bore the marks of battles fought and sacrifices made, but his eyes burned with the fire of hope. In his hands, he carried a blade forged in the sacred fire, its edge glowing faintly with divine energy. The army gathered at the base of Mount Olympus, their torches flickering like stars against the shadowed slopes. The air was thick with tension, the weight of their purpose pressing down on them. They knew the odds. They were mortals, challenging the might of the gods themselves. Yet they stood resolute, for they fought not just for themselves, but for the promise of a world unshackled from divine tyranny. Kael raised his voice, his words cutting through the restless murmurs. Today, we climb not for vengeance, but for freedom. Prometheus gave us fire so that we might rise above the darkness. He suffers for our sake, bound by chains that we alone have the power to break. The gods have ruled us through fear, but fear no longer holds sway over us. We are the children of fire, and today we will take our destiny into our own hands." A roar erupted from the army, their voices echoing across the mountain. Together they began the ascent, their torches illuminating the path ahead. Above them, the storm gathered, a living testament to Zeus's wrath. Lightning split the sky, and thunder rolled like the drums of war. Olympus would not yield easily. As the army climbed, they encountered the guardians of Olympus, creatures forged by the gods to protect their sacred realm. First came the Cyclopes, towering beings of stone and muscle, their single eyes glowing with an unearthly light. They swung massive clubs, their roars shaking the very mountain. But the mortals fought with a ferocity born of desperation. Their weapons, imbued with the fire of rebellion, shattered stone and pierced divine flesh. For every fallen Cyclops, a dozen mortals fell, but the army pressed on, their resolve unbroken. Next came the Harpies, winged monstrosities that descended from the skies with talons like blades. They tore through the ranks, their shrieks deafening, their speed unmatched. But the mortals adapted, using nets and flaming arrows to bring the creatures down. The Harpies fell one by one, their cries fading as the army climbed higher. Finally, the Chimera emerged, its 3 heads, lion, goat, and serpent, bellowing flames and venom. The beast was a terror, its sheer size and ferocity threatening to turn the tide. Kael himself faced the Chimera, his glowing blade cutting through its defenses. With a final, desperate strike, he drove the blade into the heart of the beast, its death throes shaking the mountain. The path to Olympus lay open, but the cost had been great. As the army reached the gates of Olympus, the storm intensified. Zeus stood atop his golden throne, his form wreathed in lightning, his eyes blazing with fury. He watched as the mortals breached the threshold of his realm, their torches and weapons defying his divine authority. His voice boomed across the heavens, a thunderous roar that shook the foundations of Olympus. "Insolent mortals!" Zeus bellowed. "You dare to bring your rebellion to the gates of the gods? You dare to defy me, the king of Olympus? Your arrogance will be your undoing." With a wave of his hand, Zeus unleashed his power. Lightning rained down upon the mortals, striking with unrelenting force. The ground cracked and split, and the air burned with the scent of ozone. Mortals fell, their cries lost in the cacophony of destruction. Yet even in the face of such devastation, they did not retreat. Kael stood at the forefront, his blade raised high. "We do not fight for vengeance, Zeus," he shouted, his voice cutting through the storm. "We fight for freedom, for the right to live without fear. You may strike us down, but you cannot extinguish the fire that burns within us." Zeus's laughter was cold and cruel. "Then you will burn in that fire, mortal. You and all who follow you." As the battle raged on, a small group of warriors led by Kael broke away from the main force, their goal clear: to reach Prometheus and free him from his chains. They climbed higher into the peaks, the wind howling around them, the storm raging above. At last, they reached the desolate summit where the Titan hung, his body broken but his spirit unyielding. Prometheus lifted his head as they approached, his eyes filled with both sorrow and hope. "You should not have come," he said, his voice weak but steady. "Zeus will destroy you for this." Kael stepped forward, his expression resolute. "You gave us fire, Prometheus. You gave us hope. We will not leave you to suffer alone." With their combined strength, they began to work at the chains that bound the Titan. The adamantine bonds, forged by Hephaestus himself, resisted their efforts, but the fire imbued in their weapons gave them strength. As they chipped away at the unbreakable metal, the storm above intensified. Zeus knew what they were attempting, and he would not allow it. The eagle, Zeus's monstrous enforcer, descended from the skies, its talons gleaming with divine energy. It struck with fury, scattering the warriors and tearing through their ranks. Kael fought valiantly, his blade clashing against the eagle's unyielding form. He drove it back, giving his companions the time they needed. At last, with a deafening crack, the final chain broke. Prometheus fell to his knees, his strength returning as the fire within him rekindled. The Titan rose, his form towering over the mortals, his eyes blazing with the light of defiance. Prometheus turned his gaze to Olympus, his voice ringing out like thunder. Zeus, your tyranny ends here. You sought to punish me for giving humanity hope, but their defiance proves your failure. The fire you sought to withhold burns brighter than ever. Zeus descended from the heavens, his form wreathed in lightning, his expression a mask of fury. Prometheus, he snarled, you dare to challenge me again? You and these mortals will learn the price of rebellion. The battle that followed was a clash of titanic forces. Zeus hurled lightning, each bolt a cataclysm that tore through the earth. Prometheus, wielding the strength of the Titan who had defied the gods, met each strike with unrelenting resolve. The mortals joined the fray, their torches and weapons glowing with the fire that symbolized their unity. The storm raged on, the heavens and earth trembling under the weight of the conflict. Prometheus and Zeus clashed in a battle that seemed to defy the very laws of creation. The Titan, though weakened by centuries of torment, fought with the strength of one who had nothing left to lose. The mortals, though fragile and finite, fought with the courage of those who had everything to gain. As the battle reached its climax, Zeus prepared to unleash his full power, a storm that would annihilate everything in its path. But at that moment, Prometheus spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos. Look at them, Zeus. Look at the mortals you sought to crush. They do not cower before you. They stand, they fight, they endure. That is the true power of fire, the power to defy, to rise, to hope. Zeus hesitated, his gaze shifting to the mortals who continued to fight, their torches burning despite the storm. For a fleeting moment, the king of the gods saw not weakness but strength, not defiance but resilience. It was a truth he could not admit, yet could not deny. Prometheus seized the moment, his voice rising in a final triumphant cry. Your rule ends not with a thunderclap, but with a spark. The fire you sought to extinguish will burn long after you are gone. Zeus, his fury spent, withdrew to Olympus, his form flickering like a dying storm. The mortals stood victorious, their torches blazing against the darkened sky. Prometheus, freed from his chains, stood among them, a symbol of their triumph, their hope, and their unbreakable spirit. The storm passed, and the first light of dawn broke over the mountains. The rebellion had succeeded, not through vengeance, but through unity. The fire burned on, a testament to the courage of mortals and the sacrifice of a Titan who had dared to defy the gods. Prometheus, though free, chose to walk among the mortals, guiding them as they built a world lit by the fire of hope. The final confrontation was not an end, but a beginning. The dawn of an age where humanity stood not as subjects of the gods, but as masters of their own destiny. the storm had passed, leaving the world bathed in the soft glow of a new dawn. The winds that once howled across the peaks of the Caucasus Mountains had calmed, and the skies that had raged with Zeus's fury now stretched endlessly, painted in hues of gold and amber. Humanity stood on the precipice of a new age, the light of Prometheus's fire illuminating their path. Yet, for all that had been won, the echoes of the battle lingered in the air, a solemn reminder of the cost of their victory. Across the earth, the fire burned brighter than ever. Villages, once scattered and fearful, grew into towns and cities, their streets glowing with the warmth of flame-lit hearths. The light chased away the shadows that had haunted humanity for so long, and with it came a sense of hope that had once seemed impossible. Mortals no longer trembled beneath the gaze of the gods. They stood tall, their hearts filled with the courage born of defiance. The rebellion had done more than break Zeus's chains of fear. It had united humanity. Those who had fought together on the slopes of Olympus returned to their homes not as individuals, but as part of something greater. They shared stories of the battle, of the courage they had seen in one another, and of the Titan who had endured unthinkable torment to give them the gift of fire. The name of Prometheus became a beacon, a symbol of resilience and sacrifice. Shrines were built in his honor, their altars adorned with flames that never extinguished. Around these fires, people gathered to remember, to celebrate, and to dream. The fire itself became more than a tool. It became a metaphor for what humanity had achieved. It was both fragile and fierce, capable of creation and destruction. Mortals began to see themselves reflected in its duality, understanding that the power they wielded came with responsibility. They learned to temper their ambition with wisdom, their strength with compassion. Though the fire had brought both war and progress, humanity vowed to honor its gift by striving toward a better future. Prometheus, the Titan who had suffered for their sake, walked among them. Freed from his chains, he was no longer the broken figure bound to the desolate peak. His wounds had healed, though the scars remained, etched into his flesh as a testament to his sacrifice. His eyes, once dimmed by centuries of torment, now burned with the light of hope. He did not seek to rule or to be worshipped. Instead, he chose to guide humanity, walking among them as a teacher and a mentor. He shared his wisdom, teaching them not just how to wield fire, but how to live with the responsibility it demanded. He encouraged them to create, to innovate, to push the boundaries of what they thought possible, while always remembering the cost of hubris. In one village, Prometheus helped a blacksmith forge tools that transformed the barren earth into fertile fields. In another, he taught builders to construct homes that withstood the elements, offering warmth and safety. Everywhere he went, he saw the fire reflected in the eyes of those he helped, a reminder that his suffering had not been in vain. Yet, even as he walked among them, Prometheus remained acutely aware of the burden he carried. He had defied the king of the gods, and though Zeus had withdrawn, Prometheus knew the storm was not over. The gods of Olympus watched from afar, their pride wounded, their authority challenged. The battle might have been won, but the war between mortals and immortals had only begun. From his throne atop Olympus, Zeus watched the world below with a brooding gaze. His storm had been broken, his will defied, and his punishment undone. For the first time in his reign, he felt the weight of doubt, a crack in the armor of his divine authority. The mortals, once little more than insects in his eyes, had proven themselves resilient, resourceful. and, perhaps most galling of all, united. Zeus's silence was both ominous and telling. The other gods, emboldened by the rebellion, whispered among themselves. Some spoke of vengeance, of restoring the order that had been shattered. Others, like Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, spoke of reconciliation, of finding a new balance between gods and mortals. The pantheon was divided, their unity fractured by the light of Prometheus's fire. Hera, ever pragmatic, approached Zeus in the golden halls of Olympus. "You cannot ignore this, my husband," she said, her voice a careful blend of caution and persuasion. "The mortals grow bolder with each passing day. They have tasted freedom, and they will not return to the chains you forged for them." Zeus turned to her, his eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and frustration. "Do you think I do not see it?" he growled. "Do you think I am blind to the threat they pose? But if I strike them down, if I bring the full weight of Olympus upon them, what will remain? Ashes? A barren world ruled by a king of silence?" Hera was taken aback by his words, for they revealed a vulnerability she had not seen in him before. Zeus, the unyielding thunderer, the ruler of gods, was grappling with a truth he could not ignore. The fire had changed not just humanity, but the very fabric of the world. On a quiet night, far from the villages and the gaze of Olympus, Prometheus stood alone on a hill overlooking the land he had helped shape. The stars above were bright, their light mingling with the flicker of countless fires below. He felt the weight of the past millennia in his bones, the echoes of his torment lingering like a shadow. Yet, for all he had endured, he felt no regret. The world had changed, and with it, so had he. The fire he had given to humanity was not merely a gift. It was a challenge, a call to rise above their fears and their flaws. And they had answered. Imperfectly, haltingly, but they had answered. Prometheus thought of the chains that had bound him, the eagle that had torn into his flesh. He thought of Zeus, whose wrath had been as unrelenting as the storms he commanded. And he thought of the mortals who had defied Olympus, who had climbed the mountain to free him, who had fought not just for their freedom, but for his. He knelt by the fire he had kindled, its warmth spreading through the cool night air. "Oh, fire," he murmured, his voice soft but steady. "You are both a blessing and a burden, a light that reveals and a flame that consumes. May humanity wield you wisely, for you are their hope and their greatest test." In the years that followed, humanity continued to grow and evolve. The fire remained at the heart of their progress, a symbol of both their resilience and their responsibility. They built great cities that shone like beacons, their lights visible from the heavens. They forged alliances, created art, and told stories that carried the memory of Prometheus and his sacrifice. The rebellion became legend, passed down through generations as a tale of courage and defiance. Prometheus's name was spoken with reverence, his image carved into stone and painted onto walls. He was not worshipped as a god, but honored as a savior, a symbol of what it meant to fight for freedom and to bear the weight of one's choices. Yet, for all their achievements, humanity did not forget the lessons of the curse of fire. They knew its power, its potential for both creation and destruction. They remembered the wars it had fueled, the greed it had ignited, and they vowed to honor its gift by striving for balance, by tempering their ambition with humility. One day, Prometheus disappeared. Some said he returned to the mountains, seeking solitude after centuries among mortals. Others believed he ascended to the stars, his task complete. But wherever he went, the fire he had given humanity burned on. In the heart of every village, town, and city, an eternal flame was kept. It was a reminder of the Titan's sacrifice, a symbol of the light that could never be extinguished. Around these flames, mortals gathered to share their dreams, to reflect on their journey, and to pledge themselves to the ideals of hope, resilience, and defiance. And so, the legacy of Prometheus lived on, not in the chains that had bound him, but in the flames that had freed humanity. The fire was their light, their warmth, their guide, a beacon that burned through the darkness, carrying them ever forward into the unknown. Deep within the heart of the countryside, far from the reach of bustling cities and noisy towns, lies a place where time seems to slow, and the air is rich with enchantment. This is the 100-Acre Wood, a land unlike any other. It is not just a forest, but a world of its own, a place where the trees hum softly in the breeze, their branches swaying in a rhythm that only they understand. The morning dew sparkles like diamonds on the grass, and the paths that wind through the woods seem to shift slightly every day, as if they too are alive and playfully guiding wanderers to unexpected adventures. The 100-Acre Wood is a kaleidoscope of colors and textures, a realm where nature's palette is at its most vibrant. The tall oak trees, their trunks wide and ancient, are draped in mossy coats that seem to whisper of centuries gone by. The birches stand gracefully, their white bark shimmering like moonlight even in the midday sun. Between the trees, patches of wildflowers bloom in bursts of yellow, blue, and violet, their petals nodding in agreement with the wind's gentle stories. The forest floor is alive, not just with the usual rustle of leaves or the scurry of tiny creatures, but with a sense of magic. Mushrooms grow in perfect circles as if planted by fairies, and the earth is soft and warm, inviting bare feet to tread upon it. Little streams crisscross through the woods, their crystal-clear waters bubbling with cheerful laughter as they cascade over pebbles and stones, creating miniature waterfalls that sparkle like tiny jewels. But what truly makes the 100-Acre Wood remarkable is its atmosphere. It feels as though the forest itself is breathing, its lungs expanding with each rustle of leaves and exhaling a sense of peace that settles over all who enter. Here, the sunlight filters through the canopy in golden beams, dappling the ground below and giving the impression that the forest is sprinkled with honey. A fitting touch for a place that houses a certain bear with a very sweet tooth. As dawn breaks, the forest comes alive with sound, a symphony orchestrated by nature herself. The birds begin their morning songs, each note cascading through the air like a melody crafted to wake the world. Bluebirds chirp cheerily from the treetops, and sparrows flit between branches, their wings beating a rhythm that matches the forest's gentle pulse. Even the wind seems to join in, rustling the leaves in harmony with the birds' chorus. In the distance, the soft croak of frogs can be heard near the marshy edges of the forest, adding a bass note to the morning's tune. Amid this natural orchestra, there is another layer of sound, quieter but equally alive. The faint padding of tiny feet, the rustle of fur against grass, and the gentle hum of voices that are distinctly not human. For the 100-Acre Wood is not just home to animals, but to a group of very special friends, each with their own unique quirks and charms. At the heart of the forest, nestled in a hollow at the base of an ancient tree, lives Winnie the Pooh, the bear of very little brain but a heart as big as the sky. His cozy home, with its Mr. Sanders sign above the door, is a reflection of Pooh himself, simple, warm, and inviting. Inside, jars of honey line the shelves, their golden contents glinting in the morning light that streams through the small round window. The faint scent of honey lingers in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest, creating a sense of comfort that can only be found here. Not far from Pooh's house, the forest opens into a small clearing where Piglet's house sits snugly beneath a towering beech tree. The little house is charmingly modest, with a red door and a tiny chimney that puffs out delicate wisps of smoke on cool mornings. Piglet himself, though small in stature, is often the first to greet the day, stepping out into the clearing with a scarf wrapped around his neck, ready to face whatever adventures may come. Deeper into the woods, the energy changes as the ground grows springier beneath your feet. Here, Tigger is likely to be found, bouncing from one tree to the next with boundless enthusiasm. The trees in this part of the forest seem to bend and sway in response to Tigger's exuberance, as if they too are caught up in his infectious energy. His laughter echoes through the trees, a sound so full of life and joy that it's impossible not to smile when you hear it. Then there's Eeyore's corner of the forest, a quieter, more somber place where the trees stand a little taller and the shadows linger a little longer. Eeyore's home, a simple stick house built with his own hooves, sits near a slow-moving stream that reflects the sky like a silver mirror. Despite the muted tones of this part of the forest, there's a beauty here too. A reminder that even in the gloomiest places, there is a certain kind of peace. As the morning unfolds, the 100-acre wood becomes a bustling haven of activity. Rabbit can be seen tending to his garden, his ears twitching with concentration as he carefully waters each row of carrots and lettuce. Owl, perched on a high branch, surveys the scene with a wise, if slightly pompous air, ready to dispense advice or a story at a moment's notice. The forest hums with life, each creature contributing to the gentle rhythm of the day. But there is something more to the 100-acre wood, something that cannot be seen or heard but only felt. It is a sense of wonder, a quiet magic that lingers in every corner. It's in the way the leaves seem to dance in time with the wind, in the way the sunlight feels warmer here than anywhere else, and in the way the forest always seems to know exactly what its inhabitants need. It's a place where friendships are as natural as the trees themselves, where every day holds the promise of adventure, and where even the simplest moments are infused with a touch of magic. The 100-acre wood is not just a setting. It is a character in its own right, a living, breathing testament to the beauty of simplicity, the power of imagination, and the joy of friendship. It is here, in this enchanted forest, that our story begins. Winnie the Pooh and his endless hunt for honey. The morning light poured over the 100-acre wood, bathing the trees and meadows in a golden hue. In a cozy little hollow at the base of a great oak tree, Winnie the Pooh was stirring from his slumber. As he stretched his paws and let out a contented yawn, the familiar rumble of his stomach echoed through the room. "Honey," Pooh muttered to himself, patting his round belly. "It's most definitely a time for something sweet." Pooh's home was a warm and inviting space, perfectly reflecting its inhabitant. The walls were lined with shelves, and on those shelves sat an impressive collection of honey jars, their golden contents glinting in the soft light streaming through the round window. Each jar bore signs of love and use: sticky lids, faint fingerprints, and labels that had long since faded. However, as Pooh's eyes scanned the room, a troubling realization dawned upon him. The shelves were nearly empty. "Oh, bother," Pooh sighed, tapping his head with a paw. "I seem to have eaten all the honey again, and now my tummy feels as empty as my shelves." Determined to rectify this grievous situation, Pooh grabbed his trusty red scarf, tied it snugly around his neck, and stepped outside. The morning air was crisp and sweet, carrying with it the faint scent of flowers and the distant hum of bees. Pooh sniffed the air thoughtfully. "Bees mean honey," he said aloud, as though reminding himself of this fundamental truth. "And where there's honey, there's a very happy Pooh Bear." Pooh ambled through the forest, his steps slow and deliberate, his nose raised to catch the faintest whiff of honey. Along the way, he hummed a little tune, a cheerful melody that seemed to bounce along with him. "I'm just a bear with a need. For golden honey my tummy does plead. With bees as my guides, I'll follow their hum, and soon my jar will be full to the brim, yum-yum." The song had barely ended when Pooh's ears perked up. A low, melodic hum was floating through the air, coming from a patch of flowers not far away. With a twinkle in his eye and a renewed sense of purpose, Pooh hurried toward the sound. The source of the hum was a tall tree with a honeybee hive hanging from one of its branches. The bees were busily buzzing around their home, their tiny wings glinting in the sunlight. Pooh stood at the base of the tree, craning his neck to get a better look. "Ah, there it is," Pooh murmured, licking his lips. "A pot of gold, guarded by my dear little friends. Hello, bees. It's your good friend Pooh Bear down here. I was wondering if you might share just a smidgen of your delicious honey." The bees, however, were far too busy to answer. Pooh took this as a sign to proceed with his plan. He studied the tree, its trunk tall and sturdy, and began climbing. His paws gripped the bark, and though the climb was slow and clumsy, Pooh's determination never wavered. Up and up he went, pausing only to hum a little tune to keep his spirits high. But as Pooh reached for the hive, a bee landed squarely on his nose, its tiny face peering at him curiously. "Oh, hello there," Pooh said, crossing his eyes to look at the bee. "I'm just here to borrow a bit of honey. I promise I'll leave enough for you." The bee, however, had other ideas. It buzzed angrily and flew back into the hive, and moments later a small swarm emerged. Pooh's eyes widened as the bees formed a protective circle around their precious honey. "Oh, bother," Pooh muttered. "It seems I've upset them." What followed was a rather frantic descent. Pooh scrambled down the tree as the bees gave chase, their buzzing growing louder and more determined. Reaching the ground, Pooh began running, his little legs moving as fast as they could carry him. He darted through bushes and leapt over logs, all the while muttering, "Oh, bother! Oh, bother!" Finally, he dove into a thicket, pressing himself against the ground and covering his head with his paws. The bees hovered for a moment, as if considering whether to continue the chase, but eventually they buzzed back toward their hive. When the coast was clear, Pooh peeked out from his hiding spot. His fur was disheveled, and he had a few leaves stuck to his ears. but his spirits remained remarkably unbroken. "Well, that didn't go quite as planned," Pooh said, brushing himself off. "But a bear mustn't give up. Where there's a will and a rumbling tummy, there's always a way." As Pooh pondered his next move, he remembered his clever friend Rabbit. If anyone knew where to find honey, it would be Rabbit. With this thought, Pooh set off toward Rabbit's house, his steps a little slower, but his resolve unwavering. Rabbit's house was a neat and orderly burrow nestled at the edge of the forest. The garden out front was a masterpiece of organization, with rows of carrots, lettuce, and other vegetables standing in perfect formation. Rabbit was in the garden, watering his plants with a focus that suggested he was performing a task of great importance. "Good morning, Rabbit," Pooh called, waddling up the path. Rabbit looked up, his ears twitching. "Good morning, Pooh. What brings you here so early?" Pooh scratched his head thoughtfully. "Well, Rabbit, I was wondering if you might have seen any bees around lately. You see, my honey jars are quite empty, and my tummy is most insistent that I do something about it." Rabbit sighed, setting down his watering can. "Pooh, you and honey. It's always the same with you, isn't it? I don't have honey, but I might know someone who does." Pooh's eyes lit up. "Really? Who?" "There's a hollow tree near the meadow where bees are often buzzing," Rabbit said. "But if you're planning to raid their hive again, I'd advise against it. Bees don't take kindly to uninvited guests." Pooh nodded solemnly. "Yes, I learned that this morning. But thank you, Rabbit. I'll try my luck with this hollow tree." With renewed hope, Pooh made his way to the meadow. The tree Rabbit had mentioned was easy to spot. It was large and gnarled, with a hollow at its center that seemed to glow faintly in the sunlight. Sure enough, a gentle hum was coming from the tree, and the scent of honey wafted through the air. This time, Pooh decided to approach with a bit more caution. He sat down at the base of the tree, looking up at the hive thoughtfully. "Dear bees," Pooh said, addressing the hive, "I understand that honey is very precious to you, and I wouldn't dream of taking it all. But perhaps, just perhaps, you might consider sharing a small drop with a hungry bear." Pooh waited, but the bees gave no reply. Determined, he began to climb the tree, humming a soft tune to himself as he went. When he reached the hive, he peered inside and saw the glistening honeycomb, its golden liquid shimmering like treasure. "Oh, how lovely," Pooh whispered, reaching for the honey. This time, Pooh managed to scoop out a pawful of honey before the bees noticed. As they began to buzz around him, Pooh quickly slid down the tree, clutching his prize. Once he reached the ground, he dashed to a nearby bush, where he sat down to enjoy his hard-earned reward. The honey was everything Pooh had hoped for. Sweet, sticky, and utterly delightful. As he licked his paws clean, his tummy gave a happy gurgle. "Ah," Pooh said with a contented sigh. "There's nothing quite like honey on a fine morning." Though his adventure had been fraught with challenges, Pooh felt a sense of satisfaction. The bees might not have been eager to share, but he had managed to outwit them in his own gentle way. And as he sat beneath the tree, surrounded by the beauty of the 100-acre wood, Pooh felt that all was right with the world. Still, as the last drop of honey disappeared from his paw, Pooh's mind began to wander. Where would he find his next jar? Perhaps his friend Christopher Robin might have an idea. Or maybe Piglet would join him on another honey-hunting adventure. Whatever the case, Pooh was certain of one thing. As long as there was honey in the world, there would always be adventures for a bear of very little brain. Piglet's Brave Adventure. In the 100-Acre Wood, bravery comes in all shapes and sizes, but perhaps none is as heartwarming as that which belongs to the smallest creature of them all, Piglet. With his soft, pink hue, a scarf perpetually wrapped around his tiny neck, and a heart that always yearned to be courageous. Piglet was a gentle soul who often surprised himself with his quiet strength. It all began on a crisp autumn morning, when Piglet woke to find his little house bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. The leaves outside had turned shades of amber and crimson, and a gentle breeze carried with it the scent of earth and the rustle of falling foliage. Piglet's house, nestled beneath a great beech tree, felt cozy and safe. Yet, as he stood by the window sipping his morning cup of chamomile tea, Piglet noticed something unusual. A strange glowing spot had appeared deep in the woods, far beyond the comforting familiarity of his home. "Oh, dear," Piglet murmured, clutching his mug tightly. "What could that possibly be? It looks rather spooky." The glowing spot shimmered faintly, as if it were alive, and seemed to beckon anyone brave enough to investigate. Piglet, being a very small animal, had always been wary of things that glowed unexpectedly. But as he stared at the mysterious light, a tiny spark of determination flickered within him. "Perhaps it's just a friendly sort of glow," Piglet said aloud, though his voice trembled. "And if it's not, well, someone should still find out what it is. After all, the 100-Acre Wood is our home, and we must keep it safe." Piglet spent the next hour preparing for his adventure. He tied his scarf extra snug around his neck, slipped on his little boots, and packed a small satchel with essentials: a lantern, a biscuit for bravery, and a tiny notebook in case he needed to record any important observations. With his preparations complete, Piglet stood at the edge of his clearing and took a deep breath. "All right, Piglet," he whispered to himself. "You can do this. You are a very brave Piglet." The forest seemed different as Piglet ventured deeper into its heart. The cheerful chirping of birds grew quieter, replaced by the occasional rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind through the trees. Shadows danced across the path, and the air carried a faint chill that made Piglet pull his scarf a little tighter. As he walked, Piglet tried to distract himself by humming a tune. It was a soft, uncertain sort of melody, but it kept his spirits from sinking too low. However, the closer he got to the glowing spot, the more his nerves began to fray. "Perhaps I should go back," Piglet thought, pausing to look over his shoulder. But the forest behind him seemed even darker than the path ahead. Besides, he had come this far, and turning back now would mean facing the disappointment of his friends if he returned without answers. Just as Piglet was about to gather his courage and press on, a voice called out from above. "Hello there, Piglet," said Owl, swooping down from a nearby tree. "What brings you to this part of the woods on such a fine morning?" Piglet nearly dropped his satchel in surprise. Oh, Owl, you startled me. I was investigating something." Owl perched on a low branch, his feathers ruffling as he gave Piglet a curious look. "Investigating? My dear Piglet, what could possibly require investigating in our peaceful 100-Acre Wood?" Piglet hesitated, then pointed a trembling hoof toward the direction of the glow. "There's a strange light over there, Owl. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel normal." Owl tilted his head, considering this information. "Ah, a mystery. How fascinating. It could be many things: a firefly congregation, a rare natural phenomenon, or perhaps something entirely new. You are very wise to investigate, Piglet. Piglet blushed at the compliment, though he wasn't sure he entirely deserved it. Would you like to come with me, Owl? It might be less frightening with two of us." Owl, however, was already spreading his wings. "I would love to, my dear Piglet, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Very important matters involving the proper arrangement of my feather collection. But do let me know what you discover. Ta-ta." With that, Owl soared into the sky, leaving Piglet feeling both encouraged and a little more alone. Still, Owl's words had given him a tiny boost of confidence, and Piglet pressed on. The glowing spot grew brighter as he approached, casting an otherworldly light on the surrounding trees. Piglet's heart pounded in his chest, and he could feel his hooves trembling with every step. When he finally reached the source of the glow, he gasped. Before him was a clearing unlike any other he had seen. The grass was a luminous shade of green, glowing faintly as if lit from within. In the center of the clearing stood a tree with silvery bark and golden leaves that shimmered like starlight. The tree's branches stretched toward the sky, and at its base was a pool of water so clear and still that it looked like glass. Piglet approached cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. What is this place?" he whispered. As he stepped closer, the tree seemed to hum softly, a soothing sound that calmed Piglet's racing heart. He noticed tiny creatures fluttering around the tree, delicate, glowing beings that looked like a cross between fireflies and fairies. They moved gracefully, their light flickering in time with the tree's hum. Piglet sat down on the edge of the pool, his fear replaced by awe. "It's beautiful," he said, pulling out his notebook to jot down what he saw. A glowing tree, tiny creatures, and, oh my, the water. For as Piglet looked into the pool, he realized it wasn't just clear. It reflected not his own image, but scenes from the 100-acre wood. He saw Rabbit tending to his garden, Pooh climbing a tree in search of honey, and Tigger bouncing through the forest. The images shifted like a dream, showing moments of joy, laughter, and friendship. Piglet felt a warmth in his chest. "This must be a very special place," he said. "A place that reminds us of what's most important." As if in response, one of the glowing creatures fluttered down to Piglet, landing gently on his scarf. It was no bigger than a leaf, with tiny wings that shimmered like rainbows. The creature looked at Piglet with eyes that seemed to sparkle with kindness. "Hello," Piglet said softly. "Do you live here?" The creature made no sound but nodded once, its light pulsing gently. It then pointed toward the pool, as if encouraging Piglet to look again. When Piglet did, he saw something new, a reflection of himself, standing tall and brave in the face of fear. "Oh," Piglet whispered, his eyes filling with tears. "Is that really me?" The creature nodded again, then flew back to the tree, joining its companions in their dance around the branches. Piglet sat quietly for a while, letting the peace of the clearing wash over him. He felt stronger somehow, as if the tree had shared a bit of its magic with him. When he finally rose to leave, Piglet looked back at the clearing one last time. The tree's glow seemed to brighten for a moment, as if bidding him farewell. Piglet smiled. "Thank you," he said, his voice steady and full of gratitude. "I'll never forget this." As Piglet made his way back through the forest, he felt a new sense of confidence. He had faced his fears, discovered something extraordinary, and learned that bravery wasn't about being fearless. It was about taking small, courageous steps, even when you were scared. When he returned to his friends and told them about the glowing tree, they listened with wide eyes and eager hearts. And though some were skeptical and others amazed, they all agreed on one thing. Piglet was far braver than he had ever realized. From that day on, Piglet walked with his head held a little higher, his tiny chest puffed out just a little more. For in his heart, he knew that even the smallest creatures could do very big things. Tigger's Bouncy Expedition. The morning sun rose high over the 100-acre wood, casting warm, golden light across the meadows and glades. But for one very special resident of the forest, the day wasn't just warm. It was bursting with excitement and energy. Tigger, the bounciest, most exuberant creature in the woods, was, as always, brimming with an infectious enthusiasm that seemed to spill into every corner of the forest. Tigger's striped tail coiled like a spring beneath him as he bounded through the trees, humming a jaunty tune to himself. His laughter echoed through the air, scattering a flock of sparrows that had been resting on a nearby branch. "Ho, ho, ho! What a Tiggerific day!" he exclaimed, landing in the middle of a sunny clearing. "This is the perfect kind of day for bouncing, and maybe even an adventure." Now, to Tigger, every day was perfect for bouncing, but this morning was different. He'd overheard Owl mentioning something about a mysterious spring of eternal bounciness deep within the 100-acre wood. Owl, of course, had been talking about it as a metaphor, but Tigger had taken it quite literally. A spring that could make him even bouncier? He couldn't possibly resist. "Well, I'd better not waste any time," Tigger said, adjusting his whiskers with great determination. "An expedition like this calls for the bounciest of bounces." And with that, Tigger set off, bounding through the woods with his usual exuberance. The forest blurred past him in streaks of green and gold as he leapt over logs, bounced off tree trunks, and spun through the air with a whoop of delight. But an expedition, Tigger quickly realized, wasn't nearly as fun without company. After all, what good was finding the spring of eternal bounciness if he couldn't share it with a friend? Fortunately, as Tigger rounded a bend in the path, he spotted just the companion he needed. "Rabbit!" Tigger shouted, his voice carrying through the trees. "There you are, old pal. Just the bunny I was looking for." Rabbit, who had been carefully weeding his garden, looked up with a start. "Tigger, what are you? Oh, no, 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 don't bounce over here. Not near my carrots." But Tigger was already mid-leap, and before Rabbit could finish his sentence, Tigger landed with a triumphant bounce right in the middle of the carrot patch. Dirt and carrots flew into the air, and Rabbit stared in horror at the chaos. "Tigger!" Rabbit exclaimed, his ears twitching furiously. "Look what you've done! My beautiful garden!" "Don't worry, Rabbit," Tigger said cheerfully, brushing a bit of dirt off his stripes. "I'll help you fix it later. But right now, I need your help. We're going on an expedition." "An expedition?" Rabbit asked, crossing his arms. "What sort of expedition?" Tigger leaned in conspiratorially. "The most splendiferous kind. We're going to find the spring of eternal bounciness." Rabbit blinked. "The what?" "The spring of eternal bounciness," Tigger repeated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Owl said it's somewhere deep in the forest. And if we find it, just imagine how bouncy we'll be. Well, mostly me, but you might get a little spring in your step too. Rabbit sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Tigger, there's no such thing as a spring of eternal bounciness. Owl was probably just talking nonsense again. But Tigger wasn't one to let logic get in the way of a good adventure. Come on, Rabbit. What if it's real? What if it's the bounciest place in the whole wide world? Don't you want to find out? Rabbit opened his mouth to protest, but the sight of Tigger's hopeful, beaming face made him hesitate. As much as Tigger's antics drove him mad, there was something oddly endearing about his enthusiasm. "Oh, fine," Rabbit said with a huff, "but only because I don't trust you to go wandering around the forest alone. Who knows what kind of trouble you'll get into?" Tigger let out a triumphant cheer and immediately bounced Rabbit onto his back. "That's the spirit, Long Ears. Now, hold on tight. We've got an expedition to start." The pair set off through the forest, with the Tigger leading the way in his usual bouncing fashion, and Rabbit clinging on for dear life. As they traveled, the forest seemed to grow wilder and more mysterious. The trees grew taller and their trunks thicker, their branches forming a dense canopy overhead. The sunlight filtered through in dappled patches, casting a soft green glow over the forest floor. "This part of the forest feels different," Rabbit said, glancing around nervously. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" "Of course, I'm sure," Tigger replied confidently. "A Tigger's nose always knows. Besides, can't you feel it? We're getting closer. I can practically smell the bounciness in the air." Rabbit sniffed the air skeptically, but said nothing. Tigger's boundless optimism was as unshakable as ever, and Rabbit knew better than to argue. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the path became more challenging. Thick vines stretched across the trail, and the ground grew uneven and covered in moss. But Tigger, undeterred, simply bounced over every obstacle, his stripes flashing like a blur as he zigzagged through the trees. Eventually, they came to a small clearing, and in the center of it stood a peculiar sight. A spring bubbling up from the ground. The water was clear and sparkling, and around it, the grass seemed unusually green and soft. But what caught their attention most was the way the water seemed to shimmer with a faint, golden glow. "There it is!" Tigger exclaimed, bouncing excitedly. "The spring of eternal bounciness. I knew it was real." Rabbit, however, was more skeptical. "It's just a regular spring, Tigger. It's probably got some minerals in it that make the water look funny." But Tigger wasn't listening. He hopped over to the spring and crouched down to examine it. The water bubbled gently, sending tiny ripples across its surface. Tigger reached out a paw and dipped it into the water. "Ooh, it's nice and tingly," he said, wiggling his paw. "I bet this stuff will make me the bounciest Tigger there ever was." Before Rabbit could stop him, Tigger leaned over the spring and took a big gulp of the sparkling water. He smacked his lips, his tail twitching in anticipation. "Well?" Rabbit asked warily. "Do you feel any different?" Tigger stood up and bounced experimentally. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then, with a sudden whoosh, Tigger shot straight into the air, his tail propelling him higher than he'd ever bounced before. "Whee!" Tigger cried, his voice echoing through the forest. "This is the most bounciferous thing ever." Rabbit watched in astonishment as Tigger bounced around the clearing like a living pinball, leaping over trees and doing flips in the air. For a moment, Even Rabbit couldn't help but smile at the sheer joy on Tigger's face. "Tigger, come back down here," Rabbit called. "You're going to hurt yourself." But Tigger was too caught up in his newfound bounciness to listen. He bounced higher and higher until, with one particularly enthusiastic leap, he landed in the top of a tall tree and got his tail tangled in the branches. "Oh, bother," Tigger said, dangling upside down. "It seems I've bounced a little too high." Rabbit sighed and shook his head. "Only you, Tigger. Only you." With Rabbit's help, Tigger eventually managed to untangle himself and climb back down to solid ground. Though he was a bit bruised and his tail was a little sore, Tigger's spirits remained as high as ever. "That was the most splendiferous adventure ever," he declared, bouncing in place. "We found the spring of eternal bounciness, Rabbit, and it was amazing." Rabbit rolled his eyes but couldn't help smiling. "Well, I suppose it was memorable. But next time, let's stick to adventures that don't involve bouncing into trees." Tigger laughed and clapped Rabbit on the back. "Oh, don't worry, Long Ears. There's plenty more adventures where that came from. And the wonderful thing about Tiggers is, we're always ready for the next one." With that, Tigger bounced off into the forest, his laughter ringing through the trees. And though Rabbit grumbled about the chaos, he couldn't deny that the 100-acre wood wouldn't be nearly as exciting without Tigger's boundless energy. Eeyore's Moment in the Sun. It was a gray and cloudy morning in the 100-acre wood, the kind of day Eeyore often described as fitting. To him, gray skies weren't disappointing. They were just what he expected, and perhaps even preferred. But today, something was different. The clouds seemed to part ever so slightly, letting a faint ray of sunlight filter down through the trees. It wasn't much, but for Eeyore, it was enough to call it a good start. Eeyore lived in his usual corner of the forest, a quiet and somewhat marshy spot near a slow-moving stream. His house, a collection of sticks carefully balanced together, stood as sturdy as it could, considering it was prone to collapsing at the slightest gust of wind or misplaced hoof. Eeyore was gently rearranging a few of the sticks when he noticed the sunlight pooling on the ground nearby. "Well, isn't that something?" he said in his low, thoughtful voice. "The sun's decided to visit. Hope it doesn't get too comfortable. Wouldn't want to give anyone the wrong impression." The beam of sunlight seemed to linger on a patch of wildflowers near the stream. Eeyore tilted his head, looking at the flowers with faint curiosity. They were bright and cheerful, yellow, blue, and violet, standing out against the muted tones of his corner of the woods. It wasn't often that Eeyore paid much attention to flowers, but today something about them caught his eye. "Suppose they're doing their best," he muttered, walking over to the patch. "Growing all colorful like that, even when no one's watching. Might as well say hello." He lowered his head to sniff the flowers, and as he did, he noticed something glinting among the petals. It was small and shiny, half buried in the dirt. Eeyore squinted, trying to make out what it was. He said, nudging the object with his nose. "Looks like a piece of metal, or maybe a rock pretending to be interesting. Either way, it's not mine." Curiosity getting the better of him, Eeyore carefully dug the object out with his hoof. It turned out to be a small, intricately carved key. The metal was slightly tarnished, but still gleamed in the sunlight. Eeyore held it up, turning it over in his hoof. "Well, would you look at that?" he said. "A key. Wonder what it opens. Probably nothing important. Still, it's the most exciting thing to happen all week." Eeyore decided to take the key to his friends. After all, they might have an idea about what it was for. Besides, it wasn't every day that he found something shiny, and he figured it was worth sharing, even if no one thought much of it. As Eeyore made his way through the forest, the sun continued to peek through the clouds, casting a soft glow over the trees. It seemed to follow him, as if the forest itself was curious about what he'd found. Eeyore didn't notice, of course. He was too busy pondering what sort of lock the key might fit. When he reached Pooh's house, he found the bear sitting outside, licking honey off his paw. "Good morning, Eeyore," Pooh said cheerfully. "Or is it afternoon? I always lose track when there's honey involved." "Morning, I think," Eeyore replied. "Though it doesn't make much difference, does it?" Pooh tilted his head. "What's that you've got there?" Eeyore held up the key. "Found it in the flowers near my stream. Thought it might be important. Or not. Probably not." Pooh examined the key with great interest. "It looks like the sort of key that opens something special. Maybe a treasure chest full of honey." "Could be," Eeyore said. "Or it could open an old door to nowhere. Hard to say." Just then, Piglet appeared, carrying a tiny basket of acorns. "Oh, hello, Eeyore. Hello, Pooh. What's that?" "It's a key," Pooh said. "Eeyore found it. We think it might open something special." Piglet's eyes widened. "A key? Oh, how exciting. What if it leads to a secret place we've never seen before?" "Or a cupboard full of cobwebs," Eeyore said. "But no harm in looking, I suppose." The three friends decided to gather the others and see if anyone had an idea about the key's purpose. Soon, Tigger, Rabbit, Owl, and Kanga joined them in the clearing, each offering their own theories. "Maybe it opens the gate to the bounciest place in the world," Tigger suggested, bouncing excitedly. "Or perhaps it's a key to a very important document," Owl said, puffing out his chest. "Keys often have a scholarly purpose, you know." "I just hope it doesn't open anything near my garden," Rabbit muttered. "I don't have time for mysteries." After much discussion, the group decided to follow Eeyore back to the patch of flowers where he'd found the key. It seemed like the logical place to start, and besides, everyone was curious about the mysterious object. When they reached the spot, the sunlight was still shining on the flowers, casting a warm glow over the scene. The friends searched the area, looking for anything that might resemble a lock. At first, there was nothing unusual, just flowers, grass, and the gentle babbling of the stream. But then, Piglet noticed something. "Oh, look over here," he squeaked, pointing to a small moss-covered rock near the base of a tree. The rock had an unusual marking on it, a faint outline of a keyhole. The group gathered around, their excitement growing. "Do you think it's—" Pooh began. "Only one way to find out," Eeyore said. He stepped forward and carefully inserted the key into the keyhole. It fit perfectly. With a soft click, the rock shifted, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside was a small wooden box, its surface carved with intricate patterns of leaves and flowers. Eeyore lifted the box out and placed it on the ground. "Well," he said, staring at it, "looks like a box. Wonder what's inside." "Open it," Tigger urged, bouncing in place. Eeyore nodded and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, faded fabric, was a collection of trinkets. A silver locket, a tiny glass bottle filled with what looked like stardust, and a folded piece of parchment. The friends stared in awe. "What do you suppose it all means?" Piglet asked. Kael cleared his throat. "It appears to be a collection of cherished keepsakes. Perhaps someone long ago left it here as a memory." Eeyore carefully unfolded the parchment. It was a note written in delicate, looping handwriting. It read, "To whoever finds this, these treasures are small, but they hold great meaning. May they remind you that even the smallest things can shine brightly in the right light." Eeyore stared at the note for a long moment. For the first time in a while, he felt a warmth in his chest that he couldn't quite explain. "Well," he said finally, "I suppose that's true. Even a gloomy old donkey can have his moment in the sun." The group smiled, and for a while no one said anything. They simply sat together in the clearing, the sunlight streaming down on them, and shared a quiet moment of gratitude for the small but meaningful treasures they'd found. And though Eeyore didn't say much, he couldn't help feeling that maybe, just maybe, the day wasn't so gray after all. Rabbit's Garden Dilemma. It was a bright and cheerful morning in the 100-acre wood, the kind of day Rabbit loved best. The sun shone warmly on his vegetable garden, which stretched out in neat, carefully tended rows. Each plant was in its proper place, the carrots standing tall and proud, the lettuces crisp and green, and the radishes gleaming like little rubies in the soil. Rabbit's garden was his pride and joy, and he ran it with the precision of a general commanding an army. He stood at the edge of his garden, watering can in hand, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. "Perfect," Rabbit muttered to himself, his whiskers twitching with pride. "Absolutely perfect. Not a weed in sight, and every carrot exactly 3 inches apart, just the way it should be." He bent down to pluck a stray leaf that had blown into the carrot patch, muttering about how even the wind should respect the order of his garden. But as he straightened up, he froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted movement near the far edge of the garden, where the fence separated his pristine rows from the untamed forest beyond. Squinting, Rabbit saw a small, furry figure darting between the rows of lettuces. Then another, and another. Rabbit's ears shot up in alarm. "Thieves!" he cried, dropping his watering can. "Invaders! My garden is under attack!" He dashed across the garden, his feet kicking up little puffs of dirt as he went. When he reached the lettuces, he found exactly what he feared. A family of squirrels, happily munching away on his hard-earned produce. The leader of the group, a particularly plump squirrel with a bushy tail that seemed to sparkle in the sunlight, glanced up at Rabbit, a leaf of lettuce still hanging from its mouth. "Shoo! Shoo, you pests!" Rabbit yelled, waving his arms wildly. "This is not a free buffet." The squirrels, however, were unfazed. They chittered among themselves, as if discussing whether Rabbit was a genuine threat or merely an inconvenience. The plump squirrel took another bite of lettuce, clearly unbothered by Rabbit's tirade. "Oh, no you don't," Rabbit muttered, his eyes narrowing. "Not in my garden." He lunged forward, but the squirrels were quicker. They scattered in all directions, darting between rows of vegetables and leaping over the fence with an agility Rabbit could only dream of. By the time the dust settled, they were gone, leaving behind a trail of nibbled lettuce leaves and half-eaten carrots. Rabbit sank to his knees, clutching his head in despair. "My beautiful garden," he moaned. "Ruined. Those squirrels are nothing but chaos on 4 legs." As he lamented his loss, A familiar voice called out from the path. "Hello, Rabbit," said Pooh, waddling toward the garden with his usual relaxed air. "What seems to be the trouble?" Rabbit stood up, brushing dirt off his fur. "Trouble? I'll tell you what the trouble is. Squirrels. A whole family of them, raiding my garden like it's their personal pantry. Look at this mess." Pooh peered at the nibbled vegetables, tilting his head thoughtfully. "Oh, bother. That does look rather untidy. Have you tried asking them nicely to stop?" Rabbit stared at Pooh, his ears twitching with irritation. "Asking nicely? Pooh, these are squirrels we're talking about. They don't listen to reason. They just eat and scamper and ruin everything." Just then, Piglet arrived, carrying a tiny basket of acorns. "Good morning, Rabbit." "Hello, Pooh." "Oh my, what's happened here?" "Squirrels," Rabbit grumbled. "That's what's happened. They've invaded my garden, and I don't know how to stop them." Piglet's eyes widened. Oh dear. Squirrels can be very persistent, can't they? "Persistent?" Rabbit said, throwing up his paws. "They're unstoppable. But I'll stop them, all right. I just need a plan." Pooh scratched his head. "A plan, you say? What sort of plan?" Rabbit paced back and forth, muttering to himself. "I could build a taller fence. No, they'd just climb over it. I could set traps. No, too much work. Maybe I could. Wait, that's it." He stopped suddenly, a gleam of determination in his eyes. "I'll outsmart them. If those squirrels think they can outwit Rabbit, they've got another thing coming." Pooh and Piglet exchanged uncertain looks. "What exactly do you mean?" Piglet asked hesitantly. "You'll see," Rabbit said with a sly smile. "Come back tomorrow and you'll witness the brilliance of my plan." That evening, Rabbit worked tirelessly, crafting his masterpiece. He rigged up a series of clever contraptions: a spring-loaded gate that would snap shut if the squirrels tried to enter, a scarecrow with shiny, flattering pans to frighten them away, and even a line of tiny wind chimes that would jingle ominously at the slightest movement. By the time he finished, the garden looked like a cross between a fortress and a peculiar art installation. "There," Rabbit said, wiping his brow. "Let's see those pesky squirrels get past this." The next morning, Pooh and Piglet returned to find Rabbit standing proudly at the edge of his garden, his paws on his hips. "Good morning," Rabbit called, his voice full of confidence. "You're just in time to witness my victory over those little pests." Pooh and Piglet looked at the garden, their mouths slightly open in awe. "Oh my," Piglet said. "That's quite a lot of things." Rabbit nodded. "Every trap, every contraption has been carefully designed to keep the squirrels out. It's foolproof." Just then, a rustling sound came from the trees. Rabbit's ears twitched. "Here they come," he whispered. "Watch and learn." The family of squirrels appeared on the fence, their little noses twitching as they surveyed the garden. The leader, the plump squirrel from before, chittered something to the others, and they began to move. At first, Rabbit's plan seemed to work. The wind chimes jingled, startling a few of the squirrels. The scarecrow clattered its pans, causing another to dart back toward the trees. But the plump squirrel remained undeterred. It carefully observed each contraption, as if calculating its weaknesses. "Oh no," Piglet whispered. "I think they're figuring it out." The plump squirrel gave a sharp chirp, and the others followed its lead. They leapt over the wind chimes, scurried around the scarecrow and nimbly avoided the spring-loaded gate. Within moments, they were back in the garden, munching away happily. Rabbit's jaw dropped. "Impossible!" he cried. "How did they... What? No!" The plump squirrel paused, its cheeks full of lettuce, and gave Rabbit a look that could only be described as smug. Then it scampered back to the fence, chittered at the others, and led them away, leaving Rabbit's garden in chaos once more. Rabbit sank to the ground, defeated. "I give up," he said. "Those squirrels are too clever for me." Pooh and Piglet sat down beside him. "Maybe," Pooh said thoughtfully, "you could try sharing your garden with them." "Sharing?" Rabbit said, his ears drooping. "Why should I share with those troublemakers?" "Well," Piglet said gently, "it seems like they're not going to leave, no matter what you do. Maybe if you gave them a little corner of the garden, they wouldn't feel the need to take so much." Rabbit frowned, but as he looked at his friends, he realized they might have a point. The squirrels weren't trying to ruin his garden out of malice. They were just hungry, like everyone else in the 100-acre wood. "Fine," Rabbit said with a sigh. "I'll give them a small patch near the fence. But if they take more than their share, so help me." "They won't," Pooh said, patting Rabbit's shoulder. "You'll see. Sometimes sharing is the simplest solution." And so, Rabbit marked off a small section of his garden for the squirrels, planting some extra lettuce and carrots just for them. To his surprise, the squirrels respected the boundary, and the rest of his garden flourished once more. "Maybe this isn't so bad," Rabbit admitted one morning, watching the squirrels nibble contentedly in their little corner. "At least they're staying out of my carrots." And though he'd never admit it out loud, Rabbit found that sharing his garden wasn't just practical. It was strangely satisfying. After all, even in the most orderly of gardens, a little chaos could be a good thing. Owl's witty wisdom. The 100-acre wood was abuzz with quiet activity on this particular afternoon. Pooh was busy hunting for honey, Tigger was bouncing around in search of something fun to do, and Piglet was enjoying a small picnic by himself. But at the top of a particularly grand tree, perched in his cozy and slightly cluttered home, Owl was feeling particularly inspired. Owl fancied himself the wisest of all the inhabitants of the 100-acre wood, and perhaps, in many ways, he was. His bookshelf was stacked with thick tomes, though no one had ever seen him actually read them. His vocabulary was vast, albeit filled with occasional mispronunciations, and his ability to tell stories was unmatched. True, the stories often meandered like the winding streams of the forest, but to Owl that only made them better. On this day, Owl decided it was time to share his wisdom with his friends. After all, wisdom wasn't much use if it just sat in his head. He wanted to host a storytelling and advice session, one that would both entertain and educate the forest's residents. It would be, as Owl imagined it, a magnificent evening of enlightenment and erudition. With this grand plan in mind, Owl stepped out of his tree and spread his wings. He soared down to the clearing where he was sure his friends would gather if he asked them to. With a graceful swoop and a small cough to clear his throat, Owl landed in the center of the clearing where Pooh, Piglet, Rabbit, and Tigger were beginning to assemble. Even Eeyore was making his slow, deliberate way toward them, his tail swishing lazily behind him. "Attention, everyone," Owl called, puffing out his chest. "I have a most splendid announcement to make. Tonight, under the light of the moon, I shall be hosting a gathering of great significance, a storytelling session in which I will impart my most treasured wisdom. Tigger bounced over, his stripes blurring with his excitement. Oh, storytelling. Is it gonna have bouncing stories, Owl? 'Cause bouncing stories are the best stories. Owl raised a feathered brow. Well, Tigger, while my stories may not focus specifically on bouncing, I dare say they will contain valuable lessons that even you might appreciate. What kind of wisdom are you going to share, Owl? Piglet asked timidly. Will it be about bravery? Or perhaps something about being small but important? Why, of course, Piglet, Owl replied. Bravery, cleverness, the importance of listening to your elders. My tales will cover it all. You won't want to miss it. Rabbit, ever the practical one, crossed his arms. Is this going to take all night? Because I have work to do in my garden tomorrow. Owl fluffed his feathers indignantly. Oh, Rabbit, surely you can spare an evening to expand your mind. A little wisdom might do your carrots some good. Rabbit huffed but said nothing, and the rest of the group chuckled. It was decided. Everyone would gather beneath the great oak tree after sunset for Owl's storytelling session. That evening, as the full moon bathed the forest in silver light, the friends gathered at the designated spot. Owl sat perched on a low branch of the oak tree, his feathers gleaming in the moonlight, giving him an almost regal appearance. In front of him, his friends settled into a semicircle on the soft grass, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Owl cleared his throat dramatically. Welcome, friends, to an evening of stories and wisdom. Tonight, I shall share with you 3 tales, each filled with invaluable lessons that will surely enrich your lives. Tigger clapped his paws together. Yay, let's get bouncing into the stories. Owl nodded graciously. Very well, let us begin. The Tale of the Clever Sparrow. Once upon a time, Owl began, his voice smooth and rhythmic, there was a sparrow who lived in a great city. Now, this sparrow was very small, but she was also very clever. One day, as she searched for food, she came upon a group of pigeons who were feasting on breadcrumbs thrown by a baker. The sparrow wanted to join in, but the pigeons were much larger and greedily chased her away. Piglet frowned. Oh dear, that doesn't sound very fair. Indeed, Owl agreed. But the sparrow, being clever, did not give up. She noticed that the baker threw crumbs at the same time every day, and so she began to come earlier, before the pigeons arrived. She gathered the crumbs while the street was still quiet, and before long, she had more than enough food to last her through the winter. What's the lesson, Owl? Pooh asked, tilting his head. The lesson, dear Pooh, is that cleverness often trumps strength, Owl replied. Even the smallest among us can thrive if we use our wits. Piglet nodded thoughtfully, feeling a little braver after hearing the story. The Owl and the Windstorm. For my next tale, Owl continued, I shall recount a story from my own life. Many years ago, during a terrible windstorm, I found myself clinging to a branch as the gales threatened to blow me away. The other birds had fled, but I stayed behind to protect my home. Were you scared? Piglet asked, his eyes wide. Terrified, Owl admitted. But I knew that if I let fear control me, I would lose everything. So I held on with all my might and waited for the storm to pass. When it finally did, I discovered that my determination had paid off. My home was still intact, and I had proven to myself that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to act in spite of it. Eeyore, who had been listening quietly, let out a low, thoughtful, "What do you think, Eeyore?" Rabbit asked. "Sounds about right," Eeyore said. "Not that storms bother me much. If my house blows down, I just put it back up again." Everyone chuckled, and even Eeyore managed a small smile. The Tortoise and the Hare with an owl twist. For my final story, Owl announced, I shall tell a tale you may already know, the story of the tortoise and the hare. But this version has a rather owlish twist. The friends leaned in, intrigued. As you know, Owl began, the hare was fast and boastful, while the tortoise was slow and steady. They agreed to race, and the hare, confident in his speed, decided to take a nap partway through. While he slept, the tortoise kept moving, one slow step at a time, until he crossed the finish line first. "We've heard that story before," Tigger said. "What's the twist?" "The twist," Owl said, raising a wing dramatically, "is that after the race, the tortoise and the hare became friends. The tortoise taught the hare patience, and the hare taught the tortoise how to enjoy a little excitement now and then. Together, they learned that life is not a race. It's a journey best shared with others." Pooh clapped his paws. "I like that version better." "So do I," Piglet agreed. "It's much nicer." As Owl finished his stories, the clearing fell silent for a moment, the friends deep in thought. The tales had been simple, but they carried truths that resonated with each of them in different ways. "Well, Owl," Rabbit said finally, "I'll admit, that was time well spent." "Yeah," Tigger said, bouncing in place. "Those were some Tiggerific stories." Even Eeyore nodded. "Not bad, for a bird." Owl puffed out his chest, clearly pleased. "Thank you, my friends. I'm glad my humble tales could bring a bit of wisdom to your evening." The friends lingered under the oak tree a while longer, chatting and laughing beneath the stars. And though Owl would never say it aloud, he felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that his stories had brought them all a little closer together. For in the 100-Acre Wood, wisdom wasn't just about knowing things, it was about sharing them, and in doing so, making life just a bit more wonderful for everyone. Christopher Robin returns. The 100-Acre Wood was unusually still that morning. The sun peeked through the canopy of leaves, its golden rays dappling the forest floor with shifting patches of light. The birds sang their usual morning songs, and the brook babbled softly as it wound its way through the woods. Yet, there was a curious feeling in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation of something wonderful. Winnie the Pooh sat outside his house, staring thoughtfully at an empty honey jar. His tummy rumbled faintly, and he rubbed it absent-mindedly. "Honey would be lovely right about now," Pooh murmured to himself. "But what would be even lovelier is... What was it? Oh yes, a visit from a dear friend." Pooh didn't know why he'd thought that. After all, Christopher Robin hadn't visited the 100-Acre Wood in a long time. But something about the morning felt special, and Pooh couldn't shake the idea that something extraordinary was about to happen. Just as he was about to head off in search of honey, as Pooh often did when faced with any sort of pondering, a voice called out from the edge of the clearing. "Pooh Bear!" Pooh froze. His round ears perked up, and his heart leapt with a kind of joy he hadn't felt in ages. He turned slowly, almost as if he were afraid he'd imagined the voice, and there, standing at the edge of the forest, was Christopher Robin. "Christopher Robin!" Pooh cried, dropping the empty jar and rushing over as fast as his little legs would carry him. He threw his arms around Christopher's legs, holding on tight. "It really is you. Oh, I've missed you ever so much." Christopher Robin laughed, the sound warm and familiar, and knelt down to hug Pooh properly. "I've missed you too, Pooh. It's been far too long." Pooh looked up at his friend, his eyes wide with happiness. Christopher had grown taller, and his face had a hint of the boyish mischief it always carried, but there was also a new sense of maturity about him. Yet, to Pooh, he was still the same Christopher Robin he'd always known and loved. "Where have you been?" Pooh asked, tilting his head. "We've had so many adventures, but none of them were quite the same without you." Christopher smiled wistfully. "Oh, Pooh, I've been very busy. School, growing up, and all the sorts of things that come with it. But I never stopped thinking about you and everyone here in the 100-Acre Wood." "Growing up sounds rather inconvenient," Pooh said thoughtfully. "Does it get in the way of honey time?" Christopher chuckled. "Sometimes it does, but it also teaches you to appreciate the simple things, like a quiet moment with an old friend." Just then, Piglet emerged from behind a bush, carrying a small basket of acorns. When he saw Christopher Robin, he froze, his tiny mouth falling open. Christopher Robin?" Piglet stammered. "Is it really you?" "It's me, Piglet," Christopher said, smiling warmly. "And it's so good to see you." Piglet dropped his basket and ran over, his little hooves pattering across the grass. He hugged Christopher's arm tightly, his eyes glistening with happy tears. "Oh, we've missed you so much. The forest hasn't been the same without you." One by one, the rest of their friends appeared, drawn by the sound of laughter and excitement. Tigger came bouncing through the trees, his tail springing him higher than usual. Rabbit appeared, wiping dirt off his paws, and Owl fluttered down from a nearby branch. Even Eeyore ambled over, his steps slow but steady. "Well, well," Owl said, adjusting his glasses. "Christopher Robin, this is a most delightful surprise." "About time," Eeyore added in his usual monotone. "Not that I noticed you were gone or anything." "I noticed," Tigger exclaimed, bouncing up and down. "And I missed you. So did my stripes. They've been less bouncy without you around." Christopher Robin laughed, his heart full as he looked at his friends. "I missed all of you too, and I've brought something special for us to do together." From the satchel slung over his shoulder, Christopher pulled out a folded piece of paper. He held it up, and everyone leaned in curiously. "What's that?" Rabbit asked, squinting at it. "It's a map," Christopher explained, unfolding it. "A treasure map, to be exact. I found it tucked away in an old book at home, and as soon as I saw it, I knew I had to bring it here. It looks like the treasure is hidden somewhere in the 100-Acre Wood." "A treasure!" Tigger shouted, his eyes wide. "That's the best kind of adventure." "What sort of treasure?" Piglet asked nervously. "It's not the scary kind, is it?" "No need to worry, Piglet," Christopher said reassuringly. "I think it's the kind of treasure we'll all enjoy." The map was beautifully drawn, with winding paths, familiar landmarks, and little illustrations of trees, streams, and hills. At the center of the map was an X, marked with the words, "The true treasure of the 100-Acre Wood." "Well," Owl said, puffing out his chest, If there's a map, then this must be a serious expedition. And who better to lead such an endeavor than myself? Rabbit frowned. Owl, you always make things more complicated than they need to be. We just need to follow the map, step by step. Complicated? Owl huffed. I'll have you know that a map is only as good as the wisdom interpreting it. While the two of them debated, Tigger bounced around excitedly. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What are we waiting for? Christopher Robin grinned. All right, everyone, let's set off together. It wouldn't be an adventure without all of you. The group began their journey, with Christopher leading the way. The map guided them through parts of the forest they knew well, but it also took them to places they rarely explored. They crossed a bubbling brook, Tigger bouncing from rock to rock while Piglet clung tightly to Pooh's paw. They passed under a canopy of trees so dense it felt like twilight, even though the sun was still shining. And they climbed a small hill where Eeyore paused to rest, saying, "Don't rush. The treasure will wait." Along the way, Christopher Robin told stories about the things he'd learned and the places he'd seen since he'd last visited. His friends listened intently, though Tigger occasionally interrupted with a tale of his own bountiful adventures. After hours of walking, the group arrived at the spot marked by the X on the map, a clearing surrounded by ancient trees, their branches arching overhead like a cathedral. In the center of the clearing was a small, weathered chest half buried in the ground. "That must be it," Christopher said, his voice filled with excitement. Together, they dug out the chest, their paws, hooves, and tails working in unison. When they finally opened it, they found not gold or jewels, but something far more special, a collection of small, simple treasures. There was a jar of honey, a bundle of dried flowers, a polished stone, and a tiny wooden carving of a bear and a boy holding hands. "Oh," Pooh said softly, lifting the carving. "It's us, Christopher Robin." The note inside the chest read, "The greatest treasure is the friends who share it with you." For a moment, no one spoke. Then Piglet whispered, "That's the loveliest treasure of all." Christopher smiled and looked around at his friends. "I think the map was right. The true treasure of the 100-acre wood has always been here." They sat together in the clearing, sharing the honey, admiring the treasures, and basking in the glow of their friendship. For Christopher Robin, it felt like coming home. And for his friends, it was a reminder that no matter how much time passed, some things, like friendship and the magic of the 100-acre wood, never changed. The Grand Adventure, a treasure hunt. The morning after Christopher Robin's return, the 100-acre wood was alive with excitement. The news of the treasure map and the mysterious X that marked its spot had spread like wildfire among the forest's residents. Everyone was eager to begin the hunt, though each had their own ideas about what the treasure might be. "I bet it's honey," Pooh said, rubbing his tummy in anticipation. "A whole chest of it, enough to last a very long time, or at least until tea." "I hope it's something sparkly," Piglet whispered, clutching his scarf. "Maybe a shiny jewel or a golden coin." "I think it's a map to an even bigger treasure," Tigger declared, bouncing around the group. "A treasure so big it'll take us a week of bouncing to find it all." "Whatever it is," Rabbit said, crossing his arms, "it's bound to be something useful, like gardening tools or seeds for the perfect carrots." Eeyore, bringing up the rear as usual, simply muttered, Probably just a box of nothing. But if it makes everyone happy, I'll come along. The map, drawn with whimsical precision, depicted familiar landmarks of the 100-acre wood. There was Pooh's house, Rabbit's garden, the Heffalump Hollow, and a peculiar zigzagging path that wound through parts of the forest no one had visited in years. The treasure lay at the center of the map, marked by a bold X near a place labeled the Shimmering Clearing. Christopher Robin stood at the head of the group, holding the map. All right, everyone, are we ready to begin? A collective cheer, and one reluctant, "Sure, why not?" from Eeyore, rose from the group, and they set off on their grand adventure. The first challenge on the map was the zigzagging path, a narrow, winding trail that snaked through a dense part of the forest. The trees here were tall and old, their gnarled roots crisscrossing the ground like nature's obstacles. Rabbit took the lead, carefully navigating the uneven ground. "Watch your step, everyone," he warned. "We don't want any twisted ankles or tails." Tigger, however, had a different approach. "Watch this," he said, springing onto a root and launching himself into the air. He bounced from root to root, laughing as he went. "Tigger, do be careful," Owl said, flapping along overhead. "These roots are treacherous, and one mustn't underestimate the hazards of—" "Oh!" Owl's warning was cut short as he miscalculated a landing and found himself tangled in a low-hanging branch. "Don't worry, Owl," Tigger called, bouncing back to help. "I'll get you down in no time." After a bit of tugging and much indignant hooting, Owl was freed, and the group continued on. Despite the challenges, they managed to make it through the zigzagging path without further incident. The next landmark on the map was the Whispering Meadow, a wide, open field where the grass swayed gently in the breeze. The meadow was known for its peculiar quality. When the wind blew just right, it sounded as if the grass itself was whispering secrets. As the group entered the meadow, the wind picked up and the whispers began. "Did you hear that?" Piglet asked, his ears twitching nervously. It sounded like someone said, "Turn left." Or was it, "Look behind you," Rabbit added, glancing over his shoulder. "Oh, that's just the meadow," Christopher Robin explained. "It's not really saying anything, it just sounds like it." But Pooh wasn't so sure. He paused in the middle of the field, tilting his head. "I think it said something about honey," he mused. Or maybe that was just my tummy. The whispers grew louder as they walked, but instead of scaring the group, they seemed to encourage them. The meadow, it seemed, was cheering them on. "Onward!" Tigger shouted, bouncing ahead. "The treasure's just waiting for us." The map's next stop was a place everyone was a bit wary of, the Heffalump Hollow. It was a shadowy area with strange, twisted trees and an eerie quietness. The group paused at the edge of the hollow, their excitement dimmed by the foreboding atmosphere. "Do we really have to go through there?" Piglet asked, clutching Pooh's paw tightly. "It's the quickest way," Christopher Robin said. "And besides, heffalumps aren't real, remember?" "Still feels real to me," Eeyore muttered. Despite their hesitation, the group pressed on. The hollow was dark and cool, with an occasional rustle in the underbrush that made everyone jump. "What was that?" Rabbit whispered. "Probably just a breeze," Owl said, though his voice quavered slightly. As they walked, Tigger tried to lighten the mood. "If any heffalumps do show up, I'll bounce them away. Tiggers are great heffalump bouncers, don't you know?" To everyone's relief, they made it through the hollow without encountering anything more frightening than a curious squirrel. Still, they were glad to leave the shadows behind and step into the sunlight once more. The map led them next to the crystal stream, a sparkling brook that wound its way through a grove of silver birch trees. The water was so clear that they could see smooth pebbles and darting fish beneath the surface. The stream wasn't wide, but it was too deep to wade through, so they had to find a way across. Rabbit, ever the problem solver, suggested using a fallen log as a bridge. "This log looks sturdy enough," he said, tapping it with his paw. "We'll cross one at a time, nice and steady." Pooh was the first to cross, humming a little tune to keep his balance. Piglet followed, wobbling slightly but making it across with Pooh's encouragement. Tigger, of course, decided to bounce across the log, nearly toppling Rabbit into the water in the process. "Sorry about that, Rabbit," Tigger said, grinning sheepishly. "Guess I got a little carried away." Once everyone was safely across, they paused to rest and admire the beauty of the stream. The sunlight danced on the water, and for a moment, it felt like the forest itself was celebrating their progress. Finally, the group arrived at the X on the map, the shimmering clearing. It was a breathtaking sight. The clearing was surrounded by tall trees whose leaves sparkled as if dusted with gold. In the center of the clearing was a small, moss-covered mound with a wooden chest half buried in the earth. "That must be it," Christopher Robin said, his eyes shining with excitement. Together, they worked to unearth the chest, their paws, hooves, and claws digging into the soft soil. When they finally lifted the lid, they all gasped. Inside the chest was not gold or jewels, but a collection of treasures that were far more meaningful. There was a jar of honey, which Pooh immediately sniffed with approval, a tiny acorn carved into the shape of a heart, a golden feather that shimmered in the light, and a small, folded note. Christopher Robin picked up the note and read it aloud. "To those who find this treasure, the true riches of the 100-acre wood are the friends who walk its paths together. This chest is but a reminder that the greatest treasures are not things, but the moments we share." For a moment, no one spoke. Then Pooh said softly, "It's just like I always thought. The best things in life are meant to be shared." Piglet nodded, wiping a tear from his eye. And this adventure was the best thing of all. The group sat together in the clearing, basking in the glow of their discovery. They shared the honey, admired the treasures, and relived the journey that had brought them there. As the sun began to set, Christopher Robin looked around at his friends and smiled. This was the best treasure hunt ever, and the best part was doing it with all of you. And so the grand adventure came to an end, but the memories of that day would stay with them forever. Reminders of the joy, laughter, and love that made the 100-acre wood such a special place. The real treasure. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered gently through the leaves of the 100-acre wood, painting the trees and grass in warm, amber hues. The treasure chest lay open in the center of the shimmering clearing, its simple contents glinting softly in the fading light. Around it, Christopher Robin and his friends sat in a comfortable circle, their faces alight with satisfaction from the day's adventure. For a long moment, no one said a word. The quiet was not awkward, but peaceful. A silence filled with the kind of warmth that only comes from being surrounded by friends after a long and fulfilling journey. "I suppose," Pooh began thoughtfully, "that the treasure wasn't quite what I imagined. There's no mountain of honey, no golden spoons for scooping it, and no honeycomb as big as my house. But still, I think it's just right. Christopher Robin smiled at his bear friend, leaning back on his hands. Do you know why, Pooh? Because treasures aren't always about gold or jewels or even honey. They're about what matters most to us. What matters most? Pooh asked, tilting his head. Well, honey matters quite a lot to me. And friends matter a lot to you too, Christopher said gently. Think about it, Pooh. Would honey taste as sweet if you didn't have anyone to share it with? Pooh pondered this, his paw rubbing his tummy. I suppose not. Honey is much nicer when I have someone to hum with while I eat it. Piglet, who was sitting beside Pooh with his scarf wrapped tightly around his neck, nodded shyly. I don't think I would have been brave enough to come on this adventure without all of you. I would have stayed home and worried about heffalumps. Exactly, Christopher said. That's the real treasure, Piglet. The moments we share, the courage we find in each other, and the happiness of being together. Eeyore, who had been lying on his side, flicked his tail lazily. Well, if that's the treasure, I suppose it's not so bad. Still think a chest full of carrots might have been useful, though. Rabbit crossed his arms, his ears twitching. Carrots would have been nice, but I have to admit, Christopher Robin, you're right. Even if it wasn't what I expected, this adventure reminded me that I don't always have to do everything alone. Tigger, who had been bouncing in place just to keep himself entertained, stopped mid-bounce. Well, I don't know about all this mushy stuff, but I do know that the bounciest part of this adventure was all of us sticking together. And that's what Tiggers like best. Good company and good fun. Owl, perched on a low branch of a nearby tree, cleared his throat. Ah, yes, a fine lesson indeed. Treasures of the heart, as they say. Quite the philosophical takeaway, if I do say so myself. Did anyone actually say that, Owl? Rabbit asked with a raised brow. Well, I'm saying it now, Owl replied, puffing out his chest. And, as the wisest among us, I believe my observation carries weight. The group chuckled, and even Rabbit allowed himself a small smile. The day's adventure had brought them together in a way that none of them could have expected. Though the chest had contained no riches in the conventional sense, its simple trinkets, an acorn, a jar of honey, a golden feather, and a note, held more meaning than gold ever could. As the light in the clearing began to dim, Christopher Robin gently closed the lid of the treasure chest and leaned against the mossy mound where it had been buried. I think, he said softly, that this treasure was left here by someone who loved the 100-acre wood as much as we do. Maybe they wanted us to remember that the best treasures aren't found in faraway places. They're right here, in the things we sometimes take for granted. Pooh nodded slowly, his round face thoughtful. It's a bit like honey, isn't it? You don't notice how much you love it until the jar's empty. Or like the sun on a chilly morning, Piglet added. You don't realize how warm it is until it's gone. Or like friends who help you rebuild your house, Eeyore said. Not that anyone's rebuilding anything right now, but it's the thought that counts. Rabbit adjusted his ears. Or a well-tended garden. It's not just about the vegetables. It's about the time and care you put into it. Tigger threw his paws into the air. And bouncing. What good is bouncing if you don't have anyone to bounce with? Christopher Robin laughed. Exactly. That's what the 100-acre wood is all about. Being together, helping each other, and finding joy in the simple things. The friends sat quietly for a while, watching as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. The forest was calm, its usual hum of life settling into a gentle rhythm. It was as if the 100-acre wood itself was content, knowing that its residents had rediscovered the magic that made it special. After some time, Christopher Robin stood and dusted off his hands. "Well, my friends, I think it's time we head back. The treasure's been found, and now it's time to enjoy it." "But what do we do with the chest?" Rabbit asked. "We can't just leave it here." Christopher thought for a moment, then smiled. "We'll bury it again. That way, if someone else finds the map one day, they can have their own adventure and discover the same treasure we did." "That sounds lovely," Piglet said, his voice soft. "I hope it makes them as happy as it made us." Together, they carefully buried the chest, patting the earth down gently and covering it with moss. Tigger made sure to bounce on it for good measure, declaring that his special bounce would keep it safe. The journey back through the forest was slower, but no less enjoyable. The group retraced their steps, passing the Whispering Meadow, the Crystal Stream, and even the eerie Heffalump Hollow. But this time, the forest didn't feel daunting or mysterious. It felt familiar and welcoming, as if it were smiling down on them. When they reached the clearing near Pooh's house, the moon was high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the woods. The friends gathered one last time, their faces glowing with the happiness of the day's adventure. "Well," Christopher Robin said, looking around at them, "this has been the best day I've had in a long time. Thank you, all of you, for making it so special." "Thank you for coming back, Christopher Robin," Pooh said, his voice full of warmth. "It's not every day we get to have an adventure with our very best friend." Christopher knelt down and hugged Pooh tightly. "I'll always come back, Pooh. No matter how far I go or how busy I get, the 100-acre wood will always be my home." As the friends said their goodbyes and headed to their respective homes, Christopher Robin lingered for a moment, standing beneath the stars with Pooh at his side. "Pooh," he said quietly, "do you think the 100-acre wood will always stay the same?" Pooh thought for a moment, then smiled. "Oh, Christopher Robin, the forest may change a little here and there. Trees will grow taller and paths may wander differently. But the important things, the things that make it special, will always stay the same. Because we'll always be here, together." Christopher Robin nodded, his heart full. "I think you're right, Pooh. You always are." And with that, Christopher Robin and Pooh walked back to their homes, their footsteps soft on the forest floor. The 100-acre wood, alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the songs of crickets, seemed to hum with contentment. For its greatest treasure wasn't buried beneath the earth. It was alive in the hearts of those who called it home. The moon hung low in the velvet sky, its silver light spilling across the vast desert sands like a ghostly tide. The dunes stretched endlessly in all directions, their soft, rippling forms shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of salt from the distant sea, and the dry, earthy aroma of ancient stone buried beneath the sands. Eleanor adjusted the strap of her leather satchel and paused to consult the worn map in her hands. It was old, its corners frayed and its ink faded, but it had brought her this far. If the stories were true, The ruins lay just beyond the next ridge, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to seek them out. Her footsteps were soft, muted by the powdery sand, yet each one seemed to echo unnaturally in the vast emptiness. The quiet was not a peaceful one. It was the kind of silence that carried weight, as though the desert itself were holding its breath, watching, waiting. A faint breeze stirred, and with it came the sound. Eleanor froze, her heart skipping a beat. It wasn't the ordinary whistle of wind cutting through the dunes. This sound was different, like the faintest whisper, words half-formed and fleeting, just beyond the edge of comprehension. She turned her head, searching for the source, but found only the undisturbed desert stretching out under the night sky. She pressed on, her pace quickening despite the nagging unease that had settled in her chest. The maps, cryptic symbols, and handwritten notes swirled in her mind. Fragments of long-forgotten knowledge passed down in secret. They spoke of a place where time stood still, where the great library of Alexandria had retreated after its fall, hidden away to protect its treasures from the ravages of history. Most dismissed it as a myth, a fanciful tale for dreamers and treasure hunters. But Eleanor believed. She had spent her life chasing forgotten histories, piecing together fragments of stories lost to time. If even a fraction of the legends were true, what lay ahead could change everything. As she climbed the ridge, the stars above seemed to brighten, their light sharp and cold. The wind picked up again, carrying with it a stronger whisper, insistent now, like a voice calling her name. Her pulse quickened. She crested the ridge and stopped, her breath catching in her throat. Before her, nestled in the hollow of the dunes, lay a sunken ruin. The structure was almost entirely buried, only its uppermost arches and crumbling spires visible above the shifting sands. Ancient carvings adorned the exposed stone, their patterns intricate and hypnotic, as if alive with some forgotten language. The whispers grew louder, threading through her thoughts like a melody just out of reach. She descended cautiously, her boots crunching softly against the ground. The closer she drew, the more the air seemed to thrum with an energy she could feel in her bones. It wasn't frightening, not exactly. It was a strange blend of awe and unease, as if the ruin itself were aware of her presence, as if it had been waiting. She reached the entrance, a yawning archway carved with symbols that glowed faintly under the moonlight. For a moment, she hesitated. The whispers had stopped, replaced by a heavy, expectant silence. The air was cool, almost damp, and carried the faintest scent of aged parchment. Eleanor placed her hand on the stone frame of the archway, its surface rough and cool beneath her fingers. She closed her eyes, steadying herself. When she stepped inside, the desert seemed to exhale, and the whispers began again, softer this time, drawing her into the shadows. She disappeared into the depths, leaving behind only her footprints, quickly swallowed by the restless sands. The darkness inside the ruin was profound, a heavy, almost tactile presence that seemed to press against Eleanor's skin. As she took her first cautious steps forward, the moonlight from the entrance behind her began to fade, swallowed by the ancient structure. She paused and lit the small oil lantern she carried, its warm, flickering light pushing back the shadows just enough to reveal her immediate surroundings. The walls were made of smooth stone, etched with elaborate patterns and symbols that appeared to shimmer faintly, as if imbued with a life of their own. The air was cool and thick with the scent of earth, and something else she couldn't place, something ancient and dry, like the breath of time itself. Eleanor moved deeper into the passage, the sound of her footsteps unnaturally loud in the confined space. The walls on either side were adorned with carvings, their shapes intricate and strange, depicting scenes of scholars gathered around massive tomes and diagrams of stars and celestial movements. She traced a finger along the carvings, feeling the grooves under her touch, her mind racing with questions. How had such craftsmanship endured the ravages of time? And who had created it? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. This place wasn't merely a ruin. It was a sanctuary, a repository of knowledge that had been hidden away, perhaps deliberately, from the prying eyes of the world. The corridor sloped downward, the stone underfoot worn smooth by countless centuries. As she descended, the faintest sound reached her ears, so soft at first that she thought she might be imagining it. It was a low hum, rhythmic and soothing, like the distant murmur of a deep river or the gentle rustling of pages being turned. The sound grew louder as she continued, wrapping around her like a lullaby, coaxing her forward. The lantern light wavered, casting flickering shadows that danced along the walls, and for a moment, Eleanor could swear the carvings themselves were shifting, their figures moving just beyond her ability to focus. The corridor eventually opened into a vast chamber, its scale staggering in its grandeur. Eleanor stopped in her tracks, her breath catching as she took it all in. The ceiling soared high above her, lost in shadow, supported by massive stone pillars that seemed to stretch endlessly. Between the pillars, shelves upon shelves of books rose like monolithic towers, their edges gilded and glowing faintly in the lantern light. The room was impossibly large, far larger than the structure could logically allow, and Eleanor felt a peculiar disorientation, as though she had stepped outside the boundaries of the physical world. It was as if the space itself existed in defiance of time and reason. She took a tentative step forward, the sound of her movement swallowed by the vastness around her. The bookshelves were not ordinary. They seemed alive, humming softly as if resonating with the knowledge they held. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and ink, a smell so potent and intoxicating that it stirred something deep within her. A memory of her childhood, of afternoons spent in her grandfather's study, poring over ancient texts and dreaming of worlds beyond her own. But this was no ordinary library. This was something sacred, something otherworldly. At the center of the chamber, a large stone pedestal stood illuminated by a soft, golden light that seemed to have no discernible source. On the pedestal rested a single, massive book, its cover bound in a dark material that shimmered like liquid under the light. Eleanor approached it slowly, her heart pounding with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The book seemed to radiate a quiet power, a gravity that drew her closer, and as she neared, she noticed that the symbols etched into its cover matched those she had seen in the corridor. They pulsed faintly, in time with the rhythm of the hum that filled the space. Eleanor reached out, her fingers trembling as they hovered above the surface of the book. The moment she touched it, the hum around her deepened, vibrating through her very bones. The lantern flickered violently, casting chaotic shadows that seemed to twist and writhe across the walls. She pulled her hand back instinctively, and the hum subsided, returning to its previous gentle cadence. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her mind racing to comprehend what she had just experienced. This place was alive in a way she had never imagined, its every surface and object imbued with an energy that defied explanation. As she stepped back from the pedestal, Her gaze was drawn to the far end of the chamber, where a second passageway opened, its archway framed by more glowing symbols. The hum seemed to grow louder as she looked at it, and for a moment she felt an overwhelming urge to follow it, to see what lay beyond. But something held her back, a whisper of caution that seemed to echo from deep within her mind. She turned her attention back to the shelves, their contents beckoning her with a silent promise of answers and revelations. She moved to the nearest shelf and ran her fingers along the spines of the books. Each one was unique, bound in materials that ranged from simple leather to strange, iridescent fabrics that seemed to shift under her touch. The titles were written in languages she couldn't recognize, their characters elegant and flowing like water. She pulled one book from the shelf and opened it carefully, the pages brittle yet intact. The text inside was incomprehensible, but the illustrations, vivid depictions of celestial phenomena and intricate diagrams of mechanical devices, were mesmerizing. As she turned the pages, a sense of calm washed over her, mingled with the faintest edge of unease. This place was a wonder, a treasure beyond anything she had ever imagined. But it was also something else, something far older and more powerful than she could yet comprehend. The whispers began again, soft and insistent, urging her deeper into the library's mysteries. And though she felt a flicker of fear, Eleanor knew she couldn't turn back now. This was only the beginning. Eleanor wandered deeper into the library, her lantern flickering in her grasp, casting warm, quivering light across the endless rows of towering shelves. Each step echoed faintly, swallowed by the vastness of the space until the sound faded altogether. It was as though the library had no end, a limitless labyrinth where time stood still. The air was heavy, yet it carried a strange serenity, as if the very walls exhaled a calm that seeped into her bones. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a disquieting tension, like the slow, silent tightening of an unseen thread. The whispering hum that had accompanied her since her descent grew louder, taking on a distinct rhythm, a cadence that felt almost conversational. It wasn't just a sound. It was alive, layered with words she couldn't fully understand. They coiled around her, brushing against her thoughts like the edges of a dream. Her steps slowed as she reached an open space within the labyrinth, where the shelves gave way to a circular clearing. In the center stood a figure. At first, she thought it was a trick of the lantern light, the flickering shadows playing against the carved stone floor. But as she stepped closer, the figure solidified, taking on the shape of a man, or something close to it. He was tall, his form translucent and shimmering faintly, like moonlight on water. His face was both familiar and unknowable, his features shifting subtly in a way that made it impossible to fix him in her mind. He wore flowing robes that seemed to ripple as though caught in an unseen breeze, their edges fading into the air like smoke. Eleanor froze, her breath caught in her throat, the lantern trembling in her grip. The figure turned toward her, his movements fluid and unhurried, and she felt his gaze settle on her. His eyes, if they could even be called that, were twin pools of light, deep and endless, as though they held the reflections of 1,000 stars. When he spoke, his voice was not a sound but a presence, resonating within her chest, bypassing her ears entirely. "Welcome," he said, the single word carrying a weight that filled the space around her. It was not a greeting, but an acknowledgement, as if her arrival had been anticipated for centuries. "You have come far." Eleanor swallowed hard, her voice faltering as she tried to respond. Who Who are you?" The figure tilted his head slightly, a gesture both curious and knowing. "I am the librarian," he replied. "I am the keeper of this place, its guardian and servant. And you, seeker of knowledge, have found what many have sought, but few have reached." The words hung in the air, their meaning sinking into her like a stone dropped into a still pond. The librarian's presence was overwhelming, yet not oppressive. There was a calmness to him, a soothing quality that tempered her fear. But beneath that calm, she sensed an immense power, restrained but ever present, like the deep, slow current of an ocean. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is the library," he said, spreading his arms wide as if to encompass the vastness around them. The repository of all that was, is, and could be. A sanctuary for knowledge, preserved beyond the reach of time and destruction. Here, the wisdom of the ages waits, ready to be discovered by those who are worthy. Eleanor's mind reeled at his words. All that was, is, and could be. The enormity of it was impossible to grasp, and yet, standing in this place, she felt the truth of it. The air itself seemed charged with the weight of countless thoughts and ideas, as if the knowledge contained within these walls radiated a quiet, perpetual hum of existence. But why is it hidden? She asked. Why has it been lost to the world? The librarian's gaze deepened, his light-filled eyes flickering like distant stars. Knowledge is power, but it is also danger, he said. The library was hidden to protect it from those who would misuse its treasures, from the greed and folly of men who would destroy what they do not understand. To preserve knowledge, it was necessary to separate it from the world. His voice carried a note of sadness, a weariness that spoke of long centuries spent in solitude. Eleanor felt a pang of sympathy for him, though she wasn't entirely sure why. There was something profoundly human in the way he spoke, in the way he carried himself, despite his otherworldly appearance. "Why me?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why did I find it?" The librarian studied her for a long moment, his gaze piercing yet gentle. "The library does not reveal itself by chance," he said. "It calls to those who seek it, those who are driven by a hunger for truth, for understanding. But the question is not why you found the library. The question is whether you are prepared to face what lies within." The weight of his words settled heavily on her. Eleanor's curiosity had always been her guiding force, a flame that burned bright and unyielding. But now, standing here, she realized that her pursuit of knowledge had led her into something far greater and far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. "What lies within?" she asked, her voice barely audible. The librarian's form seemed to flicker, his robes rippling like water. "Knowledge," he said simply, "but knowledge has a cost. The library offers its treasures freely, but it demands something in return. For every answer, there is a question left unasked. For every truth revealed, a piece of oneself must be given. That is the price of enlightenment." Eleanor felt a chill run through her. The words resonated with a primal fear, a warning that her instincts begged her to heed. But alongside the fear was a deep, unrelenting curiosity, the same force that had driven her to this place in the first place. "Will you guide me?" she asked, her voice steadier now. The librarian inclined his head, his expression unreadable. "I will show you the way," he said, "but the path you choose is your own. Remember, Seeker, The library does not judge, but it does not forgive. Every choice you make within these walls will shape what you take with you, and what you leave behind. With that, he turned and began to walk, his movements graceful and silent, as though he were gliding across the floor. Eleanor hesitated for a moment before following him, her lantern casting long shadows as they moved deeper into the heart of the library. The air grew cooler, the hum around her rising to a crescendo that seemed to vibrate through her very being. She had stepped into a world beyond her understanding, guided by a being who seemed to straddle the line between light and shadow, knowledge and mystery. And though she didn't know where the path would lead, Eleanor knew there was no turning back. As Eleanor followed the librarian deeper into the library, the space around her began to shift. The air grew heavier, laden with the distinct scent of aged parchment and leather, as though the very essence of the books had seeped into the atmosphere. The gentle hum that pervaded the library grew stronger, resonating in her chest like the rhythm of an unseen heartbeat. Shadows danced across the towering shelves, their shapes flickering in the lantern's light, creating the unsettling illusion that the library itself was alive. The shelves grew taller and closer together as they walked, forming narrow corridors that twisted and turned in seemingly endless patterns. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of the books as she passed, feeling the texture of their covers, some smooth and cool like polished stone, others warm and soft, as though pulsing with a faint energy. Each spine was marked with symbols she didn't recognize, their intricate designs glowing faintly under her touch. It was as if the books themselves were whispering to her, their words inaudible yet palpable, stirring a deep yearning within her to open them and unravel their secrets. The librarian moved with purpose, his flowing robes gliding across the floor without a sound. He didn't speak, but his presence was a steady anchor in the labyrinthine expanse. Eleanor couldn't shake the feeling that the library was watching her, observing her every step, every breath. The shelves seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness above, disappearing into shadows that no light could penetrate. She felt both awed and unnerved. A fragile thread of her humanity stretched thin against the infinite vastness of the place. They entered a larger corridor where the shelves widened, each one lined with books of extraordinary craftsmanship. The bindings gleamed like precious metals, and some were encrusted with gemstones that refracted the lantern's light into tiny rainbows. Others were wrapped in strange materials that shimmered and shifted, as though alive. Eleanor paused at one shelf, her eyes drawn to a book with a cover of deep black, speckled with what appeared to be tiny stars. It looked as if she were staring into the cosmos itself. When she reached out to touch it, her fingers recoiled instinctively. The surface of the book was cold, unnaturally so, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as if she had plunged her hand into the void. "This place is endless," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, more to herself than to the librarian. The librarian, who had stopped a few paces ahead, turned to face her. His light-filled eyes regarded her with a calm intensity. "The stacks are infinite," he said, his voice resonating within the very walls of the library. "Or so they appear. The library is not bound by the laws of the world you know. It exists beyond the confines of time and space, a repository for all knowledge that ever was and ever will be." Eleanor struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his words. It wasn't merely a collection of books. It was a living entity, a place where the boundaries of reality dissolved, where past, present and future coalesced into a single, unbroken thread. She felt a sudden vertigo, the weight of the library pressing down on her, its vastness threatening to consume her entirely. Yet, amid her disorientation, she felt an undeniable pull, an insatiable curiosity that urged her to explore further. The librarian gestured for her to follow, and she obeyed, her steps hesitant but resolute. As they moved deeper into the stacks, she began to notice subtle changes. The bookshelves were no longer uniform. They twisted and curved in organic, almost chaotic patterns. Some spiraled upward like great trees, their branches laden with books that glowed faintly like ripe fruit. Others jutted out at odd angles, their spines protruding like the scales of some slumbering beast. The floor beneath her feet shifted subtly with each step, the polished stone giving way to textures that felt like wood, sand, or even glass. She came to a stop in front of a particularly peculiar shelf. Its books were smaller, their bindings soft and delicate, as though they were meant to be cradled rather than read. The symbols on their spines shimmered faintly, and as she reached for one, the hum in the air seemed to grow louder. Her fingers brushed the cover, and a jolt of warmth shot through her, accompanied by a cascade of images flashing through her mind. She saw fragments of a life that wasn't her own, faces, places, and emotions that felt achingly familiar, yet utterly alien. She pulled her hand back, her breathing ragged. "The books here are not merely objects," the librarian said, his voice steady and calm. "They are vessels of knowledge, but also of memory, experience, and emotion. Each one contains a fragment of existence, a story waiting to be told." Eleanor felt a chill run through her. The idea of holding someone else's life, their thoughts and feelings in the palm of her hand, was both thrilling and deeply unsettling. She looked at the librarian, searching for reassurance, but his expression remained unreadable. "Can they be read?" she asked, her voice tinged with both wonder and trepidation. "They can," the librarian replied, "but not without consequence. To read a book here is to immerse yourself in its essence, to experience its truths as if they were your own. But be warned, seeker. Knowledge is not without its price." Eleanor nodded, her curiosity outweighing her fear. She moved on, her gaze flitting from one shelf to another, each one a gateway to untold stories. The hum in the air seemed to guide her, its rhythm shifting subtly, drawing her toward a particular shelf at the far end of the corridor. There, she found a single book resting on a pedestal, its cover unlike any she had seen before. It was a deep, iridescent blue, its surface rippling like water, and etched into it was a single symbol that glowed with a soft, golden light. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the book. The librarian stood silently behind her, his presence both comforting and foreboding. She felt the weight of his gaze, the unspoken question lingering between them. Did she dare to open it? The whispers in the air grew louder, more insistent, as if urging her to make a choice. Her heart raced, a mixture of anticipation and dread swelling within her. Finally, she reached out and placed her hand on the book. The moment her fingers touched its surface, the hum around her surged, a tidal wave of sound that filled her mind and body. The light from her lantern flickered and dimmed, and for a moment the library seemed to dissolve around her, leaving her suspended in a void of light and shadow. Images and sensations flooded her consciousness. Flashes of knowledge, glimpses of lives lived and lost, and the faint, distant echo of a voice she couldn't quite understand. When the library came back into focus, Eleanor found herself trembling, her breath shallow and uneven. She looked down at the book, its cover now dark and still, as if the life within it had retreated. The librarian stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "You have begun to see," he said, his voice low and measured. "But there is much yet to learn." Eleanor nodded, her resolve hardening. The infinite stacks stretched out before her, their secrets waiting to be uncovered. And though she didn't know what awaited her, she knew she couldn't turn back. Not now. Not ever. As Eleanor ventured deeper into the labyrinthine expanse of the library, the weight of its timelessness pressed down on her. The air was dense with an intangible presence, a silence that was more than just the absence of sound. It was alive, heavy with expectation and memory. The hum that had accompanied her since her arrival had softened into a rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat woven into the fabric of the space itself. She moved carefully, her lantern casting a flickering glow that illuminated the narrow path between towering shelves. Her footsteps slowed as the corridor opened into another vast chamber, this one shrouded in an ethereal mist that seemed to cling to the floor. The shelves here were taller, their uppermost reaches disappearing into darkness, and their spines glimmered faintly, as though they were lined with tiny stars. She paused, tilting her head to listen. At first, there was nothing, only the quiet pulse of the library, but then she heard it, a faint whisper, distant and indistinct, like the murmur of voices carried on a breeze. The sound was tantalizing, just beyond the edge of comprehension. It ebbed and flowed, growing louder as she stepped forward, her lantern casting long, wavering shadows across the misty floor. The whispers seemed to converge, taking on the cadence of speech, though the words remained elusive. Her pulse quickened as she reached the center of the chamber, where a circular platform rose slightly above the mist. On the platform stood a single chair, carved from a dark, polished wood that gleamed faintly in the lantern light. Eleanor stepped closer, her curiosity outweighing her caution. As she neared the platform, the whispers grew sharper, coalescing into distinct voices. She froze, the lantern trembling in her hand. The voices were not random. They were speaking her name. Softly at first, then louder, echoing through the chamber with an eerie harmony. Her skin prickled as she turned in a slow circle, searching for the source, but there was no one there. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, their tone neither welcoming nor hostile, but filled with a strange, mournful urgency. "Who's there?" she called, her voice shaky but steady enough to carry through the cavernous space. The voices faltered, falling silent for a moment, and then one of them spoke, clear and distinct. "Eleanor." She whipped around, her lantern casting wild arcs of light across the shelves. The mist shifted, parting like a curtain to reveal a figure standing just beyond the platform. It was a woman, her form faint and translucent, as though she were made of smoke and light. She was clad in robes that shimmered with a pearlescent glow, and her eyes, bright and piercing, met Eleanor's with an intensity that made her breath catch. "Who are you?" Eleanor asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman stepped forward, her movements fluid and unearthly, and the mist swirled around her feet. "I am Lysandra," she said, her voice melodic yet tinged with sorrow. "I was once a scholar here, a seeker of truths. Now, I am but an echo, bound to this place as penance for my choices." Eleanor stared, her mind racing to comprehend what she was seeing. Lysandra's presence was both mesmerizing and unnerving, her translucent form shifting slightly with each word, as though she were caught between two worlds. "Bound? What do you mean?" Eleanor asked. Lysandra's gaze softened, and she gestured to the shelves around them. "The library is not a mere collection of books," she said. "It is a living entity, a nexus of knowledge and memory. Those who seek its treasures must pay a price. I sought too much, and in my arrogance, I failed to heed the warnings. Now I remain, a fragment of what I once was." Eleanor's heart sank. The librarian's cryptic warnings had hinted at a cost, but hearing it confirmed by Lysandra made the reality of her situation all the more tangible. "Are there others like you?" she asked. Lysandra nodded slowly. "Many," she said. "Scholars, scribes, philosophers, those who could not resist the allure of the library's secrets. We linger here, echoes of the past, unable to leave, our souls entwined with the knowledge we sought." The chamber seemed to grow colder, the mist thickening around them as Eleanor absorbed Lysandra's words. The weight of the library's history pressed down on her, its vastness both awe-inspiring and oppressive. She looked at Lysandra, her curiosity tempered by a growing sense of dread. "What happened to you?" she asked. Lysandra hesitated, her form flickering slightly as though the question stirred a memory too painful to hold. "I came seeking answers," she said at last. "I was a historian, much like you, driven by a desire to uncover the truths of the past. But the library, it gives only what it deems you are ready to know. I wanted more. I pushed too far, opened doors that were meant to remain closed." Her voice wavered, and for a moment she seemed smaller, her light dimming. "The knowledge consumed me," she continued. "It unraveled the fabric of my being until I became this, a shadow of myself, tethered to the very truths I sought to possess." Eleanor's throat tightened as she imagined the torment Lysandra must have endured. Yet, beneath the fear, she felt a flicker of hope. "Can it be undone?" she asked. "Can you be freed?" Lysandra met her gaze, her expression unreadable. "Perhaps," she said softly, "but the cost would be great. The library does not give lightly, nor does it release its hold without exacting its due." The mist shifted again, and more figures began to emerge from the shadows, their forms faint and wavering like mirages. Men and women of all ages and appearances, their eyes filled with a mixture of longing and resignation. They moved silently, their presence both haunting and strangely comforting, as if they were united by a shared fate. Eleanor felt a chill run through her as she watched them, her mind racing with questions. She turned back to Lysandra, who was watching her intently. "Why are you telling me this?" Eleanor asked. "Why warn me?" Lysandra's gaze softened, and for the first time, Eleanor saw a flicker of something resembling hope in her eyes. "Because you still have a choice," she said. "You can leave, Eleanor. You can walk away before it is too late." The words struck her like a blow, the weight of their implication sinking into her chest. She thought of the path she had taken to reach this place, the sacrifices she had made, the endless questions that had driven her forward. To leave now would be to abandon everything she had sought, to walk away from the answers she had longed for all her life. But the cost. Lysandra's warning echoed in her mind, a stark reminder of the price that knowledge demanded. The other figures began to retreat, fading back into the mist as silently as they had appeared. Lysandra lingered, her form flickering like a dying flame. "Choose wisely, Eleanor," she said, her voice a faint whisper. The library gives much, but it takes even more. And with that, she was gone, her light swallowed by the mist, leaving Eleanor alone in the vast, silent chamber. The whispers had faded, replaced by a heavy stillness that seemed to resonate with the weight of unspoken truths. Eleanor gripped her lantern tightly, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear, curiosity, and resolve. She looked around the chamber at the endless shelves filled with books that seemed to hum with the promise of revelation. She knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but the pull of the library was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and stepped forward, her resolve unshaken. Whatever lay ahead, she would face it. There was no turning back now. The further Eleanor ventured into the library, the more the air seemed to thrum with a heavy electric energy. The corridors grew narrower, the shelves closer together, their towering heights darkened by the lack of light. Her lantern's flame flickered uneasily, its glow barely illuminating the path before her. She felt the weight of the library's vastness pressing in, a constant, silent reminder of how small and fragile she was in this place that seemed to breathe and shift of its own will. She had been walking for what felt like hours when she noticed a change. The hum, which had been constant since her arrival, began to shift, its pitch deepening, becoming more rhythmic, like the steady beat of a distant drum. The air grew colder, and the faint scent of aged parchment gave way to something sharper, almost metallic. Eleanor's pace slowed, her steps hesitant, as the corridor opened into a vast, shadowed expanse. At the far end of the chamber stood a massive archway, unlike any she had seen before. It was framed by dark, ancient stone, its surface etched with intricate runes that glowed faintly with a pale, golden light. Chains crisscrossed the entrance, their links thick and rusted, as though they had been there for centuries. The hum seemed to emanate from this archway, resonating through the chamber with an almost hypnotic rhythm. The air was charged, heavy with a tension that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Eleanor approached cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the vast space. The closer she came, the stronger the pull she felt, a deep, unexplainable urge to step through the archway, to see what lay beyond. The runes on the stone seemed to pulse in time with the hum, their light waxing and waning like a heartbeat. She stopped a few feet from the threshold, her eyes drawn to the chains that barred the way. They were engraved with the same runes as the archway, their faint glow casting eerie shadows across the floor. Her hand moved instinctively to touch one of the chains, but she hesitated, a deep unease settling in her chest. She remembered the librarian's words, his cryptic warning about the cost of knowledge. The forbidden section was sealed for a reason, its contents hidden away to protect what exactly? The world? The library itself? Or perhaps those foolish enough to seek it out? The whispering hum grew louder, almost insistent, as though urging her forward. Eleanor felt a pang of doubt, but it was quickly drowned out by her curiosity. She had come this far, endured so much to reach this place. To turn back now would be to abandon everything she had sought, everything she had fought for. Her fingers brushed the chain, and the moment they made contact, a shock of cold shot through her, followed by a faint vibration that traveled up her arm. The runes flared brighter, their light flooding the chamber, and the chains began to tremble, emitting a low, grinding sound as though they were alive. Eleanor stepped back, her heart pounding as the chains slowly unraveled, their links clattering to the floor one by one. The air grew colder still, and the hum intensified, vibrating through her chest and skull. She clutched the lantern tightly, her knuckles white, as the chains fell away completely, leaving the archway unguarded. The silence that followed was deafening, a void so complete it made her ears ache. Beyond the archway, she could see only darkness, a yawning void that seemed to stretch endlessly. For a moment, she hesitated, fear clawing at the edges of her resolve. But the pull was too strong, the promise of knowledge too enticing to resist. She took a deep breath and stepped through the archway, her lantern's flickering light swallowed by the shadows. The temperature dropped sharply as she entered, the cold biting into her skin like needles. The darkness was impenetrable, her lantern's glow barely illuminating the ground beneath her feet. The hum was gone now, replaced by a deep, throbbing silence that seemed to pulse in time with her racing heartbeat. She moved slowly, her footsteps tentative, her senses straining to detect any sign of what lay ahead. The space beyond the archway was unlike anything she had encountered before. It felt vast, endless, yet somehow claustrophobic, as though the darkness itself were pressing in on her. The ground beneath her feet was smooth and cold, like polished stone, and the air was thick with an almost suffocating stillness. She felt as though she were walking through a void, a place that existed outside the bounds of time and space. As she ventured deeper, faint shapes began to emerge in the darkness, their outlines flickering like shadows cast by an unseen light. Shelves, impossibly tall and narrow, lined the space, their surfaces laden with books and scrolls that seemed to pulse with a faint inner glow. These were not like the books she had seen in the other sections of the library. Their bindings were strange, their materials unfamiliar, some smooth and metallic, others rough and organic, like bark or bone. The symbols on their spines were incomprehensible, shifting and changing as she tried to focus on them. Eleanor reached for one of the books, her hand trembling slightly as her fingers brushed its surface. The moment she made contact, a surge of energy shot through her, a cascade of images flooding her mind. She saw glimpses of events that defied explanation, fractured moments of light and shadow, faces and places that flickered in and out of existence. She pulled her hand back, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The book pulsed faintly, its glow dimming as though it had sensed her hesitation. The silence was broken by a faint sound, a low, resonant tone that seemed to emanate from the very walls. It was not a hum, but something deeper, more primal, a vibration that resonated in her bones. The shelves around her began to shift, their shapes warping and twisting, as though the library itself were reacting to her presence. The glow of the books intensified, their light casting strange, flickering patterns across the walls. And then she saw it. A figure standing at the far end of the chamber, barely visible in the dim light. It was tall, its form indistinct, shrouded in shadow and flickering like a dying flame. Eleanor felt a chill run through her as the figure began to move, its steps slow and deliberate, the silence amplifying the sound of its approach. She held her lantern higher, the light casting a faint glow across the figure's face. It was neither human nor entirely inhuman, its features shifting and changing, as though it were a reflection in rippling water. Its eyes were dark, empty voids that seemed to pull at her, drawing her in with an almost magnetic force. When it spoke, its voice was a low, resonant whisper, echoing through the chamber like the rustle of leaves in a cold wind. You should not be here." The words sent a shiver down her spine, their tone neither threatening nor welcoming, but filled with an unshakable authority. Eleanor took a step back, her grip tightening on the lantern. I didn't mean to intrude," she said, her voice unsteady. I needed to know." The figure tilted its head slightly, its expression unreadable. "Knowledge comes with a price," it said. "The forbidden is forbidden for a reason. To seek it is to risk losing what you cannot regain." Eleanor swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. "What is this place?" she asked. "Why is it sealed away?" The figure's form flickered, its voice growing softer, almost mournful. "This is where the library keeps its darkest truths," it said. "Knowledge too dangerous, too powerful, too devastating to be known. It is a burden no mortal should bear." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Eleanor felt the weight of her choices pressing down on her, the lure of the forbidden pulling her forward even as her instincts screamed for her to retreat. She looked past the figure, her eyes drawn to the shelves that stretched endlessly into the darkness, their contents glowing faintly, calling to her. "I have to know," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "I've come too far to turn back now." The figure was silent for a long moment, its dark eyes fixed on her. Then, slowly, it stepped aside, gesturing toward the shelves with a motion that was both a warning and an invitation. "Then step forward," it said. "But know this, what you find here may change you forever, and not all changes can be undone." Eleanor hesitated, her heart racing, before she took the first step forward, into the heart of the forbidden. Eleanor hesitated as she moved deeper into the forbidden section, her every step echoing faintly in the vast, dark chamber. The figure that had warned her stood motionless behind her, its presence like a shadow she could feel rather than see. Her lantern barely pierced the oppressive darkness, its flickering light casting fleeting shapes across the towering shelves. The books here seemed to pulse with life, their spines glowing faintly as if they breathed, waiting for her to make a choice. The air was heavy, thick with a tension that pressed against her chest, making it harder to breathe. Yet, despite the unease curling around her heart, she felt an irresistible pull to continue forward. She stopped in front of a shelf that stretched endlessly upward, its books arranged in no discernible order. Some were bound in cracked leather, their surfaces worn and ancient, while others seemed impossibly pristine, their covers shimmering with an unnatural glow. One book caught her eye, its cover a deep, shifting red, like the embers of a dying fire. The symbols etched into its surface twisted and rearranged themselves as she stared, as though the book were alive, responding to her presence. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and the moment she touched its surface, a jolt of warmth shot through her hand. The book opened on its own, its pages turning with a soft, whispering sound, and Eleanor was immediately consumed by what she saw. The pages weren't filled with ink, but with images and sensations that seemed to leap off the paper and into her mind. She was no longer in the library. Instead, she was standing in the middle of a great battlefield, surrounded by chaos and destruction. The clash of swords and the cries of the wounded filled her ears, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and blood. She could feel the heat of the flames licking at her skin, the ground trembling beneath her feet as armies clashed around her. She gasped and tried to pull away, but the book held her fast. The scene shifted. and now she was standing at the edge of a vast ocean, its dark waves crashing against jagged cliffs. The sky above was a swirling mass of storm clouds, and the wind howled like a living thing. She could feel the spray of salt water on her face, the cold biting through her clothes, and a profound sense of loss settled over her like a heavy weight. The ocean seemed to stretch endlessly, an abyss that mirrored the emptiness she felt deep in her chest. The images came faster now, flashing through her mind in rapid succession. She saw ancient cities rising and falling, their streets bustling with life one moment and lying in ruins the next. She saw great discoveries made and lost, wars waged over knowledge and power, and the faces of countless people whose lives had been shaped and destroyed by what they had learned. Each vision left a mark on her, a heavy imprint that she could feel sinking into her very soul. By the time the book snapped shut, she was trembling, her breath coming in shallow gasps, and her hands felt as though they had been burned. "You begin to see." The figure's voice came from behind her, low and resonant. "But the cost of knowledge is not so easily paid." Eleanor turned to face it, her legs weak and unsteady. The figure's form flickered in the dim light, its shifting features unreadable, yet she could feel its eyes, if they were eyes, on her, piercing and unrelenting. "What did I just see?" she asked, her voice shaking. "The truths you sought," it said. "Fragments of what this place holds. Knowledge of the past, the present, and what may yet come to pass. But such truths come at a price. To see them is to carry their weight, to bear the burden of understanding." Eleanor's mind raced, her thoughts tangled and chaotic. The visions had felt so real, so vivid, as though she had lived them herself. The emotions they carried lingered in her chest, heavy and unshakable. She could feel the despair of the battlefield, the awe and terror of the ocean, the fleeting hope and crushing loss of the cities she had seen. It was as though pieces of her had been carved away and replaced with fragments of the lives she had glimpsed. "What is the price?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What does the library take?" The figure moved closer, its presence filling the space around her, its voice resonating like the toll of a distant bell. "The price is different for all who enter this place," it said. "Some give their memories, their very identities, leaving only shadows of who they once were. Others give their time, their years slipping away like grains of sand until they are left with nothing. And some give their souls, bound to the library for eternity, their existence intertwined with its endless halls." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat, the weight of the words settling over her like a suffocating fog. She thought of Lysandra, the spectral scholar she had met earlier, and the others like her, their lives reduced to echoes bound to the library. She thought of the librarian, his calm demeanor masking centuries of solitude and sacrifice. They had all paid the price, and now they were part of the library's fabric, its guardians and prisoners alike. "Is there no way to leave?" she asked, desperation creeping into her voice. The figure tilted its head, its form flickering faintly. "To leave is to relinquish the knowledge you have gained," it said. "The library does not allow its truths to be carried beyond its walls. To take what you have seen is to remain here, bound by the weight of what you know." Eleanor's heart sank. She thought of the visions she had witnessed, the fragments of history and humanity that had imprinted themselves on her soul. She thought of the lives she had glimpsed, their struggles and triumphs, their joys and sorrows. to let them go would be to lose a part of herself, to erase the meaning of her journey and the sacrifices she had made to reach this place. But to stay would be to lose everything else: her life, her freedom, her very sense of self. She would become another echo, another fragment of the library, her existence intertwined with its endless halls and shifting shadows. The thought was both terrifying and strangely comforting. The promise of eternal knowledge balanced against the loss of everything she had ever known. She turned back to the shelf, her eyes drawn to another book, its cover dark and unassuming, its spine marked with a single glowing symbol. The pull she felt was stronger now, an almost magnetic force that seemed to guide her hand. She hesitated, her fingers hovering over the book's surface, the weight of her choice pressing down on her like a physical force. The figure watched her in silence, its presence heavy and unyielding. "Choose wisely," it said, its voice a whisper that echoed through the chamber. "The path you take will define what you gain, and what you lose." Eleanor closed her eyes, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear, determination, and uncertainty. She had come to the library seeking answers, driven by a hunger for knowledge that had consumed her for as long as she could remember. But now, standing at the edge of the unknown, she realized that the answers she sought might not be worth the price she would have to pay. Her hand trembled as she reached for the book, her heart pounding in her chest. The air seemed to hold its breath, the silence deep and expectant. And as her fingers closed around the spine, she felt the weight of the library's gaze, the ancient, unyielding force that had guided her to this moment. She opened her eyes, her choice made, and stepped forward into the unknown. The moment Eleanor made her choice, the air around her seemed to shatter. A deafening silence fell, so thick it felt as though the very fabric of the library had paused, holding its breath in the wake of her decision. The book she had chosen remained heavy in her hands, its cover radiating a faint warmth, as if alive. The glowing symbols on its spine dimmed slightly, and a strange hum began to emanate from deep within the chamber. It was a sound that wasn't entirely sound, something she felt more than heard, vibrating in her chest and threatening to pull her under. She clutched the book tightly, her heart pounding as she looked toward the dark figure still standing at the edge of the shadows. Its form flickered, its once commanding presence now seeming less stable, as though her choice had shifted something fundamental within the library itself. The figure's voice, still low and resonant, broke the heavy silence. "You have taken what cannot leave," it said. "The library will not release you willingly." Eleanor's stomach dropped, fear clenching her chest. The book in her hands felt impossibly heavy now, as though it carried the weight of the entire library within its pages. The stillness of the chamber began to unravel. The towering shelves that had once stood solid and eternal now groaned, their edges shifting like waves on a restless sea. Books began to tremble on their shelves, some falling to the ground, their covers snapping open to release fleeting bursts of light and shadow that twisted into the air before disappearing. The hum grew louder, more insistent, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. The library was reacting to her, rejecting her. She turned, clutching the book to her chest, and stumbled back toward the archway through which she had entered. But as she approached it, the runes that lined the stone frame flared brightly, a barrier of light springing up to block her path. She froze, panic rising in her throat. Behind her, the deep hum began to fracture, breaking apart into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs that seemed to come from every direction. The voices were indistinct, overlapping in a torrent of sound that filled her mind with fragments of language she couldn't understand. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the figure watching her, unmoving, its dark eyes fixed on the book in her hands. "How do I leave?" she demanded, her voice trembling but loud enough to cut through the noise. "You must find your way," the figure said. Its tone was neither cruel nor kind, but the words offered no comfort. "The library will test you. Only those who prove worthy may escape its grasp." The words sent a chill through her, but there was no time to hesitate. The whispers grew louder, the light of her lantern flickering wildly as if struggling to stay alive. The shelves around her began to move, their towering forms creaking and groaning as they shifted, creating new pathways and closing off others. The once familiar layout of the library was gone, replaced by a chaotic maze of twisting corridors and narrowing passageways. Eleanor took a deep breath and ran, her boots echoing against the cold stone floor as she weaved through the shifting shelves. Her lantern swung in her hand, its light casting frantic, darting shadows on the walls. The whispers followed her, growing sharper, more aggressive, their tones rising into a discordant crescendo that made her ears ache. The weight of the book pressed against her chest as she clutched it tightly, its warmth seeping through her fingers and grounding her in the chaos. She turned a corner and skidded to a halt. A towering shelf had collapsed in her path, its books strewn across the floor like fallen soldiers. The air was thick with the smell of parchment, and something sharper, more acrid, like burnt wood. She turned back, only to see the corridor behind her close off as two shelves groaned and shifted, their tops leaning together to seal her in. Her breath quickened, panic threatening to take over, but she forced herself to focus. There was always a way out. There had to be. She scanned the shelves around her, searching for anything that might guide her. Her eyes landed on a faint glow emanating from a narrow gap between two towering cases. The light pulsed softly, golden and warm, a stark contrast to the chaos around her. She didn't hesitate. Squeezing through the narrow gap, she found herself in a smaller, quieter corridor. The whispers were muted here, replaced by a faint, rhythmic hum that seemed to echo her heartbeat. The golden light pulsed ahead, drawing her forward, and she followed it, her steps quick but cautious. The corridor twisted and turned, leading her through a labyrinth of narrow passages that seemed to grow darker with each step. Finally, she emerged into a wide, open space. The shelves here were smaller, their spines gleaming faintly in the dim light. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on it rested an ornate hourglass, its glass chambers filled with a swirling, golden sand that seemed to shimmer as it moved. The sight of it stopped her in her tracks, her instincts screaming that this was important, though she didn't understand why. The whispers returned, louder now, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony that filled her mind. The sand in the hourglass shifted, its flow slowing as the whispers rose. Eleanor felt her pulse quicken, her chest tightening as the air around her grew heavier. She stepped toward the pedestal, her hand trembling as she reached for the hourglass. The moment her fingers touched the cool glass, the library itself seemed to recoil. The whispers stopped, the hum fell silent, and the shifting shelves froze in place. For a brief, fleeting moment, there was peace. The golden sand within the hourglass began to glow brighter, illuminating the chamber in a warm, soothing light that washed over her like a gentle wave. But the peace was short-lived. The light from the sand flared suddenly, blindingly bright, and Eleanor staggered back, shielding her eyes. The whispers returned with a vengeance, rising to a deafening roar as the shelves around her began to move again. The ground trembled beneath her feet, cracks spidering across the stone as the library unleashed its full fury. Eleanor turned and ran, the book still clutched tightly to her chest. The corridors blurred around her, the shifting shelves and flickering lights creating a kaleidoscope of chaos that made it impossible to tell which way she was going. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The library was alive, and it wanted her to stay. Ahead of her, a faint glimmer of light appeared, distant but steady. She focused on it, her steps quickening as she pushed through the chaos. The light grew brighter with each step, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. She reached it just as the floor beneath her feet began to give way, leaping through the shimmering light and landing hard on the other side. She rolled onto her back, gasping for breath, the whispers fading into silence as the light enveloped her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the cool, sandy ground of the desert, the stars glittering above her in the dark sky. The book was still in her hands, its warmth a steady reminder of the price she had paid. She sat up slowly, her body trembling, and looked back toward the dunes. The library was gone. The ancient archway and the ruins that had led her there had vanished, leaving no trace of the labyrinth she had escaped. Eleanor clutched the book tightly, its weight both a comfort and a burden. She had survived, but she knew the library had left its mark on her. The knowledge she carried would change her forever, a gift and a curse she would bear for the rest of her life. The night air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of salt from the distant sea. Eleanor sat in the sand, her back resting against the remnants of a weathered rock formation. The stars above her shone with a piercing clarity she had never seen before, as though the universe itself had been laid bare in the wake of her escape. The book lay heavy in her lap, its surface warm against her trembling hands. She stared at it, her mind a chaotic storm of questions, fears, and the faintest threads of understanding. Her heart was still racing, her breath shallow as she tried to calm herself. The memory of the library's shifting corridors, the whispering voices, and the relentless hum lingered like an echo in her mind. She could still feel its pull, an invisible tether that refused to let her go completely. Though she had escaped its labyrinthine depths, a part of her felt as though she had not truly left. The weight of the knowledge she had taken pressed heavily on her, like a shadow stretching across her soul. The book's cover shimmered faintly under the starlight, its intricate patterns shifting and rearranging themselves as she watched. It felt alive in a way that was both mesmerizing and unsettling. She ran her fingers over its surface, her touch hesitant, as though the simple act of holding it might unlock its secrets. The warmth it radiated was almost comforting, but it also carried a subtle, pulsing energy, a reminder of the power it contained. Eleanor took a deep breath and opened the book. The pages were blank, their surfaces smooth and pristine, yet as her gaze lingered, faint symbols began to emerge, glowing softly as though written in light. The symbols shifted and twisted, forming shapes and patterns that she didn't recognize. Yet, somehow, she understood them. They weren't written in any language she had studied, but their meaning resonated within her, bypassing her mind and settling directly in her soul. The first image that appeared was of the library itself, its towering shelves stretching endlessly into the void. She saw the forbidden section, the shifting shadows and glowing runes that had barred her entry. The image shifted, and she saw herself, standing at the threshold, the book in her hands. The scene played out like a memory, but it was accompanied by a voice, deep and resonant, speaking words that echoed in her mind. You were chosen not by chance, but by the weight of your questions. The answers you seek will bind you, for knowledge is not a gift, it is a responsibility. The voice was neither condemning nor forgiving, but its weight was undeniable. Eleanor's hands shook as she turned the page, her heart pounding with anticipation and dread. The next image showed the battlefield she had glimpsed earlier, the chaos and destruction etched into every detail. But now she saw more. She saw the decisions that had led to the war, the ambition and greed of leaders, the despair of those caught in the crossfire. She saw moments of courage and sacrifice, fleeting sparks of light amid the darkness, and she felt it all, every emotion, every choice, every consequence. It was as though the weight of an entire civilization had been poured into her mind. The images shifted again, this time to the ocean she had seen, its endless waves crashing against the jagged cliffs. She saw herself standing at the edge, staring into the abyss. But now she understood the meaning of the scene. The ocean was not just a body of water. It was the collective consciousness of humanity, a vast, unfathomable reservoir of thoughts, dreams, and fears. The storm above reflected the turmoil of those who had sought to control it, their ambitions stirring the waters into chaos. And yet, within the storm, there was a quiet, steady rhythm, a reminder that even in the face of turmoil, some truths remained unshaken. Eleanor's tears began to fall as she turned the page again, the weight of the revelations pressing down on her. The book was showing her more than just knowledge. It was revealing the interconnectedness of all things, the threads that wove together the fabric of existence. Every choice, every action, every thought carried weight, rippling outward in ways that could not be fully understood. It was both humbling and terrifying, a reminder of her own insignificance and her profound responsibility. The final image stopped her breath. It was a reflection of herself, not as she was, but as she could be. She saw a version of herself standing in the desert, the book still in her hands, her face lined with age and wisdom. But there was a light in her eyes, a quiet strength that spoke of understanding and acceptance. She was no longer running from the library or the knowledge she had taken. Instead, she had become a steward of it, a guardian of its truths. The voice returned, softer now, as though it were speaking directly to her heart. Knowledge is not a weapon to wield, nor a prize to hoard. It is a light to guide and illuminate, even in the darkest places. What you do with what you know will define you, Eleanor, and through you, it will define others. The book snapped shut, its glow fading, and Eleanor sat in silence, her tears falling freely. The stars above seemed to burn brighter, their light piercing the veil of her thoughts, reminding her of the vastness of the universe and her place within it. She had come to the library seeking answers, driven by a hunger for knowledge that had consumed her for as long as she could remember. But now, she realized that the answers she had sought were not meant to be owned. They were meant to be shared, to inspire and guide others. She looked down at the book in her lap, its weight no longer a burden, but a reminder of the responsibility she carried. The library had not released her out of mercy. It had released her because she had proven herself worthy of the knowledge it held. but the price she had paid would linger. The echoes of the lives she had glimpsed, the choices and sacrifices she had witnessed, would remain with her always, shaping the path she would walk. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Eleanor rose to her feet. The desert stretched out before her, vast and empty, but she no longer felt lost. The library was gone, its ruins swallowed by the sands, but its presence lingered in her heart. A quiet, steady hum that reminded her of what she had gained and what she had left behind. She turned toward the horizon, the book held tightly in her hands, and began to walk. The answers she carried were not hers alone. They belonged to the world, to those who would come after her, seeking their own truths. And though the weight of her journey was heavy, Eleanor knew she would bear it, one step at a time, guided by the light of the knowledge she had found. The weeks that followed Eleanor's return from the library felt unreal, as though she were moving through a dream she couldn't quite wake from. The sands of the desert had given way to the familiar streets of her city, where the noise and bustle of everyday life felt distant and faint. A world she no longer fully belonged to. The weight of the book, still safely tucked into her satchel, was a constant reminder of her journey and the profound truths she now carried. But even as she returned to the semblance of normalcy, Eleanor knew she was irrevocably changed. Each night, when the city fell silent and the stars reappeared in the vast sky, she would sit by her window with the book on her lap, staring at its shimmering cover. She had not opened it since leaving the library. It wasn't fear that stopped her, though the weight of what lay within still lingered in her mind. It was something deeper, a sense of reverence, as if the book were alive and waiting for the right moment to reveal more. For now, it rested quietly, a companion as much as a mystery. Her dreams, however, were far from quiet. Every night, she revisited fragments of the visions she had witnessed in the library. The battlefield, the endless ocean, the swirling storm of human consciousness. They all came to her in vivid detail, their emotions and meanings washing over her like waves. But it wasn't just memories of what she'd seen. New images began to surface. Faces she didn't recognize, places she had never been, events she couldn't place in time. They felt like whispers from the book, threads of knowledge unraveling in her subconscious, their meaning elusive yet profound. By day, Eleanor struggled to reconcile the enormity of what she had experienced with the simplicity of the world around her. People went about their lives, unaware of the vast interconnected web of truths that lay just beyond their reach. She found herself watching them with a mix of awe and sorrow, seeing in their faces the same struggles and joys she had glimpsed in the lives contained within the library's pages. She wanted to tell them, to share what she had learned, but the weight of it was too much. How could she put into words something that transcended language? Something that had changed her on a level so deep she could barely understand it herself. She began to write, filling page after page with thoughts, memories, and fragments of the knowledge she had absorbed. It was a compulsion, a need to translate the intangible into something tangible, even if only for herself. Her words were often disjointed, scattered like pieces of a puzzle she couldn't quite assemble. But she kept writing, driven by the faint hope that someday it might make sense, not just to her, but to someone else who might come across her words. One evening, as she sat by the window with the book open in her lap, the symbols on its pages began to shift again. This time, they didn't form the vivid, overwhelming images she had seen before. Instead, they rearranged themselves into lines of text, written in a language she didn't know but could somehow read. The words were simple yet profound, a message that seemed to come directly from the library itself. The knowledge you carry is not meant to be hidden. It is a light to be shared, a guide for those who seek. But remember, light must be wielded with care, for even the brightest flame can cast shadows. She closed the book gently, her heart heavy with the weight of its message. The library had entrusted her with its truths, not as a reward, but as a responsibility. She realized then that her journey wasn't over. It had only just begun. The knowledge she had taken wasn't hers to keep. It was hers to protect and share, to use wisely in a world that often failed to understand the value of wisdom. The first step, she decided, was to understand herself. The fragments of knowledge she had glimpsed were like pieces of a mosaic, each beautiful and intricate, but incomplete. To wield them responsibly, she needed to piece them together, to see the larger picture they formed. She returned to her notes, her journals, and the pages she had filled with scattered thoughts, and began the painstaking process of organizing them, searching for connections and patterns. It was a slow and often frustrating task. The threads of knowledge were tangled and complex, their meanings layered and elusive. Some days she felt as though she were making progress, piecing together fragments of history, philosophy, and humanity that seemed to resonate with each other. Other days she felt lost, overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of what she was trying to comprehend. But through it all, she persisted, driven by the faint but unshakable sense that she was on the right path. The book itself remained a source of both guidance and mystery. Each time she opened it, new symbols and messages appeared, their meanings unfolding like petals of a flower. Sometimes they offered clarity, illuminating aspects of her visions or the knowledge she had absorbed. Other times, they posed new questions, challenging her to think deeper, to push the boundaries of her understanding. It was as though the book were a living teacher, guiding her toward truths she wasn't yet ready to face. As the months passed, Eleanor began to share fragments of what she had learned. At first, it was in quiet, cautious conversations with those she trusted, fellow scholars, friends who shared her passion for knowledge. She spoke of interconnectedness, of the unseen threads that bound humanity together, and of the responsibility that came with understanding those truths. Her words often met with curiosity, sometimes skepticism, but she didn't mind. She wasn't trying to convince anyone. She was planting seeds, hoping they might take root in ways she couldn't foresee. Gradually, her circle grew. People began to seek her out, drawn by the quiet conviction in her voice and the depth of her insights. She found herself speaking to groups, sharing her thoughts and stories with an audience that seemed hungry for something more. She never spoke of the library itself. She knew that was a secret she had to keep. But the essence of what she had learned flowed through her words, like light filtered through a prism. One night, as she sat by her window, gazing at the stars, she felt a strange, quiet sense of peace. The library's hum, which had lingered in her mind since her escape, was still there, but it was no longer a weight pressing down on her. It was a part of her now, a steady rhythm that guided her thoughts and actions. She realized then that the library had not simply given her knowledge. It had given her purpose. Eleanor's life was no longer her own, but she didn't mourn the loss. She had become a steward of the truths she had uncovered, a guardian of the light that had been entrusted to her. The library, though hidden and unreachable, was always with her, its vastness reflected in the infinite potential of the human spirit. And as she looked out at the world, she saw not just its flaws and struggles, but its beauty and resilience. The quiet, persistent hope that burned like a flame in even the darkest corners. The journey she had begun in the depths of the library would never truly end, but she was no longer afraid. The price of knowledge had been high, but it had also been worth it. For in the shadows of the library's endless halls, she had found not just answers, but herself. And with that, she carried forward, her path lit by the truths she had dared to seek, and the light she would one day pass on to others.